Out in the schoolyard, this boy was only practicing the boxing technique that had just been taught in class, moving through the forms like it was ordinary training. But hidden nearby, a top-tier martial artist watched every motion in silence, and the more he saw, the more his entire body shook with excitement. Because every time the boy drove his fist forward, the air around his punch seemed to explode, and one thunderous crack after another rang out. By the end of each strike, 9 distinct thunderclaps burst through the training ground. That kind of result should have been impossible. Even the Academy's #1 genius, after pushing himself through hours of brutal practice, could barely force out 3 thunderclaps, which was only considered the entry-level standard. But for this boy, barely half a day had passed since the technique was first taught. In that ridiculously short amount of time, he had already refined the movement to the point of complete and flawless mastery. The reason was that he had been selected by the gods themselves and had awakened something that completely defied common sense, the martial arts system. Inside his own mindscape, all he needed to do was let his avatar guide him through training again and again. With that strange inner guidance, any martial art could be pushed to perfection in an incredibly short amount of time. And that was not the only advantage. Whenever he defeated an enemy, the system would reward him with martial points. Those martial points could then be spent to strengthen his vitality and improve his physical aptitude, turning every battle into another step toward becoming even stronger. So now, let's see exactly how this seemingly ordinary guy began walking the path that would eventually turn him into the martial god. At that moment, inside the training area, 2 students were locked in the middle of a sparring match, their movements sharp as they exchanged blows back and forth. Then one punch slammed in with solid force. The student who took the hit immediately winced, clutching at the pain as he complained that it hurt like absolute hell. Even so, he quickly laughed it off, trying not to look too embarrassed. He said Su Hong's Vajra fist had obviously improved again, then wondered out loud whether Su Hong had already stepped into the micro level. Su Hong, however, remained completely composed. Without showing even a hint of pride, he simply replied that he had only broken through to the micro level 2 days earlier. In this world, martial arts were divided into clear levels: basic, proficient, micro level, mastered, and perfect. For someone their age, reaching the micro level already meant standing far above most students of the same generation. The other student looked at him with open admiration and could not help praising him. When it came to the Vajra fist, he said, there was truly no one in their class who could compare with Su Hong. After catching his breath, he glanced at Su Hong again and asked whether he was finished resting, as if they were about to continue their practice session. But the sting from that one punch was still spreading through his body. Deep down, he had absolutely no desire to stand there and let Su Hong hit him again. So he called Su Hong a cultivation maniac, waved his hand as if surrendering, and said he was going home to eat instead of staying behind to get beaten up. Before walking out of the training hall, he still remembered his manners and turned toward Teacher Lee, politely saying goodbye before leaving. Teacher Lee looked him over and reminded him to straighten his clothes first, telling him not to walk out looking so messy after training. Once that student had gone, Teacher Lee turned his attention to Su Hong and called him to a stop. He asked why Su Hong still had not paid the 30,000 registration fee for the martial arts department, reminding him that the application period would close next month. Su Hong paused for a moment, his expression tightening slightly, before asking in a low voice whether Teacher Lee could give him just a few more days. Teacher Lee let out a helpless sigh. He said he understood Su Hong's family situation very well, but the rules were still rules, and even he had no way to change them. After everyone else had left the hall, Su Hong did not go home right away. He stayed behind alone, silently continuing his practice in the now empty training space. Again and again, he repeated the same forms, fists cutting through the air. But no matter how focused he tried to be, one number kept circling in his mind: the 30,000 registration fee. His thoughts slowly drifted back to the past. When he was only 3 years old, his parents had lost their lives during a disaster caused by ferocious beasts. From that day forward, Su Hong had lived under the care of his uncle and aunt, growing up in their home instead of with his own parents. And after they discovered that he had talent for martial arts, they poured everything they had into supporting his training, even when life was already difficult for them. In an era where ferocious beasts wandered freely and danger could strike at any time, becoming a martial artist was one of the best ways for an ordinary person to earn real money. That was why Su Hong had always trained so hard. He wanted to give his uncle and aunt a better life, but at this moment, it felt as if his dream was only placing an even heavier burden on them. Later, he made his way back to a quiet corner of the city, where the streets were old and narrow, and finally arrived at the cramped, worn-down apartment he called home. Inside the apartment, his aunt spoke softly, asking whether the rent was almost due and how much money they were still short this time. His uncle told her that the rent could wait, because Little Hong's registration fee had to come first. His aunt agreed without hesitation, saying Su Hong had such good talent that he would definitely succeed one day, and they absolutely could not become the reason he fell behind. Then, as if it were nothing serious, She casually said she would stop taking her medicine. It was not curing her anyway, and quitting it would save money. His uncle immediately rejected the idea, telling her he would just take on another job. He insisted that she stay home, rest properly, and take care of her body, assuring her that he would find a way to handle everything else. Standing in the shadows and hearing every word, Su-hong felt his chest tighten painfully. Sadness pressed down on him until he could barely breathe. He could not help thinking that this world was stupid and broken. It had twisted his life into something cruel and unfamiliar. Everywhere he looked, people chased money and profit. Even when someone simply wanted to register for a field they were talented in, they still had to pay for the chance. And money was exactly the one thing he had no talent for earning. If he had actually been good at making money, maybe he would not have been gifted in martial arts in the first place. The more Su-hong thought about it, the more absurd and maddening this whole world felt. Forcing those dark thoughts down, he finally pushed open the door and called out that he was back. His aunt, who had always treated him like her own son, immediately began fussing over him, asking why he had trained so late, and telling him he must be exhausted. Su-hong quickly tried to step in and take over the housework, saying he would handle it himself. But his aunt waved him away, insisting it was nothing and telling him to go rest so he would not be tired the next day. His uncle also backed her up, telling him to listen to them and go to bed quickly. Su-hong returned to his room and lay down, but no matter how long he stayed there, sleep would not come. He stared into the darkness, wide awake, his thoughts turning over and over in his head. His uncle and aunt had already sacrificed far too much for him. He could not keep allowing that to continue. This time, he decided he would solve his own problem. For a martial artist who needed to earn tens of thousands in only a few days, there was only one place he could think of. The very next day, a loud announcement rang through the streets, drawing people's attention as the noise spread through the crowd. Everyone was being welcomed to the Martial Apprentice Arena Challenge, a brutal place where nothing mattered except victory or defeat, and where life and death were treated as part of the game. It was the underground martial arena. The announcer's voice rose with excitement as she stirred up the spectators, then introduced the ring defender for the day, a fighter known as Mr. Minotaur. The rules were brutally simple. If he could win 4 matches in a row, he would leave with 60,000 in prize money. But if he failed before that, he would receive nothing at all. The crowd was urged to watch carefully and not miss what came next. The audience immediately broke into restless whispers. Nobody recognized this fighter. Some people guessed he was just a rookie, while others sneered that a newcomer daring to jump straight into the arena challenge was basically asking to die. Off to the side, the announcer leaned closer to the kid and quietly told him to show some passion and raise the heat in the arena. The boy looked completely confused and asked how he was supposed to do that. The announcer could only sigh, telling him to provoke the crowd or throw out a few curses, muttering that rookies like him were exactly why her job was such a headache. At last, Minotaur seemed to understand. He threw his head back and roared, loudly declaring that below the level of a formal martial artist, he was invincible, then challenged every weakling in the arena to come up and fight him. The crowd exploded instantly. Some people cursed him for being unbelievably arrogant, while others laughed and praised him for having guts. The atmosphere boiled over in seconds, and somewhere in the audience, someone sneered that this guy would not even understand how he died later. That provocation was all it took to light the fuse completely. Cheers burst out from every direction, with some spectators shouting their approval, others screaming for blood, and a few hurling insults at the so-called Minotaur as the arena descended into chaos. With the crowd already whipped into a frenzy, the announcer's voice cut through the noise, loud and sharp, officially declaring that the first match had begun. Behind the Minotaur mask, Su-hong's expression stayed steady and unreadable. He could feel it clearly now, the thick, brutal killing intent that only belonged in an underground arena like this. But he had no room to hesitate. If he wanted to gather enough tuition money as quickly as possible, this was the fastest path in front of him. As long as his Vajra fist could carry him through a few rounds, every risk tonight would be worth it. His first opponent stepped into the ring with a mocking grin, calling him an arrogant little brat, and saying he would take his time playing around with him. Su-hong barely reacted to the insult. His gaze moved over the man calmly, measuring his stance, his breathing, and the way his weight shifted. The opponent looked fierce and his momentum was definitely strong, but his lower body was loose, and his footing was far from stable. From that alone, Su-hong could already tell this fight would not be hard to win. Seeing Su-hong standing there as if he had drifted off, the opponent instantly grew furious. He cursed under his breath, then charged straight toward him and threw a heavy punch. Su-hong moved to the side with clean, effortless timing, letting the punch slice past him. Then, almost casually, he swung his other hand in a sharp counter. The blow cracked squarely against the man's jaw, and in the next instant, his entire body was knocked backward, flying straight back toward the spot he had charged from. The announcer froze for a split second, completely losing her usual composure. Watching that clean finish, she was already starting to like this masked fighter, even joking inwardly that she might have to ask him out after the match. Then she burst into laughter through the microphone and shouted to the whole arena that Minotaur had claimed his first victory. The audience answered immediately, erupting into waves of excited cheers and wild shouting. Soon, a second challenger climbed onto the stage. He scoffed at the fallen fighter, saying the last guy had only been unlucky, but this time, things would be completely different. Suhong only gave a calm, casual please, while quietly studying the new opponent in front of him. Judging from the man's build and the way he carried himself, his raw strength seemed decent, which made him perfect for testing just how much power Suhong's Vajra fist could really unleash. The man let out a shout and lunged forward, driving in with a heavy punch packed with force. This time, Suhong did not dodge. He stepped in and met the attack head-on. With a single Vajra fist strike, Suhong smashed directly through the incoming force, breaking the man's attack apart in front of everyone. The opponent cried out in shock, clearly stunned by the crushing power behind that blow. Suhong, however, had already judged the difference between them. This man was strong, but compared to him, he was still a step weaker. After receiving just one counterattack, the opponent's weakness became obvious. He depended too much on upper body strength, and because of that, his waist and midsection were left completely exposed. Suhong seized the opening at once and followed with a brutal kick. The man was launched off the stage just like the first fighter, and the arena instantly exploded. Some spectators cursed in disbelief, while others shouted that Minotaur was unbelievably strong. The announcer's excitement climbed even higher as she shouted for the next challenger and declared that Minotaur had already taken 2 victories in a row. The cheering surged again, louder than before, until it was almost deafening. In a quieter corner away from the screaming crowd, several well-dressed spectators watched the ring with sharp, calculating eyes. One of them murmured that the kid was not even a quasi-martial artist, yet his strength had clearly surpassed the ordinary standard. There was no mistake, this Minotaur was not normal. Before long, the announcer's voice rang through the arena once more, declaring Minotaur's 3rd consecutive victory. Up in the viewing area, one of the men watching gave a faint comment, saying the kid was better than the worst fighters, but still far from the strongest. Someone like that, he said, was perfect material for fixing matches. From behind him, a masked young man stepped forward and said he would go handle it. The older man reminded him in a low voice not to expose the fact that he had already broken through to the martial artist level. After stacking up victory after victory, Suhong could feel his confidence rising. At this point, ordinary martial apprentices no longer seemed capable of putting real pressure on him. With his Vajra fist already at the micro level, he only needed to win one final match. Once he cleared that last hurdle, the full 60,000 in prize money would be his. Just then, the crowd suddenly shifted, and the noise changed at once. People began shouting in surprise that White Fox was actually stepping into the ring. The moment that masked fighter appeared under the arena lights, the whole venue erupted. Several spectators immediately recognized him and exclaimed that White Fox was a quasi-martial artist. Others were instantly dissatisfied, protesting loudly that sending a quasi-martial artist against a martial apprentice was basically the same as cheating. Suhong's heart tightened slightly behind the mask. A quasi-martial artist was not an opponent he could take lightly. This match was going to be far more troublesome than the others, but retreating was impossible now. He could not afford to lose when the prize money was already so close. White Fox walked forward and stopped in front of him, studying him with a calm, almost casual gaze. Then he spoke, telling Suhong not to be afraid. White Fox claimed he knew how to control his strength and would not go too far. But before that tension could settle, the announcer's voice cut in again, announcing the final match of the arena challenge and shouting for the fight to begin. The instant the signal was given, both fighters burst forward at full speed, closing the distance between them in a flash. Suhong sensed the gap between their levels almost immediately. His cultivation was lower, so he had no luxury of testing things slowly. From the very first move, he had no choice but to pour everything into his attack. His fist blasted forward with explosive force, sending visible shock waves rippling through the air. When the two attacks collided, the entire ring seemed to tremble, and both sides revealed a level of power that made the spectators hold their breath. But the moment their fists met, Suhong's heart suddenly jolted. Something was wrong. The force coming from White Fox was not that of a quasi-martial artist at all. He was a true martial artist who had deliberately suppressed his vitality to hide his real level. A heavy wave of tension swept over Suhong. He had never imagined that a monster like this would suddenly appear in the final match. White Fox drew in a sharp breath and launched his next attack without delay, unleashing the Thunder Rush fist. His strikes came one after another in rapid succession, each punch heavier and more violent than the last. Under that relentless assault, Suhong was forced to retreat step by step, pain spreading through his arms and body with every impact. Only now did he truly understand the pressure of facing a real martial artist. The crowd stared in shock. Someone suddenly recognized the technique and shouted that it was the 3-Echo Thunder Rush fist. No one had expected to witness such a move in this arena, and for many people, that surprise alone was worth the ticket price. Others shook their heads and said Minotaur was finished, because in their eyes, the result was already decided. White Fox, however, had no intention of stopping. His attacks kept crashing down one after another, pressing his advantage without the slightest mercy. After a while, he seemed to grow bored and told Minotaur that only defending was meaningless. He urged him to fight back, saying he wanted to see what kind of strength Minotaur truly had. For the moment, Minotaur could do nothing except raise his guard and block. But even through his defenses, the punches still tore into him, sending pain through his body with each hit. If this continued, he knew very clearly that defeat was only a matter of time. He needed a chance to counterattack, even a tiny one. But White Fox's strikes were too fast, too fierce, and too continuous, sealing off every possible opening before Su Hong could move. Then White Fox found an opening first. His fist shot forward like a flash, aiming straight for Minotaur's jaw. The impact landed hard, sending Minotaur flying backward before he crashed heavily onto the ground. Lying there on the floor of the ring, his vision began to blur, and his consciousness slowly started slipping away. Before he could recover, White Fox stepped up beside him and spoke in a calm, cold voice. He told Su Hong that he would not receive a single coin of the prize money from this match, but his teacher was willing to extend an invitation to him. If Minotaur agreed to help them fix matches in the future, they would pay him an amount equal to tonight's prize money. Even with White Fox's foot pressing down on his face, Minotaur refused without the slightest hesitation, saying he would never do something that shameless. White Fox was briefly stunned, clearly not expecting such a firm rejection from someone already beaten to the ground. After regaining his composure, he warned Minotaur to think carefully, because refusing them would come with a price he could not afford. Minotaur shot back through the pain, asking whether people who did things like this really had the right to call themselves martial artists. That answer ended the conversation. White Fox's expression turned cold as he said there was nothing more to discuss. As he turned as if to leave, White Fox added in an icy voice that since Minotaur refused to cooperate, he had no choice but to cripple him, making sure that from this day on, becoming a martial artist would be nothing more than a dream. White Fox moved to strike at Minotaur's leg, and those words echoed sharply inside Minotaur's mind. Become a martial artist. The phrase pierced through the haze of pain, and in that instant, his survival instinct surged awake. At the very last moment, he twisted his body away and narrowly avoided the blow. He could not allow himself to be crippled here. Forcing strength back into his battered body, Minotaur pushed himself up and entered the fight again. White Fox stared at him in clear surprise, watching as Minotaur forced himself steady again. Behind that damaged mask, Minotaur's eyes were no longer dull with pain. They were burning with stubborn determination. He could not collapse here. Not in this arena, not at this moment. Deep inside his battered body, something seemed to snap, and a fierce second wind surged through him like a flame refusing to go out. White Fox's expression finally changed. He could not hide his shock at all. That Thunder Rush fist from earlier had clearly landed cleanly, yet somehow, this guy was still standing in front of him. But inside Su Hong's heart, everything was painfully clear. He wanted to become a martial artist. He could not let all the sacrifices his uncle and aunt had made over the years turn into nothing. More than anything, he wanted to give them a stable, better life. But did chasing that future mean he had to throw away everything a true martial artist was supposed to believe in? The answer rose in his mind almost instantly. No. If that was the kind of path waiting ahead, then he would never accept it. At that exact moment, something strange appeared before his eyes. A cold status window suddenly opened in midair, and emotionless words floated across it, asking what he was willing to sacrifice for his future and for his faith. Su Hong did not hesitate for even a second. His eyes sharpened with fierce resolve, and with no trace of doubt in his voice, he answered that he was willing to give up everything. The system did not accept that answer immediately. It asked him again, coldly and directly, whether he was truly prepared to pay that price. Minotaur gave the same response as before, each word heavy with determination. Everything. The instant that word left his mouth, a deep and invisible change began stirring inside his body, as if something sealed away had finally been awakened. His shadow suddenly warped beneath him, twisting unnaturally across the ground before stretching upward into the silhouette of a terrifying monster. Su Hong froze in shock. He no longer understood where he was, and behind him, that enormous shadow loomed like some unknown creature staring down from the darkness. Before Su Hong could even ask what was happening, that massive presence spoke first, its voice carrying overwhelming weight as it granted him this single chance. A strange aura then wrapped around Su Hong's body, surrounding him completely, and another status window appeared in front of him, laying out every detail about him. Su Hong stared at it in disbelief. The screen showed all of his attributes clearly, listing every part of his current condition as if nothing about him could be hidden. Almost without thinking, he reached toward the mission section and tapped it. A new notification instantly popped up, revealing a random mission called Way of the Arena. To defeat White Fox, he needed to raise his Vajra fist to the mastered level, while also refining his floating light palm and void step to the micro level. With his current low proficiency, the task was brutally difficult, but completing it was the only way to unlock the beginner's guide. Su Hong was still trying to process the sudden flood of information, but before he could fully think it through, a fist suddenly came flying straight toward his face. His body reacted faster than his mind. Su Hong ducked down instinctively, narrowly slipping under the incoming strike. When he lifted his eyes again, he froze on the spot. Standing directly in front of him was a perfect clone of himself. The copy moved with flawless textbook form, displaying a level of Vajra fist that was far beyond Su Hong's own. Every movement from the clone was clean, standard, and precise, with no wasted motion and no visible flaw in its rhythm. With such a flawless example right in front of him, Su Hong knew he could not afford to waste this chance. As he began exchanging blows with the clone, Su Hong quickly realized this was not simply a fight. Every clash, every correction, and every movement was teaching him something. Halfway through the exchange, he suddenly noticed that his Vajra fist proficiency had risen. In only a few moments, it jumped from 7% to 10%. The speed of that improvement was so shocking that even Su Hong could hardly believe it. So that was how it worked. This strange space allowed him to improve his martial arts skills at an incredible speed, far faster than any ordinary training method. He kept fighting, watching, learning, and adjusting his form with every collision, letting the clone's perfect movements sharpen his own technique. His proficiency continued climbing higher and higher until, at last, the progress finally reached 100%. His floating light palm reached full mastery, and with one clean strike, he sent the clone flying backward. Right after that, his void step also caught up, reaching full proficiency as his footwork became sharper and smoother. Finally, even the Vajra fist was pushed all the way to perfection, every movement engraved into his body like instinct. Only then did exhaustion slam into him all at once. Su Hong stood there breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling as he looked toward the empty air and gave a quiet nod. Thanks a lot. The system congratulated him for completing the mission. Su Hong accepted the rewards without delay, then immediately chose to return to reality. In an instant, the strange space vanished, and he was back inside the underground arena, still wearing the Minotaur mask and standing across from White Fox. White Fox sneered and launched another wave of thunderous punches, each strike roaring toward him with fierce force. But this time, Minotaur watched calmly and thought only one thing: they were too slow. He slipped through every attack with ease, his body moving lightly past each strike as if he could already see where every fist would land. Before White Fox could react to the sudden change, Su Hong's fist shot forward and slammed directly into his face. White Fox's mask shattered from the impact, and his body crashed heavily to the ground in front of the stunned crowd. For a moment, the entire arena seemed to freeze. Everyone stared at the fallen White Fox in disbelief, unable to accept what they had just seen. Minotaur stood calmly in the ring and asked for the prize money he was owed for winning the fourth match. The announcer was so stunned that she stumbled over her words at first. After a moment, she finally recovered and declared that Minotaur had won the 60,000 grand prize. In the audience, the teacher's expression darkened into a frown. For a mere apprentice to master the Vajra fist like that should have been impossible. Suspicion immediately rose in his eyes, and he ordered his men to follow Minotaur after he left and investigate his true identity. After leaving the arena, Su Hong quickly noticed something was wrong. Someone was following him from behind. Without hesitation, he suddenly burst into motion, his speed erupting as he shot forward and vanished from their line of sight. The pursuers stopped in confusion, looking around with no idea where he had gone, completely unable to continue tracking him. From a safe hiding place nearby, Su Hong watched them lose his trail and silently mocked their clumsy attempt to follow him. About an hour later, Su Hong finally made it back home, carrying the money he had fought so desperately to earn. The moment his aunt and uncle saw the thick pile of cash in front of them, both of them froze, staring at it with wide eyes as if they could not believe it was real. His uncle was so shocked that he blurted out, asking whether Su Hong had gone and robbed a bank. Su Hong quickly explained that he had only worked as a sparring partner, and that the dojo master had taken a liking to him and decided to sponsor his studies. His uncle frowned and asked if he meant that notoriously stingy dojo, clearly finding the story hard to believe. Su Hong did not try to add more excuses. He only looked at them seriously and asked them to trust him. Seeing the look in his eyes, his aunt and uncle slowly relaxed and smiled. His uncle nodded, saying little Hong had never been the kind of child who lied, and the two of them began celebrating as if Su Hong's bright future had already opened before them. That night, after the house had finally quieted down, Su Hong climbed alone onto the rooftop. Bathed in the pale moonlight, he sat there thinking about everything that had happened. The exam fee was handled, the rent problem was settled, and even his aunt's medical expenses could finally be covered. For the first time in a long while, he let out a relieved laugh. Then he opened the system interface and looked over it carefully. He knew very well that he had only survived tonight because of this mysterious power, and soon his attention landed on a stat called martial value. A notification appeared, telling him that because he had defeated an opponent above his own level, he had gained 57 martial value points. These points could be used to improve his vitality and strengthen his skills. Su-hong did not waste any time. Curious and eager, he decided to test the effect immediately. The moment he added points into vitality, a scorching surge of energy erupted deep inside his body, rushing through his limbs like fire. His vitality jumped all the way to 90, and that number already placed him at the level of a quasi-martial artist. Without hesitation, he poured the remaining points into vitality as well. His body instantly felt lighter, stronger, and more alive, as if every muscle had been reforged. Su-hong slowly clenched his fists, feeling power gather in his hands. Even the injuries from the underground arena had healed, and his whole body now seemed to overflow with strength. That fresh power stirred his fighting spirit, and he suddenly felt a strong urge to test just how much stronger he had become. So he moved across the rooftops under the night sky, leaping from building to building as he headed toward the combat power tester at the school drill ground. Not long after, he arrived at Star City No. 1 High School, slipping into the familiar campus in the quiet of the night. The drill ground was completely silent, with only a lone Tier 1 combat power tester standing there under the dim light. Su-hong gathered his vitality, but after a brief pause, he decided not to use his full strength. Holding back to about 70%, he drove his fist into the machine with a sharp, solid impact. For that split second, even Su-hong could feel how terrifyingly heavy the punch had become. Then, without warning, the tester sparked violently and went dead. Su-hong stared at it in shock, immediately worrying that he might have to pay for this poor-quality machine, so he made the quick decision to leave before anyone found him. Just then, a voice shouted from behind, demanding to know who was there. Su-hong did not stop to explain and instantly bolted from the drill ground. A furious caretaker rushed over moments later, only to see the ruined combat power tester sitting there, and he began cursing the vandal who had destroyed it. He immediately assumed it had to be the usual troublemakers, Chen Shan and Li Duo, and angrily swore that once school started, he would teach those two a proper lesson. The next day, the gymnasium at Star City No. 1 High School was packed from wall to wall. Students crowded into every corner of the room, and Su-hong stood quietly among them, blending into the crowd. While he waited, he suddenly heard someone nearby mention that Chen Shan had been beaten up. The words immediately caught his attention, and he turned to ask what had happened. A student beside him explained that Chen Shan had supposedly smashed the combat power tester in the middle of the night and then refused to admit it, so the principal punished him on the spot. Hearing this, Su-hong felt a little awkward. It turned out someone else had taken the blame for what he had done. At the same time, he could not help feeling relieved, because if he had been caught himself, there was no way he could have afforded to pay for that machine. Before Su-hong could dwell on it any longer, the announcer's voice echoed through the hall, telling everyone to quiet down. He announced that a special guest had arrived today, a Tier 3 martial artist named Chen Tian, who would be teaching them a C-rank martial art called the Thunder Rush Fist. Every student was told to watch carefully and pay close attention. The gym instantly burst into excited noise. Some students shouted that this was their first time seeing a Tier 3 martial artist in person, while others whispered that C-rank martial arts usually cost an enormous amount of money to learn at outside dojos. But the moment Su-hong heard the name of the technique, his eyes lit up. Thunder Rush Fist. That was the exact move White Fox had used in the underground arena, a technique where one punch could carry the impact of 3. Its power was something Su-hong had personally experienced. Outside the school, even registering to learn a martial art like this would cost a huge fee. Since the opportunity had appeared right in front of him, there was no way Su-hong would let it slip by. Chen Tian did not waste any time with unnecessary small talk. He told the students that he would demonstrate the full technique 10 times from beginning to end, and how much they managed to learn would depend entirely on their own ability. Then he stepped forward, lowered his body into a firm stance, and began the first demonstration. With a sharp shout of Thunder Rush Fist, Chen Tian threw out a punch. The force behind it was intense, and a rolling thunder sound seemed to shake through the entire gym. As he demonstrated the technique, Chen Tian also explained its levels. At the basic level, a punch could create 1 thunderclap. At the proficient level, it could create 3. At the micro level, it could produce 5. At the mastered level, the punch would create 7 thunder sounds, which was also Chen Tian's current realm. As he completed the move, 7 loud thunderclaps echoed through the hall, making the air itself tremble. After spending that much energy, Chen Tian paused briefly to catch his breath. Then he added that at the perfect realm, a single strike could release 9 thunder sounds. However, he warned the students not to aim too high. If they could simply grasp the basics today, that would already be enough. After resting for a moment, he announced the second demonstration and told everyone to try following along. Soon, The gym was filled with students awkwardly shouting battle cries as they tried to copy his movements. Time passed quickly as they practiced again and again. One after another, students began collapsing from exhaustion. Some complained that they could not understand the technique at all, while others groaned that their bodies were completely drained. A few stubborn ones still refused to stop, asking whether anyone had figured out the trick, even though their legs and arms were already giving out. One of Su-hong's friends wiped sweat from his face and let out a tired sigh, saying that C-rank martial arts were simply too difficult to learn. But when he looked around, he suddenly realized Su-hong was nowhere to be seen. For a brief moment, he wondered whether Su-hong had already learned it, but that thought quickly turned into confusion over where Su-hong had gone. Just then, excited laughter rang out nearby. Someone proudly announced that he had reached the basic level. Su-hong's friend turned and saw Chen-shan standing there with a pleased look on his face. A wave of jealousy immediately hit him. No wonder everyone called Chen-shan a genius. How could he pick it up that quickly? The principal quickly stepped forward, introduced Chen-shan as the school's top genius, and asked Chen Tian whether he was interested in training him. Students gathered around Chen-shan, praising him as a true prodigy. But Chen Tian did not look impressed at all. He only said casually that this barely counted as genius, and that in other cities, this level would be considered average at best. A little later, the group moved outside, continuing their conversation as they walked away from the crowded gym. Chen Tian complained to the principal that the students here were not impressive at all, making this trip feel like a waste of time. Deep down, he suspected the school cared more about students with money than students with real talent. Still, to comfort himself, he thought that at least one student had reached the basic level, and the payment for this visit was generous enough. He asked the principal whether he had really expected to discover a top-tier genius in a place like this. The principal sighed and agreed that the path of martial arts was harsh. Talent mattered too much, and without opportunity, hard work alone could only carry a person so far. Just as they were talking, a sudden sound tore through the air. Both of them froze at the same time and immediately turned toward the direction it came from. 7 thunderous echoes rang out clearly. 7 sound thunder rush fist. Their expressions changed on the spot, and neither of them could believe what they were hearing. How could this school possibly have someone who had reached that level? The principal was even more shaken, saying it was impossible, because he had never heard of such a student in his school. Then the principal realized something even more alarming. He did not recognize that student at all, which meant the kid had not paid any extra fees. When he stared at the student's clothes, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. That was clearly a school uniform. The realization hit him hard. If he had enforced the rules strictly, this student might not have been allowed into the lesson at all. Even Chen Tian was completely stunned. He muttered that he had only been teaching for half a day, yet someone had already reached the mastered level. The principal's mind nearly went blank, and he asked if he had heard wrong. 9 sounds. Was that really 9 sounds? Chen Tian could not even answer. He stood there in silence, so emotional that he almost wanted to cry. The principal was not much calmer either. He had never imagined that a student without money could possess such terrifying talent. Seeing Chen Tian standing there completely frozen, the principal could not help but lean closer and ask what was wrong, his own expression starting to tense. Only then did Chen Tian slowly let out a breath. His eyes were still fixed in the direction of that punch, and he murmured that he finally understood. In that instant, everything that had confused him before suddenly became clear. Without giving any further explanation, Chen Tian stepped into his stance and threw out a thunder rush fist of his own. The air in front of him burst apart, and 8 thunderous echoes rang out one after another. The principal nearly jumped on the spot. 8 sounds. Did Chen Tian just break through? Chen Tian stared at his own fist with visible excitement on his face, saying that after seeing that student's punch, the inspiration he had been searching for over the years had finally arrived. Without that moment, he might never have broken through in his entire life. But the excitement only lasted for a moment before reality came crashing back. This was not the time to celebrate. Chen Tian urgently told the principal to find that student immediately, and the principal finally snapped out of his shock, turning around and actually breaking into a run. Unfortunately, by the time they rushed over to the place where the sound had come from, the student who had caused all that commotion was already gone. As for Su-hong, he had already achieved what he came for. While walking away from the area, he quietly thought to himself that practicing a C-rank martial art was far more exhausting than training the D-rank Vajra fist. His Thunder Rush fist had already reached the perfect realm, so the next problem was how to gain more martial value points and become a true martial artist as quickly as possible. He could not keep gambling his life in the underground arena every time he needed points. If ordinary sparring could also reward him, that would be a much safer path. Before long, Su-hong arrived at the place where he worked, the Raging Thunder Dojo. Inside the dojo, students were still training like usual, their movements echoing through the hall as everyone practiced their forms. When they noticed Su-hong walking in, someone asked why he had come by today. Su-hong answered casually that he was not busy, so he had decided to stop in and practice for a while. Right at that moment, a heavy thud rang across the training hall. A student had just been knocked down hard, crashing straight onto the floor. Standing over him, another young man sneered coldly. He said that if someone dared to complain that his teacher taught poorly, then before blaming anyone else, they should first admit they were simply too stupid to learn. Su-hong glanced toward the commotion and asked what was going on. His friend explained that since Su-hong had not been around lately, he probably did not know. That student's teacher was a newly arrived instructor who was indeed powerful, but he looked down on ordinary people and taught with a lazy, careless attitude. And on top of that, the instructor's disciple, a guy named Li Yin, was also extremely strong, which made the situation even harder for the other students. While they were still talking, another student was knocked down. Li Yin looked at him with contempt and sneered that with such a pathetic level, he should not have dared to challenge him in the first place. Before the situation could get any uglier, Su-hong stepped forward and grabbed Li Yin by the wrist, stopping him in place as he calmly said that was enough. Li Yin immediately turned his glare onto Su-hong and demanded to know who he was, telling him to let go. Then he said that if Su-hong had the courage, they could settle things properly in the arena, one-on-one. Su-hong did not flinch and simply agreed. Just then, another voice cut into the tension, asking what all the noise was about and announcing that class was about to begin. Li Yin pulled his hand back, then sneered at Su-hong, saying he was lucky this time. Watching Li Yin walk away, Su-hong's eyes narrowed slightly. In his mind, this guy was far too arrogant for his own good. Soon after, the instructor spoke up in front of the gathered students, announcing that today would be the final day he taught the Raging Sea Spear technique. As always, he made it clear that he would demonstrate the technique only once, and there would be no second chance to watch it. When he took his stance, his attitude made it obvious that he did not believe any of these students could truly learn the technique from a single demonstration. Su-hong, however, watched with intense concentration. For others, one demonstration might be nowhere near enough, but for him, one time was all he needed. His eyes followed every shift of the instructor's body and every sweep of the spear as the weapon cut through the air in a flowing arc. When the demonstration ended, the instructor turned away as if the matter was finished, saying that how much they could understand from it was entirely up to them. The students immediately broke into complaints. Some called the one-time demonstration a complete scam, while others grumbled that the people standing in the back row could barely see the movements clearly at all. But Su-hong had already grasped the core of the technique. In his eyes, the spear moved like a dragon plunging into the sea, its force surging forward like wave after wave crashing without end. He picked up a spear himself, stepped into position, and began to move, reproducing the technique he had just watched with astonishing accuracy. For a brief moment, the entire hall fell silent. Then the noise erupted all at once. Everyone stared at Su-hong in disbelief, shouting that he had actually learned it. Some muttered that this was the first time they had ever seen such a prodigy, while others bitterly wondered whether they were simply too dumb to understand anything. Drawn back by the sudden commotion, Li Yin returned and asked who had supposedly learned the technique. His tone was full of disbelief, and he clearly thought the idea was ridiculous. Then his eyes landed on Su-hong. Watching Su-hong's spear move with smooth, rolling momentum, Li Yin's gaze narrowed. It really did look like Su-hong had understood the technique. A flicker of interest rose in his eyes, because testing someone like this would be entertaining. Li Yin stepped forward and called out to him, saying he would personally give Su-hong a few pointers on his spear technique. He grabbed his own spear, spun it once in his hand, and aimed the sharp tip towards Su-hong as a signal for him to come forward. Then he repeated that he would teach him a proper lesson. Su-hong simply accepted. One of the nearby students hurried over and tried to stop him. He warned Su-hong that although Li Yin had a terrible personality, his strength was real, so Su-hong should not act impulsively. Su-hong only smiled and told him not to worry. Then he stepped forward with the spear in hand, settled into his stance, and faced Li Yin politely, saying that he looked forward to receiving his guidance. That one sentence instantly pushed Li Yin's anger over the edge. He snapped that Su-hong was being arrogant, then declared that he would show him the micro-level Raging Sea Spear technique. Su-hong's expression remained calm, without the slightest trace of panic. As he moved his spear, he quietly controlled his strength and deliberately held back his true level. Proficient level was enough. He did not want to reveal everything here. He only wanted the guy in front of him to realize how ridiculous his arrogance looked. The moment Su-hong's spear began to move, Li Yin froze. That flow, that rhythm, that rolling momentum, it was unmistakable. This was the proficient level of the Raging Sea Spear technique. No matter how badly he wanted to deny it, the truth was unfolding right in front of him. Su-hong had truly brought the Raging Sea Spear technique to the proficient level, and every movement of his spear flowed forward like crashing waves. When Su-hong launched his attack, Li Yin's body stiffened in place, as if his mind had briefly stopped working. He could not bring himself to trust what his own eyes were seeing. Su-hong was only a martial apprentice, not even a real martial artist yet. And yet somehow, he had already grasped the Raging Sea Spear to the proficient level. That was a level even many veterans struggled to reach after long training. But now, it was happening right in front of Li Yan, leaving him with no way to argue. At the same time, a notification popped up in front of Su Hong. He had defeated an opponent at a higher level and gained 35 martial value points. It worked. Even normal sparring could give him points. He no longer needed to risk his life every time. He could grow stronger by choosing his fights wisely. Meanwhile, Li Yan was already panicking inside, his thoughts spiraling around one impossible conclusion. This could not be real. It was completely impossible. He had trained for years to reach this point, yet Su Hong had done it so quickly. The thought hit him like a crushing blow, making him wonder whether all his hard work had been meaningless. Before the situation could collapse any further, Su Hong calmly pulled back his spear and ended the exchange, saying that this was enough. Just then, the instructor arrived at the training ground. The moment his eyes landed on the mess in front of him, his expression darkened, and without wasting a second, he stepped forward to stop his student and scold him in front of everyone. The young man still tried to defend himself, opening his mouth like he wanted to argue his way out of it. But before he could say much, the instructor raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. "If you can't even accept defeat," the instructor shouted, his voice cutting through the whole training ground, "then you don't deserve to call yourself a martial artist." The crowd immediately loved every second of it. That guy had always acted superior, so watching him get knocked down a peg felt incredibly satisfying. Then the instructor slowly turned his gaze towards Su Hong, and the look in his eyes changed completely. He was stunned. Su Hong had only watched the technique once, yet somehow, he had already grasped it completely. Even the so-called geniuses from the capital might not be able to pull off something that absurd. "Your talent is honestly frightening," the instructor said, his tone now far more respectful. "My student may be arrogant, but running into someone like you will do him some good." Then he gave a slight bow and added, "Little brother, I failed to teach him proper manners. Please forgive us for today." Su Hong was caught off guard by how quickly the man's attitude had shifted. One moment he had been stern and intimidating, and the next, he was polite enough to bow. Su Hong could not help thinking that this man changed faces even faster than someone flipping through the pages of a book. After leaving the training grounds, Su Hong felt exhaustion settling into his whole body. But it was not the kind of tiredness that made him feel defeated. It was a good kind of fatigue, because today, he had truly gained a lot. Not only had he mastered the Thunder Rush Fist, he had also learned the Raging Sea Spear. On top of that, the whole exchange had earned him a large amount of martial value, making the day far more rewarding than he expected. As he walked through his high school campus, Su Hong's thoughts slowly shifted toward what came next. The entrance exam was already getting close, and every remaining day felt more important than the last. The wealthy students had already started buying high-grade alloy weapons to prepare themselves. If Su Hong wanted to compete with them on the same stage, he would need a proper weapon too. Even now, he could still clearly remember the feeling of that spear sitting firmly in his hands. "I'll stick with the spear," Su Hong decided in his heart. What he needed now was a real alloy spear, and he needed it as soon as possible. The problem was simple and brutal. He had no money. The little money he had was barely enough to help cover his aunt's medical expenses, and even that already placed pressure on the family. So buying a weapon that cost 70,000 was almost completely out of reach. Even so, Su Hong did not intend to back down. There had to be some way for him to earn the money. At that moment, a citywide announcement suddenly rang out. Ferocious beasts had appeared in the wilderness and were attacking the outer areas. The city lord was recruiting martial artists to hunt them down, offering generous rewards to anyone who could bring back proof of the kill. The instant Su Hong heard it, his eyes sharpened. He knew right away that this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Later, when Su Hong returned home, he found his aunt still busy with work, moving around the house just like she always did. She told him not to push himself too hard, especially since he had already given the family money. His uncle, however, still insisted on working, saying that as long as he could still move, he refused to sit back and rely entirely on Su Hong. The moment Su Hong stepped inside, both of them greeted him warmly, their faces softening as if his return alone made the small home feel brighter. Su Hong told them they should rest more and leave the burden to him. He explained that things were different now, and that he already had a way to make money on his own. His uncle only laughed when he heard that. He said it sounded comforting, but no matter how nice the words were, he could not simply sit around at home and do nothing. He still wanted to keep earning what he could, even if it was only enough to help with their daily expenses and lighten the pressure a little. His aunt smiled as well, and gently said they needed to save as much as possible, so Su Hong could put all his focus into training without constantly worrying about money. Hearing those words made Su Hong feel a dull ache in his chest, like something heavy had settled there. His aunt and uncle had lived so simply for so many years, always saving, always enduring. Unless Su Hong could earn enough to truly secure their future, they would never allow themselves to stop working this hard. That night, Su Hong stood alone on the rooftop and opened his status panel. The wilderness was full of danger, and if he wanted to survive there, he had to become stronger first. Without hesitation, he poured all his remaining martial value into his vitality stats. A powerful surge instantly rushed through his body. His blood seemed to roar in his veins, and every muscle tightened, as if being reforged from the inside. The number climbed higher and higher until it finally reached 95.2. In that moment, Su Hong felt like a beast crouched and ready to strike. He was now only one small step away from becoming a true martial artist. 2 days later, deep into the night, Su Hong lay flat on the gym floor, completely drained from head to toe. But even though his body was exhausted, his eyes were bright. After relentless training, he had perfected every skill he had: Thunder Rush Fist, Raging Sea Spear, Vajra Fist, and Floating Light Palm. He let out a long, heavy breath, feeling the results of those 2 brutal days of non-stop training. Everything he could prepare had been prepared. Now it was time to head out. The next morning, Su Hong made his way toward the Star City martial artist base. When he arrived and saw the place with his own eyes, he stopped in his tracks, momentarily stunned by the scale of it. He had seen the base on television before, but standing there in person felt completely different. The area was crowded with powerful martial artists, each carrying an aura that made it clear they were not ordinary people. Su Hong walked over and checked the bounty board carefully. Non-ranked beasts were worth 300 coins. Tier 1 early-stage beasts were worth 1,000. Mid-stage beasts paid 3,000, and late-stage beasts were worth 5,000. When he saw the rules, Su Hong frowned slightly. The base only accepted the beast's left ear as proof for claiming the reward, which felt strangely old-fashioned to him. Not far away, a man casually dropped a bloody sack onto the counter. "Miss, count these for me," he said. The bag landed heavily, and inside it was a pile of severed ears. Then, all of a sudden, a commotion erupted near the entrance. Someone shouted loudly, "Move aside. Young Master E is here." The crowd immediately shifted, opening a path as people stepped away from the door. Su Hong looked over and saw an arrogant-looking young man striding inside, his posture full of confidence and superiority. For some reason, the guy seemed familiar. Su Hong narrowed his eyes slightly. That attitude, that overbearing air around him, it reminded him strongly of someone. The people nearby began whispering among themselves. If his uncle wasn't the boss, he'd probably be dead already. "I heard he got beaten up recently." "Serves him right." "Really? No wonder he's been hiding lately." Su Hong listened quietly to the whispers, then slowly lifted his head. At that exact moment, his gaze met the other young man's. The 2 of them recognized each other almost instantly, and the air between them seemed to tighten in a single breath. Only then did Su Hong fully realize something important. Out in the wilderness, ferocious beasts were not the only things he needed to fear. People could be just as dangerous. He silently reminded himself that from this point on, he had to stay alert and guard against more than just monsters. As Su Hong walked out, a stranger nearby glanced at him and commented on how young he looked. "First time going out alone?" the man asked. Su Hong did not explain much. He simply nodded and continued forward. Behind him, the man watched him leave and shook his head with a sigh. "Another kid rushing off to die," he muttered under his breath. Su Hong stepped into the wilderness, then paused for a moment and looked around at the world beyond the city. The forest around him seemed quiet and almost peaceful, with no immediate sign of danger. But Su Hong did not relax. He had come here to earn money, and there was no way he could return empty-handed. 2 hours passed, and by then, Su Hong had already pushed deep into the woods. He stopped briefly to take a sip of water, his brows drawing together in frustration. There were still no beasts in sight. Maybe the outer area had already been swept clean by other hunters. After thinking it over, Su Hong made his decision. He picked up his pace and headed even deeper into the wilderness. All at once, Su Hong's expression changed, and the relaxed look on his face vanished in an instant. A gigantic shadow suddenly blocked the path in front of him. Its body was enormous, its presence terrifying, almost exactly like the monsters recorded in the books. This was no ordinary animal. It was a true ferocious beast. Su Hong recognized at the moment he saw its shape. Standing before him was an azure moon wolf, a Tier 1 early-stage beast. The wolf fixed its blood-red eyes on him, baring its sharp teeth as a low growl rolled from its throat. It was clearly starving. Its body lowered close to the ground, muscles tightening, ready to spring at him at any second. Su Hong slowly drew in a deep breath, steadied himself, and focused every nerve in his body. There was no avoiding it now. The fight had begun. The azure moon wolf suddenly threw itself forward, claws flashing through the air, but Su Hong reacted almost the same instant it moved. He shifted to the side, narrowly letting the attack miss him, then drove a punch wrapped in crackling lightning straight into the wolf's abdomen. The force of the blow blasted the beast backward, sending its huge body through the air until it crashed hard into a tree with a dull, heavy impact. The azure moon wolf collapsed at the base of the tree, its body twitching and unable to move. Su Hong stood above it with electricity still snapping around both of his fists. He lowered his gaze to his trembling hands and felt that violent power still rushing through his body. Facing a real ferocious beast was far more intense, far more exciting than anything he had imagined before. Defeating a Tier 1 early-stage beast with a single strike made his blood surge with excitement. If an early-stage beast could be handled this easily, he could not help wondering what would happen against a mid-stage one. Right then, Su-hong sensed something moving nearby. A huge figure stepped out from the dark forest, and a deep growl vibrated through the trees. It was a raging black bear, a Tier 1 mid-stage beast, and the moment it saw him, it charged forward as if it had just found easy prey. But before the raging black bear could bring its attack down, a blur of movement rushed straight into it from the front. A heavy fist filled with lightning slammed into the bear's body, striking with enough force to knock the massive beast directly to the ground. Su-hong remained standing where he was, his posture steady and his face calm. He had brought down that beast using his own strength. As he exhaled slowly, he finally understood how much stronger he had become. As long as he did not run into a Tier 2 beast, this place should no longer threaten him. With that, another 3,000 in bounty was basically secured. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. His accumulated martial value had finally reached the point where he could break through and become a true martial artist. Su-hong's heart immediately started pounding. He was standing right at the edge of a breakthrough, but before he could even feel happy about it, a terrifying roar tore through the forest. The pressure carried in that sound was so intense that it made his skin crawl, and his expression darkened on the spot. Su-hong turned toward the direction of the roar and narrowed his eyes. Whatever had made that sound was clearly far stronger than anything he had faced so far. Caution told him to stay away, but curiosity kept pulling at him. In the end, curiosity won, and he quietly moved through the forest toward the source of the roar. When he reached a tall rock formation, Su-hong climbed up carefully, using the height to get a clearer look at what was happening ahead. The moment his eyes landed on the scene below, he instinctively held his breath. Among the trees, a colossal serpent covered in black scales was coiled like a living mountain. It was a Tier 1 late-stage beast, a black jade python. Its body was terrifyingly huge, and the aura coming from it pressed down on the entire area. Not far from it, a group of people was locked in battle against the beast, but the situation was clearly going badly for them. One after another, the fighters were flung aside by the python's overwhelming strength, completely unable to gain the upper hand. Su-hong watched from above, his heart beating harder with every second. This beast was on an entirely different level. Then, without warning, his instincts screamed danger, and he threw himself to the side just in time. The black jade python's spiked tail smashed down right where Su-hong had been standing, cracking the ground beneath it. The creature was not satisfied at all. Seeing its target dodge the strike only made it even more furious. Su-hong had barely landed before he was forced to move again, leaping away by the smallest margin as another sweeping attack tore toward him. Even with his quick reaction, the strike was still too fast. It grazed him as it passed, sending a sharp jolt of pain through his body. Only then did Su-hong truly understand how frighteningly fast this monster was. After forcing himself to regain his balance, he spotted an injured fighter nearby, lying on the ground and unable to move. Ignoring the pain running through his own body, Su-hong rushed over and grabbed the fallen fighter's weapon. He muttered under his breath that he would borrow it for just a moment, then turned back toward the black jade python. The python raised its upper body high, opened its huge jaws wide, and prepared to launch another deadly strike. Su-hong barely avoided it, rolling across the ground at the last possible instant as the attack passed by him. He scrambled back onto his feet, and thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind. A Tier 1 late-stage beast was normally something that required an entire team to defeat. Yet now, Su-hong was standing here facing one head-on by himself. The reason he could survive was because his techniques had already reached perfection. Using his void step, he darted around the python's attacks, his body moving with blinding speed. The moment he saw an opening, Su-hong immediately counterattacked, thrusting the spear forward with the raging sea spear technique. The spear tip pierced through the python's scales, drawing out a furious roar from the beast. The black jade python thrashed violently, its enormous body twisting and smashing around as pain drove it into a rage. But Su-hong did not give it any chance to recover. He attacked again, every movement fluid and precise, forcing the monster deeper into a frenzy with each strike. Even so, Su-hong knew the reality of the situation. With a body that massive, killing it with one decisive blow would not be simple. The difference in size was too great, and landing a clean hit on a vital point would be incredibly difficult. He reminded himself to stay calm and patient. First, he had to wear the python down, then wait for the exact moment when its weakness appeared. Just then, the black jade python lashed out again, its enormous body crashing toward him with crushing force. Su-hong unleashed a perfect thunderous fist. The explosive power collided head-on with the charging beast, stopping it for a brief instant. A violent shockwave rippled through the air, and both Su-hong and the python were forced backward. Su-hong immediately understood that after landing a hit, He could not afford to stay close to it. He needed to retreat the moment his strike landed and search for the next opening from a safer distance. Against a monster like this, even the smallest mistake could cost him his life. His breathing had already grown rough and heavy, each breath burning in his chest. This hit-and-retreat fighting style was draining him fast, but it was still the only way to stay alive. Even so, the black jade python was not untouched either. Its attacks were clearly becoming slower. The beast was finally approaching its limit. Su-hong fixed his eyes on it, and thought to himself that he only needed to hold on a little longer. If he kept wearing it down like this, victory would be within reach. He adjusted his stance, tightened his grip, and forced his body to steady itself for the next exchange. His gaze stayed locked on the black jade python, not daring to drift away for even a heartbeat. Then, without warning, a cold chill suddenly crawled up his spine. Something was off, and his instincts caught it before his eyes did. Before Su-hong could fully react, a violent force smashed into him from the side. His body was sent flying through the air before he crashed hard onto the ground. Gasping sharply for breath, he forced himself to roll over, barely managing to block the next attack that came right after. The impact shook him down to his bones. He had been ambushed. Su-hong struggled back onto his feet, his face turning cold as he shouted, "Who's there?" Several figures slowly stepped out from the shadows around him. One of them burst into loud laughter, his voice full of mockery. "How does it feel to be caught off guard? Maybe you should be smart and hand over the black jade python to us." Su-hong's eyes narrowed the moment he recognized the one speaking. His heart sank slightly, and he immediately knew real trouble had arrived. In just a few breaths, Su-hong found himself trapped in a dangerous position, surrounded by a large group of thugs who already had a grudge against him. Their leader sneered at him, and said that when he saw Su-hong leaving the city alone, he was certain Su-hong would die somewhere out here. What he had not expected was that Su-hong's luck would be this good. Not only had Su-hong survived, but he had even come across a heavily injured black jade giant python, and nearly claimed it for himself. The leader glanced at the python nearby, watching it barely cling to life, and his eyes lit up as if everything had fallen perfectly into his hands. Su-hong immediately caught the meaning behind those words. Since the man thought he had simply picked up the python, these people must have only just arrived. His eyes swept over them, and he quickly realized all 5 were martial artists. With numbers like that against him, fighting them head-on would be too risky. Suddenly, one of the thugs rushed forward with his fist raised. He shouted that young master he wanted this python, then barked at Su-hong, asking why he still had not run away. Su-hong's expression darkened at the open disrespect. Annoyance flashed across his face as he gathered a massive surge of aura into his hand. He coldly told them that the only reason he had been pushed back earlier was because they had used a sneak attack. Did they really think that meant he could not beat them? Su-hong threw his punch straight into the thug's fist, and the 2 attacks collided with a violent burst of energy. The thug's eyes widened in shock as the force rushed through him, and only then did he realize how terrifying Su-hong's strength truly was. But Su-hong had no intention of stopping there. He drove another punch directly into the man's face, sending him flying backward toward the rest of the group. The leader recognized the technique at once. That was the powerful Vajra fist. In that instant, he realized the person in front of him really was the one known as Minotaur. Even the leader could not hide his surprise. After seeing that level of strength with his own eyes, he was genuinely impressed. At the same time, Su-hong also recognized the leader standing across from him. It was White Fox. White Fox stared at him with resentment and said Su-hong had humiliated him in front of a crowd, something no one had ever dared to do to him before. The memory only made White Fox angrier. His face twisted with rage as he decided he would not let this matter go. Then he ordered his men to take Su-hong down immediately. The group rushed at him with their weapons already drawn. Su-hong reacted fast, grabbing his spear and dashing into the wilderness to open up distance between them. White Fox had no intention of letting him escape. He shouted for everyone to chase, then personally led the group as they sprinted after Su-hong. They searched through the wild terrain, checking every place where someone might hide. One thug complained that they still could not find him, while another looked toward the thick woods ahead and warned that the dense trees were perfect for an ambush, telling everyone to stay alert. But one of them was still far too cocky. He scoffed and said that with so many people on their side, there was no reason to be scared of just one kid. In the next instant, a figure flashed behind him with terrifying speed. The thug spun around in alarm, and Su-hong was already standing right there. Before the man could even defend himself, Su-hong's crushing punch landed, blasting him through the air until he crashed down right in front of his leader. That single blow knocked him out cold without any chance to fight back. The leader's face changed in shock as he wondered how Su-hong could possibly move that fast. White Fox could hardly believe what he had just seen. After witnessing that brutal attack, the rest of the group quickly tightened their formation into a defensive circle, terrified that they would be next. One of the thugs recognized the technique and said it was the 9 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist, a move so difficult that even Tier 3 martial artists struggled to perfect it. White Fox snapped at them in frustration and told them to shut up. But inside, panic was already spreading through him. Mastering both the Vajra fist and the Thunder Rush fist should have been impossible, and for the first time, real fear began to take root in his heart. If White Fox had known that Su Hong was already hiding in a tree above them, silently watching every movement they made, that fear would have only become worse. From Su Hong's position, they looked no different from rats trapped under a cat's gaze. He thought that if he had not burned through so much energy fighting the python earlier, he could have crushed them all directly. Instead, he threw his spear out to create a distraction, planning to take them down one by one. The spears suddenly slammed into the ground nearby, and the sharp impact startled the entire group. While their attention snapped toward the spear, Su Hong dropped from above, grabbed one of the thugs, and launched his attack. The strike landed in an instant, and before the others could surround him, Su Hong disappeared back into the shadows. The remaining thugs were now completely terrified. Even standing together no longer made them feel safe against someone this fierce. They begged young Master Yi to leave, saying this kid was far too strong, but their leader refused to listen. White Fox's pride would not allow him to run. Even though fear was already twisting inside him, he still wanted to prove his strength. He declared that he had to kill Su Hong today, while Su Hong continued darting around them so fast that their eyes could barely follow him. Suddenly, while White Fox was still speaking, Su Hong flashed past again. Before the leader could react, another thug was seized and slammed violently into the ground. Just like before, the moment the attack was finished, Su Hong vanished again without giving them a chance to strike back. White Fox's panic quickly turned into anger and frustration. He could not understand how this kid had become so much stronger in only a few days. It felt completely unreal. Then, a blur of movement rushed right behind him. White Fox whipped around at once, but there was nothing there. He cursed under his breath, refusing to believe Su Hong could actually catch him off guard. But the instant White Fox turned back, Su Hong appeared directly in front of him, already poised to strike. White Fox reacted almost the instant Su Hong appeared, twisting his body around with a sharp shout, refusing to accept that he had already been beaten. He forcefully gathered magic aura into his hand, his fingers glowing with concentrated power, then struck out while yelling that this was his void-breaking finger. Su Hong moved with smooth, effortless precision, shifting out of the attack's path before it could touch him. The strike missed Su Hong and blasted into the tree behind him instead. The force behind White Fox's attack was terrifying, and the thick trunk was shattered apart on the spot. White Fox still refused to stop. The moment he saw Su Hong evade him, he kept firing one beam after another, shouting the name of his technique again and again, as if trying to overwhelm him through sheer force. But no matter how many times White Fox attacked, Su Hong's speed was simply too much. He slipped past every beam with clean, controlled movements. While dodging, Su Hong calmly judged the power of the technique and figured it had to be at least B rank. The more he watched it, the more interested he became, even thinking that he might want to learn this skill for himself later. White Fox, on the other hand, was already losing control. Blue aura burned around his finger as he screamed that Su Hong had made an enemy for life. Then his voice turned vicious as he threatened that once he made it back alive, he would destroy Su Hong's entire family. The moment those words reached Su Hong's ears, something inside him snapped cold and hard. Threatening his family crossed a line that Su Hong would never tolerate. Rage surged through him, and instead of dodging again, he suddenly charged straight toward White Fox. White Fox tried to scare him off by throwing out his background, shouting that his uncle was a supervisor at the martial artist base and that his father was a VIP. But before White Fox could even finish speaking, Su Hong had already closed the distance and appeared right in front of him, carrying a terrifying pressure that pressed down like a storm. Su Hong said nothing at first, letting the violent power gathering around his fist speak for him. Then, as he charged up a massive punch, he finally opened his mouth and told White Fox that he looked better when he was acting arrogant. This begging attitude did not suit him at all, but Su Hong was still going to enjoy ending it. Su Hong's fist slammed squarely into White Fox's face, and the impact sent him shooting backward like a broken kite. The strength packed into that single blow was overwhelmingly brutal. White Fox was blasted deep into the forest, smashing through trees along the way before finally crashing hard into the ground. The collision kicked up a thick cloud of dust and smoke, swallowing the area around him. When the dust finally began to settle, Su Hong walked forward with a furious expression, his body wrapped in a red aura. He stared down at White Fox and told him that he should never have dared to use his family as a threat. White Fox lay there broken and bleeding, staring up in disbelief. He could not understand why Su Hong was this strong, and he kept insisting that it was impossible, because Su Hong should not even have been a martial artist yet. At that moment, the giant python behind him was drawn by the noise and slowly locked its cold eyes onto White Fox. A freezing chill ran down White Fox's spine as he sensed the danger behind him. He looked back just in time to see the python swing its massive tail toward him, its huge jaws already spread wide as it struck. With White Fox dealt with, the python immediately turned all of its attention back to Su Hong. Su Hong realized that fighting those goons had wasted too much time, giving the giant python a chance to recover its stamina. Now he had to face the beast again, but this time, he was the one running low on energy. The group of martial artists were still furious after suffering such a humiliating defeat. One of them cursed and said the kid who beat them was way too strange, while another looked around anxiously, asking where young Master Yi had gone and hoping he had already finished Su Hong off. Right then, they suddenly spotted the same young man who had defeated them, and he was charging straight toward them again. Thinking Su Hong had come back for another fight, they instantly braced themselves. One of them shouted that the brat had finally shown his face, while another swore they would not spare him this time. But Su Hong had no interest in wasting even a second on them. He kept running forward and calmly told them to get out of his way. A moment later, they finally understood why he was running. Behind Su Hong, a massive, enraged giant python was chasing him at full speed, and the sight left every one of them frozen, speechless with terror. The python lunged towards Su Hong again, but with his spear in hand, he moved lightly to the side and leaped away, dodging the deadly strike with sharp precision. Unfortunately, one of the other martial artists was nowhere near fast enough. The python caught him instead, snatching him up in an instant. At the same time, Su Hong received a system notification saying that an opposing martial artist had been indirectly taken down, granting him 30 martial value. The python struck again almost immediately, catching another man who failed to escape in time. A second notification appeared with the same result, giving Su Hong another 30 martial value. Su Hong was surprised when he realized he could still gain points even when he was not the one landing the final blow. The python quickly shifted its focus back to Su Hong and lashed out with its powerful tail. Su Hong leaped over the attack and continued evading the beast's clever full-body strikes. As he ran and dodged, he realized that with the points he had accumulated, his martial value was finally enough for him to break through and become a true martial artist. Su Hong weaved through the trees, using the terrain to easily outmaneuver the increasingly furious python. While he ran, his eyes kept scanning the area ahead, knowing he only needed to find one safe place where he could begin his breakthrough. Just then, something appeared in front of him. It was a small cave, tucked into the terrain like the perfect shelter. For Su Hong, it was exactly the safe place he needed, somewhere the python could not easily reach him while he focused on advancing. Perfect, he thought, and without hesitation, he pushed his speed higher and rushed straight toward the cave entrance. The giant python was still chasing him from behind and lunged one final time. But Su Hong threw himself forward and dove into the safety of the cave at the last possible moment. The python tried to force its way in after him, but its body was simply too massive for the narrow opening, leaving it stuck at the entrance. Trapped outside and burning with rage, the python could only roar in frustration. Inside the cave, Su Hong ignored its fury and calmly turned his focus toward his system. He opened his status window and quickly checked his current condition. His vitality was 96, his spirit was 23, and his physique showed mortal body at 3%. Every one of his skills, Raging Sea Spear Technique, Thunder Rush Fist, Vajra Fist, Floating Light Palm, and Void Step, had already reached the perfect level. Most importantly, his martial value had climbed to a solid 504. Without wasting even a single second, Su Hong began pouring all of his points into his stats, urging the system in his mind to move faster. His only goal was to gain as much strength as possible in the shortest time. He focused everything on increasing his vitality, and as the points flowed in, a fierce heat spread through his body, making it feel as if magma was rushing through his veins. In only a few moments, his vitality reached 100. Outside the cave, even the trapped python seemed to sense that something terrifying was changing in the air. A new notification appeared before him, announcing that the breakthrough had succeeded and that he had become a Tier 1 martial artist. Su Hong felt power surge through his entire body, and he thought to himself that he had finally become a real martial artist. He clenched his fist, feeling a powerful aura wrap around him like armor. Then his eyes shifted toward the struggling python outside, and he declared that now, it was his turn. For the first time, the python felt genuine fear. It desperately tried to pull its massive body back out of the cave entrance, wanting only to escape, but Su Hong gave it no chance to get away. He gathered his newly awakened strength into his fist, building up power for an incredibly heavy strike. The python was still wedged tightly in the entrance, and in that position, it had absolutely no way to dodge. Su Hong's punch landed with tremendous force, blasting the massive beast backward as it let out a painful roar. The power behind that blow was unbelievable, completely different from the boy the python had been chasing just moments earlier. But Su Hong had no intention of stopping there. Before the black jade python could even recover from the impact, Su Hong was already moving again. He leaped high into the air and landed directly on the beast's enormous body. With a fierce roar bursting from his chest, Su Hong drove his power forward and unleashed a rapid storm of Vajra fist attacks. Every punch smashed down with terrifying force, pounding the giant snake again and again, driving its massive body hard into the ground. Under the repeated impacts, the earth beneath them split apart, cracks spreading outward as shattered stones flew in every direction. The black jade python twisted and thrashed wildly, but against Su Hong's relentless barrage, it had no room to fight back and was completely suppressed. At last, Su Hong delivered one final blow that shook the ground beneath them, and the enormous python finally stopped moving. Dust and smoke rolled through the air from the brutal clash. When the haze slowly cleared, Su Hong stood firmly on top of the defeated giant python, looking like the true victor of the battle. A notification appeared, awarding him 92 martial value. Su Hong looked down at the python and thought that even though the beast had already been injured, his newly gained strength was what allowed him to face it directly, something he could never have done just a short while ago. Then his thoughts shifted to the bounty reward. Normally, he would need to cut off a ferocious beast's left ear as proof of the kill, but snakes did not have ears at all. For a moment, Su Hong was genuinely stuck on what proof he was supposed to bring back. In the end, he decided to leave that problem for later and began heading back. The forest had fallen into an eerie silence, with only broken trees, torn earth, and the long trail of destruction left behind from the chaotic chase. As Su Hong walked through the area, he soon came across the bodies of the men who had tried to ambush him. Judging from their miserable state, they had most likely become victims of the python as well. Su Hong glanced at them and said they had gotten off easy, but his mind quickly moved to the high-level martial technique their leader had used earlier. His search did not take long to produce results. On Yifeng's body, Su Hong found a martial arts manual. He read the title, Void-Breaking Finger, and interest immediately flickered across his face. This was starting to get interesting. Instead of leaving right away, Su Hong chose to remain near the cave. He built a fire, settled down beside the enormous python carcass, and prepared to study the new manual he had just obtained. He opened the manual and began reading carefully. With his enhanced comprehension, it did not take long for him to memorize the entire introductory method of the void-breaking finger. Now, the only thing left was to rely on his system and push this technique to mastery in the shortest time possible. As Su Hong began training through the system, a clone of himself appeared in front of him, taking shape as if it had been made for combat. The clone showed no mercy at all. The moment it appeared, it attacked repeatedly with the void-breaking finger, forcing Su Hong to face the technique over and over. Through constant sparring with the clone, Su Hong's understanding of the technique rose at an astonishing speed, shooting past 51%, then 63%, then 77%, and finally climbing all the way to 93%. Before long, a notification confirmed that his void-breaking finger had reached the basic realm, and his progress toward the next stage immediately began. The training pushed Su Hong to the point of complete exhaustion. He coughed and noted that since this was a B-rank skill, even reaching the basic realm placed an enormous burden on his body. At that moment, the system prompted him to find a real monster and test the power of his newly learned technique. 3 days later, Su Hong stood before a new opponent, a massive bear-like monster roaring fiercely in front of him. He brought out his new skill in battle, using the void-breaking finger to confront the beast head-on, and after a difficult fight, he finally emerged as the winner. After that hard battle, Su Hong felt that he had truly mastered the technique. With satisfaction, he said that this power was definitely worthy of a B-rank martial skill. A system notification then confirmed that the void-breaking finger had reached the perfect level, and with this new power secured, Su Hong finally decided it was time to return. Back at the martial artist base, a huge crowd had gathered around the mission counter, and the entire area was buzzing with excited voices. Someone in the crowd cried out in shock, 230,000. Another person said the Thunder Squad had to be incredibly skilled to kill that many ferocious beasts, while a third remarked that a reward like that was equal to several months of hard work for most martial artists. Someone else focused on the quality of the trophies, pointing out that every kill was from a Tier 1 beast, without a single non-ranked one mixed in. There were even a few high-stage monsters among them. Just as the crowd was still marveling at the Thunder Squad's results, the receptionist turned to Su Hong's pile of trophies. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she announced his count: 72 Tier 1 initial stage beasts, 83 middle stage beasts, and 17 high stage beasts, adding up to a total reward of 406,000 Blue Star coins. Seeing the way everyone reacted, Su Hong immediately began to regret his choice. He thought to himself that he might have gone too far this time. A haul this huge was far too eye-catching, and now he could only hope it would not bring unnecessary trouble. The crowd exploded into noise. The number was so outrageous that many people could barely believe what they had just heard. As Su Hong moved through the stunned crowd, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the base. Shouts rang out from all sides, with people wondering how the base could possibly be under attack when so many high-level martial artists were present. But the disturbance was not caused by an attack. It came from the forceful arrival of an important figure. The crowd quickly parted, revealing a man striding in with a group of guards behind him. It was Yi Kei, the person in charge of the base and Yi Feng's uncle. His expression was grim as he ordered his men to seal off the entire base. "Don't let even a single fly escape," he commanded, and his guards immediately spread out to carry out the order. Another supervisor hurried over at once, looking alarmed as he asked Yi Kei what exactly had happened. Yi Kei's voice was ice cold as he answered, saying that his nephew, Yi Feng, and the 4 martial artists who had been with him were all dead. A stunned silence instantly fell over the crowd. Then whispers began to ripple through the base, with people struggling to believe that young master Yi Feng and his entire group had been wiped out. But not everyone felt sorry for him. One person quietly muttered that it was a good thing he was dead, since Yi Feng had robbed almost everyone in the base. Another added that if not for his powerful uncle protecting him, someone would have dealt with him long ago. Yi Kei ignored the whispers and announced the true reason for the lockdown. A valuable B-rank martial skill had disappeared from Yi Feng's body. He ordered every martial artist in the base to be searched, declaring that no one would be allowed to leave until they were cleared of suspicion. When Su Hong heard this, he felt a brief sense of relief. Based on the condition of the bodies, it should have been obvious that the giant python was responsible for their deaths, so the matter should not be traced back to him. However, as the search continued, Su Hong gradually became uneasy. He noticed people glancing toward him and whispering among themselves, and the more he watched, the more he suspected that this search might actually be aimed at him. His suspicion was confirmed when Yi Kei, surrounded by his guards, walked straight in his direction. On the surface, Yi Kei's voice remained polite as he said he had heard Su Hong killed over 400,000 worth of ferocious beasts all by himself, even praising his skill. But the calm tone did not match the dangerous red aura flaring around his body, making it clear that he was far from pleased. It seemed he already suspected Su Hong of something. Su Hong kept his face calm and unreadable, but inside, he understood the situation clearly. He was much stronger now, and deep down, he even began wondering whether he could defeat this man if things truly turned hostile. White Fox's father was the first to speak. He said he had heard Su Hong had taken down ferocious beasts worth 400,000 credits all by himself, and admitted that such a result was impressive for a student. But the woman standing beside him clearly did not believe it. She argued that Su Hong only looked like a rank 1 early-stage fighter at most, so there was no way he could have killed that many beasts. She accused him of stealing from young Master Yi's pack and immediately ordered her men to search him. The moment she gave the order, 2 large men stepped forward with flames burning around their hands. One of them stared Su Hong down and warned him sharply not to resist, or things would become ugly. But in the blink of an eye, the situation completely reversed. One of the men suddenly froze, with the tip of a spear pointed directly at his face. The guard stiffened and asked Su Hong what he thought he was doing. Su Hong answered calmly that it was nothing, while keeping the spear perfectly steady. The man was shaken, because he had not even seen Su Hong draw the weapon. His speed had been far too fast. Su Hong then stated that he was a student of Star City High No. 1. He looked at them coldly and asked whether they really intended to force a search on a student from that school. The moment he heard the school's name, White Fox's father hesitated. He knew very well that the principal of High School No. 1 was famous for fiercely protecting his students, and that was not someone he wanted to offend over a matter like this. Yi Kei still felt that the entire situation was suspicious. If this kid had truly hunted down all those beasts, then he was clearly a genius. But if they were wrong and ended up offending a genius student, the risk would not be worth it. So he signaled for his men to stop and stepped forward himself. Yi Kei explained in a measured voice that his nephew had been attacked, and a secret martial technique belonging to their family had been stolen. Because of that, he had no choice but to find whoever was responsible. Then he added that he hoped Su Hong would cooperate. Su Hong's expression stayed calm as he replied that he only hoped they would not accuse the wrong person. Yi Kei then said he would offer 10,000 credits as compensation for the inconvenience of searching him, asking Su Hong if that amount seemed fair. Su Hong answered without hesitation, directly raising the price to 30,000. In his mind, he was completely clear on the situation. Yi Feng had technically died because of the giant python, and as long as the stolen technique was not found on him, there was no way for them to prove anything. Yi Kei accepted the price. Su Hong calmly spread his arms and allowed them to search him. While the men checked through his pockets, the woman began digging through his bag. Su Hong even told them to examine everything carefully, because he did not want any false accusations or rumors following him afterward. When the search was over, the men reported that they had found absolutely nothing. Yi Kei gave a small nod, then ordered them to pay Su Hong the agreed 30,000 credits and let him leave. As Su Hong walked away, he quietly thought that it was a good thing he had cleaned up the scene properly. If he had left even one careless trace behind, today could have turned into serious trouble. Yi Kei turned back toward the crowd and shouted for the search to continue, declaring that no one was allowed to leave until the thief was found. Meanwhile, Su Hong was already thinking about his next step. First, he needed to shower and change his clothes, then head straight to the Martial Artists Association to register for the assessment. He had to obtain a proper guidance technique as soon as possible. A little while later, Su-hong was resting inside the underground hotel at the martial artist base. He opened his system interface and checked his remaining points, only to be surprised when he saw that he still had 534 martial points. He realized that between training the world-shattering finger and hunting beasts, he had been too busy to spend them. His current stats looked solid. His vitality had already passed 103, his spirit was 23, and his physique, the mortal frame, had reached 6%. His skills were in even better shape. Void-shattering finger, raging sea spear technique, and void step had all reached the perfect level. Looking over the numbers, Su-hong noted that becoming a rank 1 early-stage martial artist only required 100 vitality, but reaching the mid-stage required 200. After doing the math, he realized that even if he poured every point into vitality, he would still be short by about 40 points. So instead, he decided to examine spirit and mortal frame first, to see what kind of changes upgrading them would bring. His spirit was currently 23, and his mortal frame was at 6%. Since he still had plenty of points available, Su-hong decided to test them one by one. He started by upgrading spirit, watching it rise by 0.1 each time, but after spending some points, he admitted that he did not feel much of a difference. Then he tried increasing his mortal frame in the same small increments, and this time, the effect was immediate. A clear surge of physical strength ran through his body, so he chose to keep investing points into it. As he watched his martial points drop rapidly, Su-hong decided not to push the mortal frame any further for now. He changed his plan and poured 200 martial points directly into his vitality instead. After those upgrades, his mortal frame had risen to 36.1%. Su-hong checked the remaining points and decided to put whatever was left into his spirit. The instant he finished allocating the points, a massive wave of red energy erupted around his body. Su-hong felt an almost endless power surging up from deep inside him, filling every muscle and bone. After a few moments, the violent energy slowly faded away, and his body gradually returned to its normal state. Su-hong let out a long breath, clearly relieved that he had returned to his regular size. He could not help thinking that it would have been extremely awkward to explain to other people why he had suddenly turned into a giant muscle man. An hour later, Su-hong arrived at the Star City Martial Artist Association, a huge building standing among towering skyscrapers. He walked up to the front desk and told the receptionist that he had come for the assessment. The woman nodded politely and told him that a staff member would soon guide him to the testing area. As Su-hong followed a staff member down the hallway, she glanced at him and commented that he looked very young, then asked if this was his first time taking the assessment. She explained the rules to him clearly. To pass as a rank 1 martial artist, he needed at least 100 vitality and a combat power higher than 1,000. She wished him luck, and Su-hong thanked her politely. Nearby, several people in the waiting area began whispering among themselves. One man pointed out that this kid had come alone, without a master or teacher accompanying him. Another guessed that since he was so young, he was probably only here to experience the test, not to actually pass it. Suddenly, the room grew noisy as a commotion broke out near the testing machines. One machine announced that a man named Pan Jia had reached 102 vitality, but his combat power was only 992. That meant he had failed. Pan Jia cursed loudly in frustration, furious that he had missed the passing mark by such a tiny gap. Su-hong and the staff member entered the testing zone just as another announcement rang out. Li Ming's vitality was 105, which meant he had passed the first round. The system then instructed him to proceed to the combat power test. Li Ming stepped up in front of the punching machine, pulled his arm back, gathered his strength, and threw a heavy punch. The screen flashed with the number 1763, and Li Ming passed the test with ease. Someone in the crowd gasped, saying that 1763 was already close to the power level of a rank 1 mid-stage fighter. Another person asked if he was the disciple of Jiang Ming from the Raging Thunder Dojo. A bystander immediately confirmed it, saying that it made sense for him to be called a genius, since he used the famous thunderclap fist. Su-hong heard Jiang Ming's name and scratched his head in confusion. He remembered Jiang Ming's disciple being named Li Yin, so he could not help wondering just how many students that man actually had. After finishing his test, Li Ming walked back from the machine and looked towards Su-hong, telling him that it was his turn next. As Su-hong stepped forward, Li Ming quietly watched him. Since Su-hong had come to take the assessment at such a young age, Li Ming figured he must be a genius as well. He admitted that Su-hong was rare, but he still doubted that this kid could compare to him. Then, without warning, the crowd erupted in shock. People began shouting, asking if the machine was broken, because they could not believe the number displayed in front of them. Even the arrogant Li Ming suddenly spun around in surprise. The staff member announced that Su-hong's vitality was 123, meaning he had passed the first round with no difficulty at all. Li Ming muttered that it had to be impossible. He quickly tried to calm himself down, reminding himself that vitality was not everything. The real test was combat power, and he told himself that he could still be the number 1 student here. The officer called for the combat power test to begin, and Su Hong was guided over to the punching machine. Standing in front of the target, Su Hong thought about his current stats. He was already a martial artist now, and after upgrading his physique, his raw physical strength was far beyond what it had been before. At first, he considered using only 40% of his power, thinking that should be enough to pass. But then he worried that if he held back too much and somehow failed to reach the 1,000-point requirement, he would look ridiculous. To avoid that embarrassment, Su Hong decided to use 50% instead. He drew back his fist and launched a punch with terrifying speed and force. Even at only half strength, the power was far beyond the machine's limit. The punching machine was blasted straight off its mount, flew backward into the wall, and shattered into pieces. The destruction was complete, and the entire room fell silent. Everyone stared with their mouths open, unable to process what had just happened. Li Ming's face turned pale with fear as he realized Su Hong had destroyed the testing machine with a single punch. Then the silence exploded into shouting, and Li Ming finally understood the most terrifying part. Su Hong had not used any martial technique at all. That had been pure physical strength. Someone in the crowd pointed out that a rank 1 high-stage fighter usually had around 3,000 combat power. Su Hong's result had completely broken common sense. Another person grabbed a teacher by the arm and shouted that it was that kid again, calling him an absolute monster. The teacher nodded with a serious expression, saying that this explained everything. Meanwhile, high above the association building, a woman was seated at her desk inside an office. This woman was Wu Lingxian, the president of the Star City Martial Arts Association. She was venting about the neighboring Yang City branch, complaining that they would not stop bragging about their newly discovered genius. She worried that if Star City failed to find a talented seedling soon, she might actually lose her position. Suddenly, a man burst into her office and shouted that a monster had appeared in the assessment hall. Wu Lingxian glared at him for yelling so suddenly, clearly startled by the interruption. The man quickly explained that a rank 1 early-stage kid had just sent the testing machine, flying using nothing but raw physical strength, reaching a combat power of 3,000. Wu Lingxian paused, finding the report difficult to believe at first. But in the next moment, realization flashed across her face. This might be exactly the miracle she had been waiting for. The central hall of the Martial Artist Association was packed with activity. People moved back and forth everywhere, some chatting, some standing guard, some helping injured fighters walk, while many others simply looked around in awe. Nearby, 2 men were speaking. One of them told brother Su Hong that he would first take him to the second floor to register his martial artist identity, and afterward, they could go collect his allowance. Su Hong gave him a polite nod and thanked him for the help. Suddenly, someone cut in and said that Su Hong was already done with the basic procedures, and that she would personally handle the rest. The guide froze in shock when he realized it was the president herself, unable to believe she had come down to deal with this matter in person. For Wu Lingxian, this was far too important to leave to anyone else, and she did not want even the slightest mistake. She turned her eyes toward the young man in front of her and confirmed that he must be Su Hong. The woman introduced herself plainly, without any unnecessary ceremony. Her name was Wu Lingxian, and she was the president of the Star City branch of the Martial Dao Association. After giving Su Hong only that brief explanation, she turned and told him to follow her. Su Hong immediately nodded and answered respectfully, calling her President Wu. But inside, he could not help feeling a little stunned. He had heard rumors that the branch president was a terrifying Tier 8 rank 5 martial artist. Yet the woman standing before him looked completely different from the image he had built in his mind. A short while later, the 2 of them had already arrived inside the president's private office. The room was quiet, separated from the noise outside, and after taking their seats, the atmosphere quickly shifted into something much more serious. Wu Lingxian looked at Su Hong and mentioned that he was a student from Star City No. 1 High School. Then she casually brought up Principal Li Changshan, saying he had complained to her earlier about how disappointing this year had been. The school had only produced 2 ordinary Tier 1 martial artists, yet somehow, they had completely overlooked a hidden genius like Su Hong. Hearing that, Su Hong suddenly felt a little tense. Unable to hold back his confusion, Su Hong asked why she had brought him all the way into her office. After all, he had only come to the Martial Dao Association to complete his registration, receive his allowance, and pick up a basic guidance technique. Wu Lingxian simply waved her hand, signaling that there was no need for him to be so nervous. She told him that her subordinates were already handling his martial artist ID and allowance outside. As for the guidance technique, she had no intention of letting him learn it casually from a booklet, because she planned to teach him herself. Then Wu Lingxian rose from her seat, her expression becoming more focused. She looked directly at Su Hong and asked him a simple question. How much did he actually know about guidance techniques? Su Hong lowered his gaze and thought for a moment before giving the answer he had learned from school. He said that the heaven and earth spiritual key possessed different attributes, and a guidance technique was a method martial artists used to absorb that energy and strengthen their bodies. He also added that different attributes required different corresponding techniques in order to absorb them properly. Wu Lingxian raised one hand, and in the next instant, a small flame flickered to life above her palm. The fire danced quietly as she explained that the textbook definition was not exactly wrong, but guidance techniques were far more important than simple cultivation methods. She then revealed that the technique she practiced was called the Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique, a method that absorbed fire attribute energy. While it tempered and strengthened her body, that same energy could also flow into her attacks, giving each strike a terrifying and lethal firepower. Wu Lingxian continued by saying that once a martial artist mastered external attacks, their effective range could become much greater. But for someone who had only just stepped into Tier 1, even carrying the faintest trace of elemental power in an attack was already impressive. As for wrapping an entire fist in that element, that was almost impossible for a beginner. Su Hong was visibly surprised when he realized guidance techniques could actually be used in battle. He admitted that he had always believed they were only used to absorb energy and increase one's level. None of the textbooks had ever mentioned that they could directly enhance attacks. Wu Lingxian did not stop there. She continued explaining that the spiritual key between heaven and earth contains 7 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. Each attribute had its own strengths and weaknesses, but when it came purely to destructive power, thunder ranked first, metal came second, and fire took third place. However, she made it clear that martial artists could not simply choose whichever element they liked. Everything depended on their natural compatibility with that attribute. Su Hong nodded as he listened, finally understanding that a martial artist's path was restricted by the affinity hidden within their own body. Wu Lingxian agreed with his understanding and took out a crystal ball used for testing attribute compatibility. She explained that the brighter the crystal glowed, the higher the martial artist's affinity was. For most ordinary martial artists, their compatibility usually hovered around only 20 to 30%. She then added that her own fire attribute compatibility was around 80%, which was already considered elite. But in her eyes, a genius like Su Hong should easily surpass 90% without much doubt. As the flame in Wu Lingxian's hand disappeared, Su Hong reached out and accepted the crystal ball. He could not help thinking about how President Wu had already become a Tier 5 master at such a young age. She was clearly a real genius. If even someone like her only had 80% affinity, then reaching 90% himself would be an astonishing result. But the moment Su Hong held the crystal ball, light suddenly began to pour out from within it. At first, it was only bright, but soon the glow became more and more intense, until it was almost blinding. Wu Lingxian gasped in shock and blurted out that it was full, something she had never expected to see. Wu Lingxian stared at the crystal, then announced in disbelief that Su Hong's fire attribute compatibility had reached a perfect 100%. Her gaze locked firmly onto him as she asked whether he understood what that result actually meant. She stepped closer, her voice carrying open admiration. Su Hong, still confused by her reaction, honestly admitted that he did not know the significance. Wu Lingxian then explained that 100% compatibility meant he could absorb fire attribute energy completely, without wasting even the smallest drop. She used herself as an example, saying that with her 80% compatibility, she still lost 20% of the fire energy during absorption. Yet, even with that unavoidable loss, she had already become a Tier 5 martial artist and risen to the position of association president. Wu Lingxian pointed straight at Su Hong's face and declared that his future would definitely surpass hers. Su Hong could only sweat nervously under her intense stare. Meanwhile, Wu Lingxian could not help marveling that she had never imagined a small place like Star City would produce a monster comparable to the top elites from the imperial capital. While Wu Lingxian continued speaking, Su Hong's thoughts quietly wandered elsewhere. Fire attribute was certainly powerful, and there was nothing bad about having perfect affinity with it. But deep down, what he wanted even more was thunder. If his compatibility with thunder could also be high, then that would truly be perfect. Almost as if responding to that thought, the crystal ball suddenly lit up again. But this time, the glow was completely different. Crackling arcs of thunderous energy erupted inside it, flashing violently with a fierce and dazzling power. This second reaction struck Wu Lingxian even harder than the first. Su Hong looked down at the crystal ball and calmly pointed out that his thunder attribute compatibility seemed to be 100% as well. Wu Lingxian was rendered completely speechless, standing there frozen, as if she could not tell whether she was awake or hallucinating. Thunder and fire, both at perfect 100% compatibility. No matter how Wu Lingxian tried to process it, there was only one conclusion she could reach. The boy standing in front of her was not simply talented. He was an outright monster. Then the light inside the crystal shifted once more. Su Hong watched the change and added that his wind attribute compatibility also appeared to have reached 100%. Wu Lingxian stared at him in disbelief, unable to understand how something this absurd could even exist in reality. A few minutes later, Wu Lingxian had completely lost her earlier composure. She sank back onto the couch as if all her strength had been drained away, while Su Hong quietly watched her spiral deeper and deeper into shock and panic. Wu Lingxian muttered under her breath that this made no sense. Every single element had lit up to the maximum, and all 7 attributes were at 100%. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that she had to be dreaming. She had once believed she was among the very best of her generation. After all, becoming a Tier 5 martial artist at only 30 years old was already an achievement so rare that countless people could only look up to it. But after meeting Su Hong, someone who trampled over common sense itself, Wu Lingxian suddenly felt her pride collapse. Compared to a person like him, she realized that she was nothing more than ordinary. At that moment, another thought rose in her mind. Perhaps only a monster of the same level could ever truly understand someone like Su Hong. And perhaps only another monster would ever have the chance to defeat him. Wu Lingxian continued murmuring to herself, her voice low and dazed. There were some existences in this world that ordinary people simply had no way to comprehend, no matter how hard they tried. Su Hong finally broke the strange silence. Since all 7 of his attributes had reached 100%, he felt that cultivating only thunder and abandoning the other 6 would be a massive waste. To him, that was not a blessing without problems. It was actually something that made him feel rather troubled. Then Su Hong looked at Wu Lingxian and asked with surprising boldness whether she could simply give him the guidance techniques for all 7 attributes at once. Wu Lingxian fell silent for a while before answering. She told him that a person's time and energy were limited, no matter how terrifying their talent might be. In most cases, focusing on 1 or 2 attributes was the wisest path. She even warned him that someone in the past had tried cultivating all 7 attributes at the same time, only to remain stuck at Tier 1 for decades. Su Hong still insisted that he could not make a decision immediately. He wanted to try cultivating all 7 first, then choose which ones to focus on later. Wu Lingxian eventually agreed, though her expression remained serious. She warned him again that he absolutely must not waste the talent heaven had given him. After that, Wu Lingxian shifted the topic and asked whether his school's monthly exam was coming soon. Su Hong nodded and confirmed that it was, then asked why she suddenly cared about that. Wu Lingxian explained that the conflict on the All Heavens battlefield had been growing more intense. The Great War between humanity and the 10,000 races could break out at any moment. Because of that pressure, every nation was pouring resources into a special training camp meant only for geniuses. She wanted to recommend Su Hong for that training camp, but there was one condition he had to meet first. He needed to take first place in his school's monthly exam. If he could do that, Wu Lingxian promised she would secure a spot for him. When Su Hong heard about the war against the 10,000 races, his expression quietly changed. Memories from more than 10 years ago surfaced in his mind, dragging him back to the conflict that had once torn his life apart. He remembered how, when he was still young, almost all of his relatives had been lost, leaving only his uncle and aunt by his side. Su Hong told Wu Lingxian that he understood and would work hard. But deep in his heart, he made a much heavier vow. He would never allow that kind of tragedy to happen again. He had to become strong enough to protect his family. That night, after returning home, Su Hong could barely hide his excitement. The moment he saw his uncle and aunt, he announced the news to them with a bright expression. He had officially become a martial artist. Then, with visible pride, Su Hong took out his newly issued credentials and showed them to his family, letting them see the proof with their own eyes. The instant his uncle and aunt saw it, tears of joy welled up in their eyes. They cried out that little Hong had really done it. His aunt, overcome with emotion, said that he had truly made something of himself, and that she was deeply proud of how capable he had become. Su Hong then told them that a Tier 1 martial artist received a monthly allowance of $10,000, so his uncle would no longer need to exhaust himself working so hard. His uncle smiled through his emotions and said that little Hong was now the pillar of the family, and from that day forward, he would listen to whatever Su Hong said. Su Hong did not say anything more out loud, but in his heart, he made a silent promise. From this moment on, he would take the weight of the entire family onto his own shoulders. Later that same night, Su Hong returned to his room alone. He sat down quietly, closed himself off from everything around him, and began meditating with intense focus. After some time, Su Hong suddenly opened his eyes. A deep red glow burned within them, making his gaze look sharper and far more dangerous than before. He slowly clenched his fist, and as his fingers tightened, faint smoke began to rise from between them, drifting upward in thin, curling wisps. He stared at the result and couldn't help questioning it in his mind. Was this really just the most basic level of the guidance technique? Compared with what he had imagined, the effect felt strangely weak, almost empty, as if the technique carried no real force at all. But just as that doubt crossed his mind, Su Hong's eyes shifted to the system panel in front of him. A new line had quietly appeared there, standing out from the rest of the information. The guidance technique was now listed on the panel, which meant one thing clearly. He had successfully learned it. Su Hong immediately checked the details, and there it was, currently level 1. That single line made him pause. Could guidance techniques actually be upgraded the same way as skills? President Wu had never said anything about that. If ordinary guidance techniques had levels, there was no reason she would have kept such important information from him. Then a bold thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What if this was not something everyone could do? What if he alone had the ability to raise the level of a cultivation technique by himself? If you're already excited to see how terrifying Su Hong becomes from here, hit that subscribe button right now and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next episode. Su Hong fixed his gaze on the glowing blue panel, his expression turning serious. If this guidance technique could really be upgraded, then the next question was obvious. How exactly was he supposed to raise its level, and would it work the same way as increasing martial value? The moment he reached out and tapped the system window, a red warning suddenly flashed before his eyes. Insufficient martial value. Su Hong let out a helpless breath, realizing he couldn't force the upgrade for now. Since that path was blocked, he decided to cultivate the remaining guidance techniques first, then find a way to earn more martial value afterward. Soon after, Su Hong returned to the rooftop and sat down cross-legged beneath the open sky. Books were scattered all around him, and as he entered cultivation, waves of spiritual energy ignited like flames, bursting outward and lighting up the surrounding rooftop. After several hours of intense cultivation, Su Hong's inner vision revealed 7 distinct points of spiritual qi glowing inside his body. Each one carried a different attribute from a different technique: thunder, water marsh, thick earth, spirit wind, and more. But instead of blending smoothly, the 7 forces pressed against each other, as if each attribute refused to give ground. Su Hong clenched his teeth, sweat rolling down his face as the pressure inside his body grew heavier. Now he finally understood why President Wu had said that even a genius who cultivated 7 techniques could remain stuck at Tier 1 for decades. Still, he refused to stop. He kept guiding the power through his body, fighting to control the restless energy as flames continued to rise around him. As he examined the qi inside him more carefully, Su Hong noticed something important. Although all 7 types of qi were now present in his body, he could only activate one attribute at a time. A concentrated ball of fiery qi gathered in his palm, pulsing with heat as he breathed heavily. The flame spun and curled in his hand, casting a bright glow across his face. Su Hong slowly realized that if he tried to force a second attribute into the same flow, the 2 powers would not merge naturally. Instead, they would clash head-on and trigger a violent explosion. The next instant, a huge burst of energy erupted across the rooftop, shaking the entire space as both attributes vanished at once. Su Hong narrowed his eyes, staring at the fading traces of power. Could thunder and fire truly not be combined? Their natures were clearly close, both fierce and destructive. So why were they rejecting each other so violently? Unwilling to accept that result, Su Hong tried again. This time, thin arcs of thunderlight and flickering fire sparks wrapped around his fingers at the same time. But the moment the 2 forces touched, another explosion burst outward, scattering the energy before it could stabilize. Sweat soaked his face, but Su Hong only gritted his teeth harder. He refused to back down after a few failures. Shouting that he would try one more time, he forced the 2 powers together again, and throughout the night, bursts of lightning and flame kept flashing from the rooftop. By the time dawn arrived, the building still carried a faint glow from the countless sparks left behind by Su Hong's relentless training. The rooftop looked as if it had been struck over and over through the entire night. Su Hong stood there breathing heavily, sweat streaming down his face and dripping from his chin. His body was exhausted, but his eyes stayed locked on the power in front of him as he told himself he was only missing a little more. Lightning and flame flickered together in his palm, unstable but closer than ever before. Su Hong stared at the trembling energy, jaw tight, convincing himself that he only needed one tiny step further. Then, with a sharp shout, he forced the 2 powers to fuse. Bolts of lightning and burning fire wrapped around both of his arms at once, crawling across his skin like living energy. Su Hong pushed through the resistance and drove the 2 attributes together with everything he had left. A bright, fierce flame suddenly exploded to life in his palm, carrying the violent crackle of thunder inside it. After struggling through the entire night, Su Hong had finally succeeded. He looked down at the fused flame in his hand, relief finally softening his expression. After taking a moment to steady himself, Su Hong straightened his clothes and decided it was time to go outside and test just how powerful this new force really was. At Star City's Citizen Martial Arts Square, a wide public plaza stretched out beneath a tall clock tower. Around the training area, combat testing robots stood neatly in place, waiting for martial artists to challenge them. Su Hong stopped in front of a spider-shaped combat tester, its metal frame crouched low like a machine ready to spring. This time, he had specifically chosen a Tier 3 tester, hoping it would be sturdy enough and wouldn't break as easily as the last one. Thinking back to his previous test, Su Hong remembered that using 50% of his strength had already reached around 3,000. To avoid destroying the machine too quickly, he decided to start carefully and use only 30% power. He raised his glowing fist and struck the tester. The number on the screen jumped past 2,300, making Su Hong's eyes widen slightly. At 30% strength, he had expected the result to be around 1,800 at most, but this was a full 500 points higher than expected. Su Hong lowered his gaze to the lightning crackling around his hand. Even without adding anything else, Thunder Chi alone already carried an incredible amount of force. Then he tightened his fist again and aimed at the tester in front of him. A sharper curiosity rose in his chest. If Thunder alone could reach this level, then how much stronger would the fused Thunder and Firepower be? With that thought, he released the combined force. His punch tore forward with overwhelming speed, wrapped in the explosive force of both lightning and flame. The blow slammed directly into the tester, sending a heavy shock through the machine's entire frame. The screen flickered violently before the final number appeared, 3041. Su Hong stared at it in disbelief. This was far beyond what he had predicted, and he muttered under his breath, shocked that it had actually broken past 3,000. Standing beside the damaged tester, Su Hong rubbed his hands together while processing the result. 30% of his fused power had already surpassed the level of a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist. Then he glanced at his own status and sighed, because his vitality was only 123, which made the destructive power of that attack even more terrifying. If combining just 2 attributes could produce this kind of strength, then what would happen if he managed to fuse all 7? The thought alone made Su Hong's blood heat up with excitement. He watched the lightning and flames flicker across his palm, a faint smile forming on his face. Since 2 attributes had already succeeded, he decided that next time, he would attempt to fuse 3. Later, Su Hong was back on the rooftop, lying flat on the ground with his shirt off, completely drained. Sweat covered his body as he stared upward, too exhausted to move. He breathed heavily while tiny points of light drifted around him in the air. Fusing 2 attributes had already been difficult, but trying to bring 3 together felt on an entirely different level. He had repeatedly rearranged all 7 cultivation patterns, searching for a workable combination, yet no matter how he tried, he still made no real progress. Even so, Su Hong couldn't stop imagining how frightening the power would be if he actually succeeded. He opened the system again, wondering whether raising the levels of his techniques might make the fusion easier. The screen displayed his level 1 techniques one after another: thunder, flame, water, and the rest. Then he remembered that the monthly exam was tomorrow, and if he wanted more martial value, that exam was exactly the opportunity he needed. The next day, students gathered across the grounds of Star City No. 1 High School. Under countless watching eyes, the principal walked onto the stage and prepared to announce the rules. The principal spoke in a solemn voice, telling everyone that this exam would be different from the usual monthly assessment. Because of increasing pressure on the front line, a special training camp would now be held every year to select the most promising geniuses. He continued by explaining what the camp could offer. Inside, students would have access to powerful martial arts, rare pills, and even personal instruction from Grandmaster-level experts. And for this exam, the top 3 students would earn places in the Star City training camp. The students immediately erupted with excitement. Some shouted about the genius training camp, while others could hardly believe that a Tier 7 Grandmaster might personally teach them. After all, even their own principal was only Tier 3, so the difference in status was enormous. Su Hong stood among the crowd, staring forward with tired eyes. President Wu had already told him that if he took first place, she would give him a spot in the camp. But now that the principal had announced that the top 3 would all receive spots anyway, Su Hong couldn't help wondering what made first place so special. At that moment, a friend beside Su Hong leaned over and told him that Chen Shan and Li Tu had both become Tier 1 martial artists. Not only that, several other students had also learned Thunder Rush Fist. Su Hong looked genuinely confused. He had only been gone for 10 days, yet these people had already broken through. His friend explained that the principal had asked instructor Chen Tian to give them private lessons. Because of that, Chen Shan and Li Tu's vitality had already surpassed 100, and their Thunder Rush Fist had reached the point where it could produce 3 echoes. Just then, Chen Shan and Li Tu walked forward in front of the crowd. One of them said loudly that he wanted everyone to see who the real genius was. The other answered with equal confidence, saying he only hoped Su Hong could stay that sure of himself after being beaten down. After leaving the stage, Principal Li was approached by instructor Chen Tian, who asked whether he had found the genius capable of using the 9 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. Principal Li shook his head and said he had searched everywhere, but he still didn't believe that person was a student from his own school. While they were still talking, a sudden commotion rose behind them. Both men turned their heads at once, their attention drawn toward the noise. A man in a black suit walked over with 2 others following beside him. It was Jiang Ming, Su Hong's spear teacher, accompanied by Li Ming and Li Yan. Jiang Ming looked at Principal Li with an amused smile and joked, asking why he seemed so gloomy. Principal Li frowned and asked what Jiang Ming was doing there. Jiang Ming smiled casually, sweeping his gaze over the students before saying they looked rather weak. He had brought 2 disciples with him, and after the exam, he suggested letting the first-place student spar with them. Principal Li's expression immediately tightened. It was obvious that Jiang Ming had not come with good intentions. He was here to embarrass him in front of everyone. But if Principal Li refused the challenge outright, it would look as if Star City No. 1 High School had no real talent at all. Jiang Ming continued with a mocking tone, saying that since the students looked so weak, he would understand if Principal Li chose to refuse. Chen Tian's face darkened at once, and he snapped back, asking whether Jiang Ming had come here specifically to cause trouble. Nearby, Jiang Ming's student Li Yin suddenly pointed toward the student crowd. His expression changed as he told his teacher there was bad news. Su Hong was here. Jiang Ming froze for a second, confused, and asked which Su he meant. Then Jiang Ming turned his eyes toward the crowd of students. After scanning the faces, he finally spotted Su Hong standing near the back. The moment Jiang Ming recognized him, his calm expression cracked. He shouted in surprise, realizing that the person standing there was the very same little monster he had encountered before. Su Hong stood where he was, facing them without the slightest panic. His expression stayed calm, and a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, as if the sudden attention on him didn't bother him at all. Jiang Ming froze on the spot, his eyes widening as cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Only now did he realize that the frightening kid they had been talking about was actually a student from Star City No. 1 High School. He glanced back at his two disciples, and his face instantly turned complicated. If Li Yin and Li Ming really ended up fighting Su Hong, there was no question about the outcome. They would be beaten. To keep himself from losing face in public, Jiang Ming knew he had to stop this match before it even started. So Jiang Ming's attitude changed immediately. He quickly put on a smile and told Principal Li not to get angry, saying he had only been joking earlier. He even waved off the idea of any competition, claiming his own disciples were nothing but trash compared to the students here. Li Yin and Li Ming understood at once and immediately lowered their heads, admitting defeat without hesitation. But Principal Li and Chen Tian only became even more furious when they heard that. To them, Jiang Ming's sudden humility sounded like a deliberate insult, as if he was using sarcasm to mock the entire school right to their faces. Before long, the scene shifted to the arena. A loud announcement echoed across the venue, calling for match number 666 to begin, and Su Hong's name rang clearly through the entire fighting area. Up in the stands, Su Hong's friend leaned forward anxiously, watching the arena with a worried look. When he saw that Su Hong's opponent was actually a quasi-martial artist, he immediately thought Su Hong had gotten unlucky. He shouted down toward the stage, warning Su Hong not to force himself and not to get injured so early in the exam. Across from Su Hong, his opponent Chen Peng stepped forward with confidence written all over his face. He looked Su Hong up and down, then asked mockingly whether Su Hong planned to walk off the stage by himself, or be beaten off it. Chen Peng clenched his fist and prepared to charge in, clearly believing he had the advantage. But before he could fully react, Su Hong had already moved. In the blink of an eye, Su Hong vanished from where he stood and appeared directly in front of Chen Peng. Then, with one clean and precise strike, he sent Chen Peng flying backward before the other boy could even defend himself. The force of the blow flipped Chen Peng upside down in midair. A moment later, his body smashed hard into the arena floor, landing in a humiliating crash that stunned everyone watching. The crowd went silent for a heartbeat, all eyes locked on the stage. Then one student blurted out in shock, asking when Su Hong had become this fierce, while the others simply stared with their mouths open, too stunned to speak. As the smoke drifted around him, Su Hong remained standing in the same calm posture, as if the fight had barely taken any effort. Only then did everyone fully realize what had happened. He had defeated a quasi-martial artist with a single move. Su Hong stood quietly over his fallen opponent, his expression still unreadable. The crowd erupted in disbelief, shouting about how he had suddenly become so strong, and some even began suspecting that he might already be a Tier 1 martial artist. Soon after, the announcement came that the final match would be held next. In the stands, Chen Tian stared fixedly at Su Hong, his brows tightening with confusion. He couldn't understand where the student had come from, or how someone like this had missed the private tutoring sessions. Beside him, Principal Li's face darkened with regret as he blamed himself for failing to notice Su Hong earlier. Principal Li felt as if he had wasted a rare talent by not discovering and training Su Hong sooner. Chen Tian also kept watching Su Hong, saying the boy looked familiar somehow, but no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Soon, their attention shifted back to the arena. The semi-final match between Chen Shan and Li Tu was about to decide who would move forward, and the winner would soon be revealed. As the fight unfolded, both Principal Li and Chen Tian watched carefully. Chen Shan and Li Tu were exchanging blows evenly, neither side giving ground, making it difficult to tell who would come out on top. On the stage, Li Tu fixed his eyes on Chen Shan and warned him in a cold voice. Since both of them had mastered the Three Echoes Thunder Rush Fist, Chen Shan would need to use his strongest move if he wanted to win. As soon as the words fell, Li Tu launched himself forward with full force. Li Tu charged across the stage and slammed his fist downward with explosive power. Chun Shan shouted as he raised his arms to block, and the collision blasted a sharp gust of wind across the arena floor. Then flames suddenly burst from Chun Shan's fist, wrapping his attack in blazing heat. He yelled at Li Tu to watch carefully, declaring that he was the true #1 student of the school. The students in the crowd shouted in shock the moment they saw it. Chun Shan had actually mastered attribute externalization. Even more impressive, the attribute he released was fire, a powerful combat attribute known to stand just below thunder. But Li Tu only stepped forward with a smirk on his face. Around his arm, energy began to flow in a smooth, rippling motion like water shifting over metal. He scoffed at Chun Shan, saying attribute externalization was nothing worth showing off about. The crowd gasped again as they realized Li Tu had also externalized his attribute. His energy carried the sharp force of metal, an attribute even more suitable for direct combat than fire. Metallic chains of energy began swirling around Li Tu's fists, twisting and clattering like living weapons. With that power wrapped around his arms, he dashed forward and launched his attack. His punches erupted one after another, and the thunderous echoes rang out 5 times. Chun Shan's expression changed instantly when he realized Li Tu had unleashed the 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. A violent impact exploded across the arena. Li Tu's strike smashed into his opponent with overwhelming force, blasting Chun Shan backward and sending shockwaves rolling across the stage. Principal Li and Chen Tian were both stunned by what they had just witnessed. Principal Li realized that Li Tu had been hiding his true strength all along, while Chen Tian could hardly believe that in only 10 days, Li Tu had mastered both attribute externalization and the micro-level Thunder Rush Fist. Principal Li's expression grew serious as he said the final match was basically meaningless now. In his view, Su Hong had no way to overcome Li Tu's metal attribute. Chen Tian also sighed, saying Su Hong might still have had a chance if he had learned a guidance technique. But Jiang Ming, standing nearby, suddenly placed a confident bet of $50,000 on Su Hong. Principal Li stared at him in shock and called him crazy for betting on someone who supposedly didn't even have a guidance technique. Chen Tian laughed as well, clearly thinking Jiang Ming had just handed them easy money. Then the final battle finally began. Li Tu and Su Hong stepped onto the stage under the gaze of the entire crowd. The students cheered from all sides, some calling out Su Hong's name, while others shouted for Li Tu to win. Li Tu looked across the arena at Su Hong and spoke with a confident smirk. He said Su Hong was lucky to have reached the finals without running into him or Chun Shan earlier. Su Hong, however, remained completely calm. After spending time hunting fierce beasts, these students no longer felt very threatening to him. Still, when he looked at Li Tu, he had to admit that this opponent finally seemed somewhat worth fighting. Li Tu grinned and called Su Hong the second strongest student. Su Hong simply looked back at him without changing expression and asked, in that case, who was supposed to be first? Li Tu stomped heavily on the ground, sending a sharp sound through the arena. With full confidence, he declared that the #1 spot naturally belonged to him. The moment he finished speaking, Li Tu launched his attack. As he rushed forward, he claimed that one move would be enough to show Su Hong the enormous gap between them. The students immediately panicked when they saw Li Tu use the 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist right from the start. Many of them thought the fight was already over for Su Hong. But at that same moment, Su Hong's eyes lit up with a golden glow, and a powerful force began gathering inside his body. Flames burst around Su Hong's fist as he charged straight ahead. Instead of avoiding the attack, he wanted to use this clash to test just how far his physical body could go. The crowd screamed in disbelief, calling Su Hong crazy for choosing to meet Li Tu head-on instead of dodging. To them, running directly into that attack looked like asking to be crushed. Their fists smashed together with a thunderous explosion, and the ground beneath them shook from the impact. Neither of them backed away immediately. They clashed again and again, each collision sending bursts of energy ripping through the air. Su Hong faced the thunderous assault directly without retreating. Li Tu's eyes widened in shock when he realized that Su Hong had stopped his 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist instantly, matching it with only 5 punches of his own. The battle continued at close range, their fists colliding in a violent storm of blows. Around them, whipping chains of energy tore through the air as the pressure of the fight kept rising. Li Tu gritted his teeth as the exchange dragged on. Every punch Su Hong threw felt unbelievably heavy, as if Li Tu was not fighting another student at all, but trading blows with a monster. Up in the stands, one teacher exclaimed in disbelief that Su Hong was matching Li Tu evenly without using any martial skills. Su Hong's friend shouted even louder, stunned by how terrifying his raw strength had become. The officials watching the match were just as shocked. Chen Tian guessed that Su Hong might possess some kind of special physique, while Principal Li burst into laughter, suddenly proud that their school had produced such an extraordinary genius. Even so, Chen Tian quickly pointed out that raw strength alone might not be enough. As powerful as Su Hong was, Li Tu's condensed attribute still gave him a clear advantage in the fight. Another heavy clash sent both fighters sliding backward across the stage. Su Hong steadied himself with his flaming fist still raised, while Li Tu was forced back several meters before finally stopping. Li Tu's face twisted with anger. Refusing to accept being pushed back, he shouted that he would be the one to win. Blue lightning surged around both of his arms as he poured even more power into his next attack. Then Li Tu lunged forward again, his fists wrapped in those fierce energy chains. With his momentum rising, he roared at Su Hong to admit defeat. Su Hong's eyes sharpened as he watched the power surging around Li Tu's day. This time, Li Tu clearly wasn't testing him anymore. Every bit of hesitation was gone, and the attack rushing toward him carried the full force of Li Tu's strength. Since Li Tu had chosen to go all out, Su Hong's expression finally became more serious. If his opponent was willing to reveal everything, then Su Hong decided he should respond with at least a little respect. Flames suddenly erupted around Su Hong's fist, blazing brighter as he stepped forward. Then he kicked off the ground and sprinted straight toward Li Tu's attack, meeting that violent pressure head-on without retreating. The next moment, lightning exploded across the arena, tearing through the air in brilliant arcs. Li Tu's face changed instantly, and he yelled out in shock as he realized Su Hong could also use attribute externalization. In the stands, Principal Li and Chun Tian both trembled where they sat. Golden lightning filled the arena before their eyes, crackling so fiercely that for a moment, neither of them could even find the words to speak. They stared in disbelief, completely stunned that Su Hong had actually mastered the thunder guidance technique. Chun Tian's voice shook as he explained that a special physique combined with the thunder attribute was an unbelievably terrifying combination. On the stage, Su Hong and Li Tu collided once more. Lightning and metallic chains burst outward at the same time, exploding across the arena in waves as the two forces slammed into each other. Li Tu's confidence began to crack as alarm flashed through his eyes. In that direct clash, he could clearly feel it. Su Hong's thunder attribute was actually stronger than his own metal attribute. Golden lightning coiled around Su Hong's body, dancing across his arms like living power. He looked straight at Li Tu and calmly said that since Li Tu had already revealed his ultimate move, he would answer him properly. Su Hong's eyes shone with golden light as his aura rose again. Then he announced his own ultimate move and charged forward, driving the power of Thunder Rush Fist straight toward Li Tu. His strike landed with a crushing explosion. One impact after another erupted in rapid succession, forcing Li Tu backward as 9 thunderous echo bursts detonated across the arena floor. Li Tu shouted in disbelief, unable to accept what he had just seen. 9 echoes? How could that be possible? Before he could steady himself, blood burst from his mouth, and his body crashed heavily to the ground. Su Hong remained standing above him, unmoving and calm. Thunder still crackled around both of his fists, flashing in the air as the defeated Li Tu lay beneath him. For a long moment, the entire student crowd fell silent. Their faces were frozen in shock, and no one seemed able to process what had just happened on the stage. Finally, someone asked in a trembling voice if Su Hong had really won. In the next second, excitement exploded through the arena as everyone realized the truth. Su Hong had reached the perfect realm, 9 echoes, a level that even surpassed the teachers. Chun Tian stuttered, his face filled with disbelief as he stared at Su Hong. Principal Li's whole body trembled with emotion, and he declared that Su Hong was not merely a genius. He was the true dragon of Star City High. Chun Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead, still shaken by what he had witnessed. He could already imagine how devastated the other geniuses in the training camp would feel once they had to face a monster like Su Hong. As Su Hong turned and walked away from the arena, Chun Tian watched his back with admiration in his eyes. He murmured that a golden carp transforms into a dragon the moment it meets the wind, and someone like Su Hong was far too great for a small place like Star City. Principal Li nodded in agreement, his gaze still fixed on Su Hong's departing figure. He predicted that Su Hong would rise like a true dragon, shining brightest in the imperial capital and one day even on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. By the time Su Hong returned to his cramped apartment building, the sun was already sinking below the horizon. The warm evening light stretched across the old walls as he made his way home. Inside the apartment, the atmosphere was simple but warm. Su Hong's uncle had prepared an ordinary dinner and was serving the food when Su Hong stepped in and said he was home. Hearing his voice, his uncle immediately looked up and asked how the exam had gone that day. Su Hong smiled and calmly told them that he had taken first place in the monthly exam. His uncle froze for a second, then became both shocked and overjoyed. His auntie quickly realized what that result meant. If he had ranked first, then he could finally enter the special training camp he had talked about before. But before the family could fully enjoy the good news, a sudden round of loud knocking interrupted the celebration. The sharp sound echoed through the small apartment, making everyone turn toward the door. From the hallway outside, a woman's voice rang out rudely and impatiently. She shouted through the door, demanding to know whether this was Su-hong's home. Su-hong walked over and opened the door with a puzzled look on his face. Behind him, his uncle and auntie leaned out nervously, peeking past his shoulders to see who this unfamiliar visitor could be. Standing outside was a wealthy-looking woman dressed in expensive clothes, with jewelry gleaming on her body. She introduced herself as the mother of a student named Lin Yin, then quickly explained why she had come. Since only the top 3 students could enter the training camp, and her son had placed 4th, she wanted to persuade Su-hong to give up his spot. With an arrogant expression, she held out a thick stack of cash as if the matter were already settled. She offered Su-hong $30,000, telling him to withdraw from the camp so her son could take his place. Su-hong and his family stared at her in complete silence. None of them looked tempted by the money. If anything, they seemed more confused than impressed by this sudden bribe at their doorstep. When the woman saw that the money had not immediately worked, her face darkened with anger. Her tone quickly turned threatening as she shouted that the competition inside the training camp was extremely cruel, and that students could actually die there. Then she began looking down on their poor background, sneering as she told them that giving up early would be for Su-hong's own good. According to her, the other students would have high-grade pills, powerful resources, and family support that someone like him simply could not afford. Those harsh words struck Su-hong's auntie hard. Fear appeared in her eyes as she turned toward her nephew, asking anxiously whether what the woman said was true, and whether the training camp was really that dangerous. Su-hong's uncle quietly placed a hand on his wife's back, trying to calm her down. Su-hong, meanwhile, stood at the doorway in silence, listening to everything without immediately answering. After a tense pause, his uncle looked at him with a serious expression, sweat already forming on his face. In a heavy voice, he asked whether Su-hong could truly guarantee his own safety if he went to that camp. Su-hong stepped forward without hesitation, his posture steady and his eyes firm. He told them clearly that he could guarantee his own safety. The rich woman scoffed at once, turning to Su-hong's uncle and asking if he really believed the promise of a child. But his uncle immediately raised his voice to defend his nephew, saying he trusted Su-hong because he was already an adult now. More than that, he would never choose to trust a stranger over his own family. With her plan completely shut down, the woman had no choice but to leave. A moment later, the door slammed shut behind her, cutting off her arrogance from the warmth inside the apartment. Out in the hallway, the woman's face twisted with fury. She glared back at the apartment door and cursed them bitterly, shouting that they were only waiting to be eliminated once the training camp began. Inside the apartment, the tension slowly settled down. Su-hong's uncle looked at him and asked whether he had deliberately hidden the danger of the training camp from them. Su-hong tried to reassure them, saying it was not as serious as she made it sound. His uncle suddenly smiled broadly and gave him a firm thumbs up. He admitted that he was just a simple man and did not understand many complicated things, but he did understand one point clearly. If Su-hong had the determination to face those difficulties, then their family had to support him with everything they had. Just then, his auntie slapped his uncle on the back, breaking the heavy atmosphere in an instant and startling both him and Su-hong. She told Su-hong that they did not really care about his ranking at all. What mattered most to them was that he came back safe. Su-hong looked at the two of them and smiled warmly. He nodded, feeling the pressure in his chest ease now that he had their blessing and trust. Later that night, Su-hong stood alone on the rooftop of the apartment building. The city skyline stretched out in front of him, lights glowing one by one beneath the darkening sky. He thought about his uncle and auntie, knowing that even though they had chosen to support him, they were still secretly worried. Quietly, Su-hong made a promise to himself. He would not let them down, and he had to become stronger so he could protect this new life they had built together. Then he opened his system interface and checked his gains from the monthly exam. The panel showed that he had earned 285 martial value points, but Su-hong still felt that amount was far from enough. His gaze shifted to his mortal body stat, which was currently at 36. The number continued as 1%, making his mortal body progress only 36.1%. Su-hong knew that once he entered the training camp, he would be facing geniuses with powerful secret moves and strong resources. To compete with people like that, he decided to focus first on upgrading his physical body. Without hesitation, Su-hong began adding points into the mortal body stat. Red energy flashed around him in pulses, wrapping his body as the percentage on the system slowly climbed upward, point by point. When the upgrade finally ended, steam rose from Su-hong's body in thin waves. His mortal body had now reached 64.6%. Even so, he knew he was still far from reaching 100%, and he couldn't help wondering what kind of special body type he would unlock once the progress was complete. Just then, Su-hong noticed something unexpected on his status screen. His expression changed with surprise when he saw that both his Thunder Guidance Technique and Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique had quietly risen to level 2 without him realizing it. Su-hong thought back carefully and realized that over the past few days, he had only practiced the guidance techniques normally. He had not done anything special at all. That made him wonder whether there were no extra conditions required. and whether ordinary cultivation alone was enough to make these techniques level up. Wanting to confirm the theory right away, Su-hong decided to try raising them again. Lightning crackled fiercely in one hand while flames blazed in the other, and as both powers gathered around him, he began focusing his energy for another round of cultivation. By the next morning, dawn slowly broke over the city. Pale sunlight spilled across the skyline, washing over the tall buildings and glass-covered skyscrapers as a new day began. Su-hong suddenly opened his eyes. After cultivating through the entire night, his gaze looked sharper than before, focused and steady, as if every trace of sleepiness had been burned away. He remained seated cross-legged, surrounded by a powerful aura where fire and electricity twisted around each other. The night of hard training had clearly paid off, and a new message appeared on the panel before him, confirming that both his Thunder Guidance Technique and Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique had successfully risen to level 3. Su-hong checked his status panel again, and satisfaction flashed through his eyes. Not only had the two guidance techniques upgraded, but his vitality had also increased by 3 points, reaching 126. For him, that extra gain was an unexpected bonus. Then his eyes moved to the mortal body progress, which was currently sitting at 64.6%, and every bit of his martial value had already been used up. Later that morning, Su-hong stood outside his apartment building with his weapon resting over his shoulder, ready to leave for the training camp. His auntie looked at him with deep worry in her eyes, reminding him again and again to stay safe, and telling him that if things became too difficult, he could always come home. His uncle quickly cut in, telling his wife not to say such discouraging words at a time like this. Then he raised his hand and waved at Su-hong with forced enthusiasm, encouraging him to go to the camp and bring back another first-place victory. Su-hong smiled, nodded in agreement, and finally turned to leave. As Su-hong walked down the quiet street, his uncle's brave front slowly began to collapse. He stood there trembling slightly, staring at Su-hong's back as his nephew moved farther and farther away. Tears finally slipped down his uncle's face, and the emotions he had been holding back came pouring out. His auntie looked at him and teased him gently, asking if he wasn't just as worried as she was. His uncle admitted that he was, but he had forced himself to endure it because he was afraid that if Su-hong saw their fear, he would start worrying about them instead. Meanwhile, Su-hong continued down the street with his weapon over his shoulder. As he walked, his senses suddenly picked up something approaching fast. He lifted his head just in time to see a red sports car whip around the corner. The car sped toward him, then screeched to a sharp stop right beside the road. The window rolled down, revealing President Wu Lingxian behind the wheel, wearing sunglasses and looking as composed as ever. Without wasting a word, she simply told him to get in. Before long, the car was racing along the highway, cutting through the morning light as the city began to fall behind them. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su-hong asked why she had personally come to pick him up. Wu Lingxian kept her eyes on the road and calmly explained that there were some important things about the training camp she needed to remind him of. Then she turned her head slightly, and her expression became more serious. As the president, she already knew a great deal about the other participants who would be entering the camp. She warned Su-hong that among those students, there were several true monsters. Some of them had already reached the high stage of Tier 1, and their strength was very close to breaking through into Tier 2. Wu Lingxian emphasized that these people were not ordinary students either. The martial skills they possessed were at least B rank, which meant their actual combat strength could not be judged by vitality alone. Su-hong listened quietly while thinking through the situation. He knew that reaching Tier 2 required 200 vitality points, and that gap was not small. Even so, he did not feel afraid. In his mind, even if those geniuses had B-rank skills, his system gave him the ability to master high-level skills at terrifying speed. Wu Lingxian continued, telling him that his talent was the best she had ever seen, but compared with those wealthy students, he still lacked resources. She comforted him by saying that even if he suffered a setback in the camp, he did not need to feel discouraged, because surpassing them would only be a matter of time for him. Su-hong smiled with calm, genuine confidence. Then he thanked her naturally, calling her sister Wu as if her warning had not shaken him at all. Wu Lingxian glanced at him in silence. Even after hearing that his current stats and skills were below some of the other participants, Su-hong still remained completely composed. Seeing that, she felt relieved, realizing that at least his mindset would not become a problem. Later, the black been carrying the students wound deeper into the scenic roads of the Tianlin Mountains. Outside the windows, the mountain route twisted through forests and steep slopes, taking them farther from the city. Inside the van, the students were anything but calm. Li Tu and Li Ming were shocked when they realized the camp was being held in a place famous for fierce beasts. President Wu Lingxian tried to steady their nerves, telling them that a grandmaster would be presiding over the camp, so their lives would not truly be in danger. Su-hong sat quietly, observing everything without panic. He knew the Tianlin Mountains stretched across multiple cities, and although the spiritual energy here was dense, the area also contained beast kings whose strength could rival Tier 7 grandmasters. This was not an ordinary mountain range. It was a place ruled by the law of the jungle, where beasts fought each other brutally, and survival belonged only to the strong. The danger here was real. Even a normal Tier 2 martial artist would not casually step into this region without careful preparation. As the vehicle continued speeding through the forest road, the wildlife hidden among the trees gradually began to notice their presence. From the dark shadows between the trunks, pairs of glowing red eyes appeared one after another. Bears and strange monsters watched the intruders pass, their gazes filled with hostility. Li Tu and Li Ming felt the killing intent pressing in from the woods, and cold sweat quickly formed on their faces. They were terrified that some beast might suddenly charge out and attack the vehicle at any moment. Su Hong, however, felt the opposite. Instead of fear, excitement rose in his chest. He realized the competition inside this camp would likely be as cruel as the slaughter between beasts, and that intense feeling suited him perfectly. After traveling for some time, they finally arrived at the campsite. The students got out and joined the growing crowd already gathered at the entrance area. Standing among the others, one student looked around nervously and wondered aloud just how strong the other participants would be. Soon, they saw groups of intimidating young martial artists nearby. Each one carried a serious expression, and the pressure radiating from them made it clear they were not ordinary students. Facing that invisible pressure from their rivals, Li Tu and Li Ming both fell into awkward silence. For once, neither of them seemed eager to speak. Su Hong noticed their unease and flashed them a confident smile, as if silently telling them to stop shrinking back. Then he signaled that it was time to move forward. With his weapon resting over his shoulder, Su Hong took the lead and marched ahead, while Li Tu and Li Ming followed closely behind him. But before they could go any farther, a hand suddenly reached out and blocked their path. An official in a suit stood in front of them and explained that they had to wait until everyone arrived before the camp's entrance assessment could begin. The students were immediately surprised, not expecting to face a test before even entering the camp. Su Hong looked past the official and noticed the remaining participants arriving one after another. Luxury cars drove straight through the muddy ground, and he watched with a hint of annoyance, thinking that these wealthy families had made everyone else wait for them. Bodyguards quickly stepped forward and opened the doors of the expensive vehicles. The moment those doors swung open, the atmosphere around the campsite shifted immediately. 3 prominent figures stepped out, instantly drawing the attention of the surrounding students. Whispers spread through the crowd as people recognized Xiao Nan, an orange-haired young woman, Lin Xinghe dressed in white, and Wang Tiantua, the city lord's muscular son known by the title Barbarian God. The 3 elites walked forward with an air of superiority, their presence alone forcing the ordinary students nearby to step aside and open a path for them. As they took their places among the gathered participants, the tension in the air grew heavier. It felt as if the real competition had begun before anyone had even entered the mountains. Su Hong immediately understood that these were the geniuses Wu Lingxian had warned him about. But instead of feeling intimidated, his eyes carried a trace of anticipation, as he wanted to see exactly what kind of skills they possessed. At last, the entrance assessment began. The official stepped forward and addressed the assembled students, his voice carrying clearly across the campsite. He announced that the true training camp was not here at the outer campsite. Instead, it was located 30 kilometers deep inside the Tianlin Mountains. To earn the right to enter, every student needed to obtain a special token. Those tokens had been surgically placed inside local beasts, which meant the students would have to hunt the beasts themselves if they wanted a place in the camp. The announcement immediately made many students anxious. Li Ming and Li Tu whispered nervously to each other, realizing that a 30-kilometer journey through the mountains was already dangerous enough. If they encountered a high-level beast deep inside, one small mistake could cost them their lives. Su Hong remained completely unfazed. To him, the 8-hour time limit was not just a challenge. It was also a chance to kill extra beasts and earn more martial value along the way. One student raised his voice and asked what would happen if they ran into a beast far beyond their level. The official answered coldly that they would be eliminated, though a rescue team would intervene in time to prevent them from dying. The crowd immediately broke into protest. Many students complained that the rules were unfair and depended too much on luck, since even a strong participant could be eliminated simply by running into the wrong beast at the wrong time. The official's patience snapped as the complaints kept rising. His voice turned sharp, and he coldly reminded them that the world had never been fair, asking if they planned to stand on the real all-heavens battlefield one day and complain about unfair rules there too. He shouted that the logic of the battlefield was brutally simple. Avoid danger when you had to, crush weaker enemies when you could, and use numbers whenever it gave you the advantage. If they were afraid of running into powerful beasts, then they needed to move with more caution instead of whining. At that moment, a young man in a suit stepped forward and openly agreed with the official's words. He glanced at the students who had been complaining and sneered, calling them trash before telling them that if they were so scared, they might as well quit immediately. His words instantly provoked a rugged-looking student nearby. The student's face darkened as he challenged the man in the suit, but the suited young man only looked back with contempt, called him a coward, and threatened to cripple him if he dared to act tough. Before the tension could explode right there, the official cut in and stopped them. He stated plainly that fighting was forbidden inside the base camp, but once they entered the mountains, violence would be allowed. Snatching tokens from others or attacking rival students would all be considered part of the assessment. The two students locked eyes with each other, neither willing to back down. Even without saying another word, both of them had clearly marked the other as a future target once the assessment began. Su-hong quietly listened from the side and quickly understood what this camp was really encouraging. This was not just a beast-hunting test. It was designed to make the students fight each other. In his mind, he guessed that at least half of the participants would be eliminated very early, and then a new idea crossed his thoughts. If fighting between students was not only allowed but encouraged, then this assessment was basically a gold mine for him. Challenging these so-called geniuses could become another excellent way to harvest martial value. The official did not let the discussions drag on any longer. He raised his hand, pressed the button, and officially started the entrance assessment. The moment the test began, the gathered students surged forward like a wave breaking loose. One after another, they charged into the forest, all desperate to secure a token and pass the assessment. Deep in the woods, the young man in the suit was already chasing after the rugged student from earlier. He taunted him as he ran, saying he would personally send him home before the real camp even began. The two finally stopped and faced each other among the trees. Both of them tightened their fists, channeling energy into their arms as they prepared to decide the fight with a heavy blow. Their attacks slammed together with a violent crash, and the impact sent a shockwave sweeping through the surrounding trees, making the branches tremble. A fierce exchange immediately followed. Energy flashed again and again between them, lighting up the dim forest as the two students traded blows without holding back. High above them, Su-hong crouched on a thick tree branch and watched the battle from a distance. His eyes remained calm as he silently judged every movement below. He had originally wanted to use this fight to measure the strength of the camp's geniuses, but after watching for a while, he felt disappointed. Their power was weaker than expected, and defeating opponents like this would probably not give him much martial value. Since there was no real benefit in wasting time there, Su-hong decided to leave. He turned his attention away from the duel and prepared to go hunt stronger beasts deeper in the forest. Below him, the two fighters were still locked in a stalemate. The man in the suit sneered and said that a pauper could never compare with the resources of his family, while the rugged student shouted back in anger, refusing to accept the insult. The word pauper echoed through the trees, and Su-hong suddenly stopped in his tracks. That single word struck a nerve. Su-hong slowly turned back, a dangerous glint appearing in his eyes as he thought that maybe this delivered martial value should not be allowed to slip away after all. He stepped out from the shadows and walked straight toward the two fighters. In a calm voice, he told them both to stop. With a wooden club resting casually in his hand, Su-hong looked at them as if this were nothing serious. Then he suggested that instead of fighting each other, they should come play with him. The suited man was instantly enraged. He called Su-hong a pauper as well and threatened him with a vicious glare, while the other student frowned and demanded to know why Su-hong was suddenly interfering in their fight. Su-hong only smirked, making it clear that he had not come to stop the fight completely. He calmly proposed something even more direct. The two of them could join forces and attack him together. The rugged student took the words as a direct insult. He abandoned his original opponent on the spot and rushed towards Su-hong with anger burning across his face. Su-hong waited until the student closed in, then countered with a brutal knee strike straight into his stomach. The force hit like a hammer, sending the rugged student flying backward. The student gasped in pain, his body folding from the impact before he crashed down in a heap on the forest floor. The man in the suit stared at the scene in disbelief. He could not understand how someone with a similar level of strength had been defeated so cleanly, as if he had never stood a chance at all. Before he could even finish processing what had happened, Su-hong's figure flashed forward. In an instant, Su-hong appeared right in front of him, his voice calm as he said it was now his turn. Fear froze the suited man in place. He could only watch as Su-hong lifted the wooden club and swung it toward him with terrifying speed. The club connected cleanly, and the impact knocked the man straight to the ground, ending the fight before he could put up any real resistance. The suited man's body flew through the air and slammed hard into a nearby tree. He screamed as the force overwhelmed him, his eyes rolling back as he nearly lost consciousness on the spot. On the forest floor, Su-hong stood calmly with the wooden stick resting on his shoulder. Looking down at the two defeated men, he said this was exactly what they deserved for underestimating ordinary cultivators. Inside the monitoring room, several instructors were watching the fight unfold on a large screen. One of them frowned and wondered where this newcomer had come from, complaining that he had simply walked into the middle of someone else's duel and knocked both students down in one move each. Another instructor asked whether the two defeated students should now be considered eliminated. The supervisor shook his head after a brief look. Since neither of them had called for rescue, he explained that their assessment would continue for the time being. A staff member immediately bowed in acknowledgement, accepting the supervisor's decision without further question. Back in the forest, the man in the suit groaned weakly as his eyes opened again. He raised a hand to his aching face and muttered in pain, still unable to believe how badly that strike had hurt. But the moment he struggled to sit up and saw the wooden stick lying nearby, panic rushed across his face. He scrambled backward in fear, yelling for Su Hong to stay away from him. Once the fear faded a little, humiliation took over. The defeated man screamed in rage, shouting that he had never been embarrassed like this in his entire life, and swearing that Su Hong had better pray he never found him again. Not far away, the rugged student also woke up against a tree, clutching his chest with a pained expression. He muttered through gritted teeth that he had underestimated Su Hong, insisting that if he had taken the fight seriously from the start, he would never have lost like that. For a moment, the two beaten students simply sat there in awkward silence. Their bodies ached, their pride was bruised, and neither of them looked as confident as before. After that silence dragged on, one of them finally apologized and admitted that the other was actually strong. The man in the suit accepted it and apologized as well for mocking him earlier. Their hostility faded, and the two even shook hands as if their earlier conflict had been wiped clean. Before long, the two of them were walking through the forest side by side like brothers in arms. They quickly agreed on a new goal: find Su Hong and take revenge. The suited man was especially determined, saying he had to hit Su Hong with that wooden stick to vent the humiliation in his chest. Meanwhile, Su Hong was already sprinting through the forest with his spear in hand. Blue energy trailed behind him as he moved between the trees at high speed. Su Hong's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed movement ahead. His expression stayed calm, but he could already tell that something troublesome was about to appear in his path. A few moments later, a herd of giant tusk boars burst out from between the trees. Their red eyes glowed fiercely as they charged forward, and Su Hong couldn't help complaining that it was another group of low-tier boars, wondering just how many of these creatures he had already run into in this beast-filled mountain range. The boars snorted heavily as they rushed closer, their hooves kicking up clouds of dust from the ground. Their massive tusks sliced through the air, making them look like living battering rams. Then the entire herd roared together and charged straight at Su Hong. Their steps pounded across the forest floor, shaking the ground as their huge bodies closed in. As the beasts came rushing toward him, Su Hong's gaze sharpened. A golden flash passed through his eyes, and his focus locked onto the charging herd. In the next instant, golden lightning erupted around Su Hong's body, crackling outward as his aura surged through the forest. He swept his spear outward in a powerful, wide arc, and in the same instant, bright streaks of lightning tore across the charging boars. The glowing lines sliced through the darkness around them, flashing so violently that the whole area lit up for a moment. Golden light coiled tightly around Su Hong's arm as he drove his spear forward with crushing force. The spear smashed into the boars head-on, sending their huge bodies crashing into the ground while dust burst up and shockwaves rippled through the clearing. When the battle finally ended, Su Hong stood alone among the fallen beasts, surrounded by heavy bodies sprawled across the dirt. In front of him, several system screens appeared, showing the martial Dao points he had gained. Looking at the numbers, he realized that ever since his strength had risen, the points he received from weaker beasts had dropped by a huge amount. Su Hong let out a quiet sigh, his expression turning a little impatient. He muttered that he had to hurry up and find a token, then lowered his spear and began cutting open one of the boar's stomachs. Moving from one corpse to the next, Su Hong searched through the bodies carefully. He murmured that the dozen or so low-tier beasts he had killed earlier had not carried a single token, so he could only hope this new group would finally be different. But one after another, every corpse turned out to be empty. Just as Su Hong had half expected, there were still no tokens anywhere. At that point, he could only conclude that the tokens were probably hidden inside higher-level beasts. Half an hour later, Su Hong was already moving through the forest again at high speed. His figure flashed between the trees, and the spear in his hand cut sharply through the wind as he pushed deeper ahead. As he ran farther into the forest, Su Hong thought back to how things used to be in this area. Back then, he could easily run into more than 10 low-level beasts in a single hour, but now, after searching for so long, he could not even find one. Then, without warning, a furious roar tore through the quiet forest. From between the trees, a massive black tiger with burning red eyes sprang out, moving so fast it looked like a shadow as it pounced straight towards Su Hong. A blue glow lit up in Su Hong's eyes, and instead of panicking, a smile tugged at his face. He immediately recognized the beast in front of him. After searching for so long, he had finally found a Tier 1, upper stage Dark Knight black tiger. Blue energy began gathering at Su Hong's fingertips, spinning tighter and brighter with every passing moment. The light swirled around his hand like a condensed storm before suddenly swelling to its limit. Su-hong drove his glowing finger downward, and a piercing blue beam shot out instantly. The attack slammed into the dark night black tiger with terrifying precision, tearing into the beast and splitting the ground beneath it. The dark night black tiger let out a pained roar that shook the forest. Its jaws stretched wide open, and blood sprayed from its mouth as the force of the attack ripped through its body. The giant tiger crashed heavily onto the ground, the impact cracking the earth beneath it. Dust scattered in all directions as the beast twitched, struggled, and tried desperately to rise again. Su-hong did not give it even a second to recover. Tightening his grip around his spear, he lunged forward at incredible speed, closing the distance in a blur. His body spun through the air as the glowing spear came down hard on the tiger's head. Blue energy exploded outward from the impact, and after one final roar, the dark night black tiger's body went completely still. A system screen appeared in front of him, showing that he had gained 35 martial Dao points. Su-hong glanced at it calmly and remarked that with his current strength, killing a high-tier beast like this had become as simple as breathing. He crouched down beside the tiger's corpse and began searching through it without delay. Since this was a high-tier beast, Su-hong hoped there would finally be a token hidden inside. After cutting the beast open, Su-hong suddenly paused. A moment later, he pulled out a token covered in blood, then gave a soft laugh as he confirmed his guess. The token really had been inside the high-tier beast, but it had taken him nearly 3 full hours just to find this one. Holding the bloodstained token in his hand, Su-hong began thinking over everything he had encountered so far. Low-tier boars could be found almost everywhere, but high-tier tigers only seemed to appear once every half hour. The deeper he went, the stronger the beasts became, but they also became much harder to find. Su-hong glanced back at the dark night black tiger's corpse lying on the ground. High-tier beasts definitely gave more martial Dao points, but if he could only find one every 30 minutes, then hunting them was far from efficient. Compared to that, hunting the large numbers of low-level beasts would allow him to build up points much faster over time. Even if each one gave less, the quantity made the difference. His fingers tightened around the token, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Su-hong quickly made up his mind. For earning points, quantity mattered more than quality. With that decision made, he continued forward through the forest. He was determined to use the remaining 5 hours to gather enough martial Dao points and push his mortal body progress all the way to its limit. As Su-hong pressed onward, he soon arrived at a clearing soaked in blood. Torn apart deer corpses were scattered everywhere, their bodies lying in pieces across the trampled ground. The clearing was not only filled with deer remains. The ground was also littered with the corpses of boars Su-hong had already killed, turning the entire place into a brutal battlefield. Just as Su-hong killed another boar with his bare hands, a massive bear with glowing red eyes suddenly charged in from the side. It lunged straight at him, raising its huge claws before bringing them down with savage force. Su-hong reacted instantly. With incredible speed, he twisted his body and spun to the side, dodging the bear's sudden attack before its claws could tear into him. Flames wrapped around Su-hong's fist as he rushed forward. Seeing the bear in front of him, he noted that after killing dozens of low-tier beasts, he had finally run into a mid-tier one. His flaming fist shot out like a cannon blast. The punch struck the bear with explosive force, blasting its enormous body off the ground and sending it flying backward through the forest. The bear slammed hard into a rock wall, making the stone shake from the impact. It roared in pain, blood spilling from its mouth as it struggled desperately to push itself back up. In the bear's trembling eye, Su-hong's figure was already reflected in midair. Before the beast could steady itself, he was leaping in again, ready to deliver another strike. Su-hong brought his fist crashing down, driving a beam of fiery energy straight into the bear's head. The impact erupted violently, sending shockwaves through the ground beneath them. The force of the blow dragged the bear's heavy body across the ground. It carved through dirt and debris until it slammed into a large tree, snapping the trunk apart with a loud crack. When the dust finally began to settle, Su-hong stood there covered in blood and dirt, but his expression remained calm. He quietly noted that now that his mortal body had surpassed 60%, he could kill mid-tier beasts using physical strength alone. A system panel appeared before him, displaying his current stats and showing that he now had 254 martial Dao points. He still needed just over 100 more points to max out his mortal body progress, which had already reached 64.6%. The panel also showed his level 3 guiding arts and his martial skills, all of them listed in a perfect state. Su-hong tightened his grip around his weapon, his mind already focused on the remaining time. He knew he had only 3 hours left, and in that time, he had to gather every last point he needed. But before Su-hong could take another step, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the trees, shaking the forest around him. Su-hong froze in place, sweat appearing on his face as the roar continued to reverberate through the air. A single thought flashed through his mind. What kind of creature could make a sound like that? All at once, a massive shadow fell over him from above. A gigantic golden bird descended through the sky, its glowing wings stirring up violent wind and swirling leaves. As its golden feathers shone like flames, Su-hong realized this creature might be the legendary Golden Rock Beast King. The beast released a piercing screech and dove downward, its enormous body wrapped in blazing energy as it rushed toward the forest below. The force of its descent tore through the surrounding trees. Violent shockwaves spread outward, ripping across the forest as if the air itself had been crushed. Su-hong braced himself against the roaring wind, gripping his spear tightly with both hands. The Golden Rock Beast King's power was terrifying. Just one flap of its wings had been enough to create a devastating shockwave. A violent crash rang out nearby as a massive tree split apart. Its thick trunk snapped under the overwhelming force, sending broken wood flying through the air. Su-hong leaped onto a broken stone as the shockwave swept past him. Wind howled around his body while he steadied his footing, raised his eyes toward the sky, and wondered what kind of beast could unleash such power. Pressed back against a cliff, sweat running down his face, Su-hong finally admitted to himself that he had grown complacent. Standing before such overwhelming power, he realized that in front of true top-tier experts, he was still no different from an ant. Then Su-hong's eyes suddenly widened. High above in the air, he noticed something else approaching through the sky. The Golden Rock Beast King hovered in the air with its wings fully spread, its enormous body casting a powerful presence over the forest below. A second figure was approaching from the distance, also glowing with brilliant golden light. It was rank 7 Grandmaster Qin Tianli, his body wrapped in a fierce, flaming aura. He declared himself as Qin Tianli, saying that he was borrowing this territory, then questioned why the Beast King had returned. The Golden Rock Beast King immediately swooped downward with its claws extended. Its furious voice rang through the air as it shouted that it had never agreed to lend out its territory. Qin Tianli tore through the air like a blazing golden storm, his whole body wrapped in surging light. As he rushed straight toward the Beast King, he shouted that he would beat it down until it finally agreed, and in the next instant, the two terrifying powers slammed together high above the ground. The Golden Rock's wings suddenly flashed with brilliant gold as its massive body twisted in the sky. Qin Tianli's fist crashed hard into its feathered defense, making the air burst apart, and the beast immediately beat its wings again while letting out a piercing, furious cry. A spiral of dazzling light gathered around the Golden Rock, then exploded outward in a violent shockwave. Qin Tianli was forced back through the air, but he quickly steadied himself, his expression darkening as the beast's shrill cries scraped against his patience. Qin Tianli snapped that the Golden Rock was far too noisy, then shot forward once more without the slightest hesitation. In the blink of an eye, his figure closed the distance again, and a storm of rapid, heavy impacts burst across the sky. One blast after another erupted around the Beast King as Qin Tianli's golden force hammered into it repeatedly. The sky lit up with violent flashes, and the two figures clashed in midair with enough power to make the entire area tremble. Then Qin Tianli's fist broke through and smashed straight into the Beast King's head. Feathers and blood sprayed through the air from the brutal hit, and the enormous creature was driven backward, its massive body losing ground under the force of the blow. Qin Tianli hovered in place, calm and steady, golden aura rippling around him like fire. His voice turned cold as he declared that he was only borrowing this land for a while, then ordered the Beast King to leave at once, warning it not to make him say it again. The Beast King screamed in rage as it finally turned and flew away, throwing back an angry threat for Qin Tianli to wait. Qin Tianli only raised a hand and waved it off like a nuisance, telling the creature to get lost without even looking impressed. Once the Beast King vanished into the distance, Qin Tianli remained suspended in the air for a moment. He slowly drew in a breath, while streams of golden light continued to coil around his body like lingering flames after battle. His voice then rolled across the entire assessment zone. Qin Tianli announced that he was rank 7 Grandmaster Qin Tianli, and told all the trainees not to panic, because the assessment would continue exactly as planned. Far below, Su-hong lifted his head and stared into the sky, shock written across his face as golden rings of power spread outward above him. His jaw tightened as he wondered whether this was the true strength of a rank 7 martial artist. A sharp light slowly gathered in Su-hong's eyes. Staring at that overwhelming power, he silently swore to himself that one day, he would also step into that realm. High in the sky, Qin Tianli began descending toward the base. Beneath him, the huge crater-like area had already been filled with buildings prepared for the assessment, all arranged inside the borrowed territory. As Qin Tianli hovered above the officials, he complained that the Beast King should have simply agreed from the beginning. He had only wanted to borrow its territory for a trial, yet it insisted on making him fight first, while the staff below stood straight at attention. Among the officials, the two rank 5 martial artists, Lin Zi and Bai Mu, spoke with clear admiration in their voices. They said Grandmaster Qin was even more terrifying than the rumors claimed, since he had beaten back the Golden Rock Beast King, a creature famous for its incredible toughness. Qin Tianli casually brushed aside their praise and gave a direct order for everyone to head to the monitoring room. He wanted to see which trainees had managed to withstand the Golden Rock's pressure earlier, and the staff immediately followed behind him. Inside the surveillance room, rows of monitors displayed the assessment grounds. Many trainees could be seen collapsed on the ground after the shockwave, and Lin Zi explained that most of them had been completely unable to move beneath the Golden Rock's oppressive aura. Qin Tianli's gaze suddenly paused in surprise. On one of the screens, a trainee was kneeling beside several dead black tigers, still calm even after enduring the Beast King's pressure, and Qin Tianli immediately asked who that boy was. Bai Mu quickly checked the documents and reported that the trainee was Wang Tiantuo, a Tier 1 high-tier martial artist with blood chi 340 and 95% fire affinity. He also possessed the barbarian god physique and was the son of Star City's Castellan. Qin Tianli raised an eyebrow, remarking that the Castellan treated having children like buying lottery tickets, and after more than 100 tries, he had finally produced a good one. Another trainee appeared on the screen, using astonishing speed to escape the pressure zone. Qin Tianli watched the movement and commented that the boy's movement skill was impressive. Bai Mu then identified him as Lin Xinghe, a Tier 1 high-tier talent from the Lin family, with blood chi 325 and 96% wind affinity. The footage then shifted to a girl surrounded by a glowing barrier, using it to protect herself from the pressure. Qin Tianli immediately noticed that she was a spiritual telekinetic, skillfully controlling her power to resist the aura, and Bai Mu reported that she was Xiao Nan, a Tier 1 mid-stage telekinetic from the Xiao family, with blood chi 290 and 95% wood affinity. Qin Tianli nodded slightly, saying that these three had dealt with the pressure with ease and clearly surpassed their peers. When he asked whether there were any other talents, Bai Mu began listing more names from the Lin and Wang families. But her voice hesitated as she realized nearly every top performer came from Star City's famous clans. Qin Tianli frowned at that. Bai Mu explained that the dozen people on the list all had Tier 2 combat power and had endured the aura, but Qin Tianli questioned why every standout came from a major family. He then asked about the students from the schools, especially number 1 high. Bai Mu answered that the school students were only at the early stage of Tier 1, and the 3 from number 1 high had only just broken through. Qin Tianli waved his hand dismissively, saying there was no need to look, and that number 1 high was not worthy of its reputation. At that moment, Lin Zi suddenly cried out in shock and pointed toward one of the screens. The abrupt shout drew everyone's attention, and all 3 of them immediately looked up. On the monitor, Su Hong was cutting down a ferocious beast with steady movements. The sight stunned them, because after enduring the Golden Rock's pressure, he still had enough strength left to continue hunting. Bai Mu's body trembled as she stared at the screen, and her words came out in a shaky stutter. She said that this was the monster from Star City number 1 high. Lin Zi immediately scolded her, telling her not to lose composure and make such a fuss in front of the Grandmaster. Qin Tianli remained silent at first, but after Lin Zi glanced down at the report, even he began to shake. With wide eyes, Lin Zi repeated the word monster, while Qin Tianli glanced at both rank 5 martial artists and reminded them that people at their level should have seen plenty of geniuses before. He asked why the 2 of them were reacting so dramatically, then awkwardly added that their mental steadiness still seemed lacking. His tone made it sound as though they should have been much calmer. But the moment Qin Tianli personally read the report, his own eyes widened in disbelief. His calm expression cracked at once, and inside, he was practically screaming, wondering whether this boy was even human. The report listed Su Hong's profile in clear detail. He was 18 years old, from number 1 high, only at the early stage of Tier 1, with blood chi 123. Yet he had already perfected a C-rank martial art, and his raw physical strike had produced 3004 combat power, enough to rival a high-level Tier 1 fighter. On top of that, he was suspected to have a special physique, possessed 100% affinity for all 7 elements, and was cultivating all 7 of them at the same time. Qin Tianli's hands trembled slightly as he muttered in disbelief that such a freak had actually come from a place like Star City. This was not some once-in-a-century talent, he realized. This kind of person might only appear once in 1,000 years. His shock quickly transformed into open joy. Clutching the report tightly in his hand, his eyes glowing red with excitement, Qin Tianli shouted that he had struck gold. But then he suddenly paused, confusion flashing across his face. He demanded to know why someone with talent this absurd was still only at the early stage of Tier 1, with just 123 blood chi, and Bai Mu hurriedly explained that Su Hong was cultivating all 7 guiding techniques at once. Grandmaster Qin instantly erupted in frustration. No wonder Su Hong's level was so low, he snapped. Cultivating 7 techniques at the same time was practically a dead-end path, even for an immortal, and he could not understand how Su Hong had advanced at all. With a growl, he said the local martial arts association president should have stopped him long ago. Just then, a staff member stepped forward and reported that trainees had begun arriving at the camp. Qin Tianli gave a short nod and said they would go out to take a look. Outside the camp, the first 3 trainees had already arrived and respectfully greeted him. Wang Tiantua gave a salute and addressed himself as a junior, while Qin Tianli looked over the 3 of them and praised them simply, saying they were very good. 6 hours into the assessment, more students began staggering toward the camp one after another. Some complained that they had nearly died out there, while another reminded them that the terrifying pressure had come from the Golden Rock Beast King itself. After 7.5 hours had passed, even more trainees gathered inside the camp. As Qin Tianli watched them, a few early arrivals said there was probably no one left outside and suggested ending the assessment, while another scoffed that anyone still wandering out there had to be weak. But Qin Tianli's thoughts were fixed on Su Hong. He wondered where that boy had gone, and a trace of panic crossed his face as he worried that the newly discovered freak, his precious treasure, might have gotten lost or even been eliminated. A few minutes later, Qin Tianli finally saw a figure emerging from the forest. He quietly let out a breath of relief, thinking that the brat had finally shown up. Su Hong stepped out from between the trees, dragging his spear behind him. His clothes were stained with dirt and blood, and he muttered that he had made it just in time, because he had been so focused on earning martial value that he almost forgot about the deadline. As Su Hong entered the camp, the trainees around him stared in surprise. One person whispered that he was truly ruthless, while another noticed he did not seem injured at all and wondered just how many beasts he had killed to end up covered in that much grime. The 2 men Su Hong had embarrassed earlier glared at him from nearby. One of them shouted that he had been waiting for Su Hong, but the other quickly stopped him and told him not to rush, saying they would have plenty of chances once they were inside the camp. Not far away, the 3 elite trainees also watched Su Hong closely. One of them called him an expert for passing right at the deadline. Another found the whole thing interesting, and Wang Tiantua, with his eyes closed, merely gave a quiet nod. As the sun sank lower, Instructor Lin Zi stepped forward in front of the assembled trainees and announced that the 8-hour time limit had officially ended. Anyone who had not reached the camp was eliminated, and after that, he began introducing the camp's facilities and rules. Instructor Lin explained the camp's main facilities one by one. Among them were a gravity room, a movement skill training room, and a ferocious beast combat room, each designed to push the trainees in different ways. He then pointed toward a large building and introduced it as the Martial Arts Pavilion. Inside, trainees could spend contribution points to purchase martial arts, pills, and weapons, with some of the available items reaching as high as A rank. Hearing this, Su Hong sat quietly among the trainees, his clothes still marked with blood and dirt, but his expression remained calm. In his heart, he immediately felt that choosing to come here had been the right decision. But Instructor Lin's next words quickly clarified the reality of the camp. Every facility here required contribution points to use, meaning nothing in this place would be handed to the trainees for free. Instructor Lin made the rules very clear. The only way for anyone here to gain contribution points was to pass the camp's training subjects, and if someone performed especially well, they could even receive extra rewards beyond the basic score. By the time the sun was sinking toward the horizon, Instructor Lin finally dismissed the trainees. He told anyone who still had energy to begin training right away, while those who were injured should follow him to the dormitories and rest, adding with firm confidence that under his supervision, no one here would be allowed to die. When Su Hong stepped into his dorm room, he was immediately surprised to find that it was actually a private single room. After glancing around the quiet space, he quickly realized what that meant. He could finally cultivate and level up without worrying about anyone watching him. Later that night, Su Hong sat cross-legged on his bed and opened his status screen in front of him. His current stats appeared clearly: Blood Chi 126, Spirit 26.5, and Mortal Body 64.6%. His Thunder Guiding Technique and Heavenly Flame Guiding Technique had both reached level 3, while all 3 of his martial arts were already perfected. With 354 martial value available, Su Hong took a calm breath and decided to pour every bit of it into upgrading his mortal body. The moment he made the decision, a violent surge of power erupted from his body, wrapping him in waves of red flame. Countless glowing notifications flashed one after another, each one showing his mortal body rising by another point as the crimson energy continued strengthening him from within. At last, a new message appeared before his eyes. His mortal body had reached 100%, and it was now beginning to evolve. Su Hong's eyes snapped open at once, blazing with crimson light, while his breathing surged outward like a storm breaking loose inside the room. Su Hong's physical evolution officially began. An intense red energy spread across him like burning veins of light. Glowing nodes appeared over his newly strengthened body, mapping out every part of him as his physique was pushed into a completely new state. He remained seated in meditation on the floor of his dorm room, perfectly still despite the pressure building around him. A fierce vortex of spiritual energy spun through the room, circling his body as though the air itself was being pulled toward him. When the entire process finally came to an end, Su-hong slowly let out a long breath. Heat rolled off his body in visible steam, rising from his refined form as the last traces of red energy faded away. Su-hong lowered his gaze and inspected his transformed physique, still feeling the raw strength coursing through his limbs. The sheer power contained in his physical body now was so overwhelming that even he could hardly believe it. His system interface appeared again, and this time it revealed that he had unlocked the Overlord body. The system described it as an existence possessing the strongest physical strength in the entire world. Su-hong then noticed that this new physique was only at spirit rank 0%, which meant it could still continue to grow. That realization made him wonder just what kind of heaven-defying form the Overlord body might evolve into next. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Su-hong decided he needed to test the limits of this extraordinary new body. He reached for his jacket, then grabbed his black spear, ready to head out and see what he could really do. But the instant his fingers tightened around the spear's shaft, something went wrong. The metal gave a harsh crunch under his grip, and cracks spread across it before he could even react. Su-hong froze, staring at the damaged weapon in disbelief. Only then did he realize that his casual grip alone was now strong enough to crush and snap a highly durable C-rank alloy spear. For a brief moment, panic flashed across his face. C-rank spears were extremely expensive, and in his mind, he had just crushed a fortune with his bare hand. Luckily, he quickly remembered that he had not actually paid for this spear at all. He had looted it for free back in the wilderness. Even so, the damage proved one thing clearly. His old equipment could no longer withstand his current strength, so he needed to earn camp contribution points as soon as possible and exchange them for an A-rank alloy spear. With that thought in mind, Su-hong strode out of his room and into the hallway, his steps steady and confident. As he planned his next move, he wondered whether earning points would be easy if he simply trained with a weight vest weighing a few hundred kilograms. At that same time, inside the camp warehouse, a crowd of trainees had gathered together. Their eyes were fixed in awe on Wang Tiantua, who had become the center of everyone's attention. Even while carrying a massive 3,000-kilogram weight, Wang Tiantua moved as if it barely slowed him down. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, he suddenly leaped into the air with shocking ease. From the sidelines, Lin Xinghe and Xiao Nen watched with clear amazement. They could not help commenting on Wang Tiantua's monster-like strength, noting that an ordinary Tier 1 martial artist could only bear a small fraction of that kind of load. In the monitoring room, Grandmaster Qin Tianli watched the warehouse feed with interest. Seeing Wang Tiantua handle the weight so effortlessly, he praised the power of the barbarian god body. Before long, the conversation turned back to Su-hong. Bai Mu looked toward Qin Tianli and asked how they should deal with the problem of Su-hong cultivating 7 guiding techniques at the same time. Qin Tianli understood very well that if they directly confronted a proud genius like Su-hong, it would probably only make him resist even harder. So instead, he decided to let Su-hong realize the mistake of his path through experience. Qin Tianli then turned to instructor Lin Zi and asked about the progress of the secretly arranged night raid. This raid had already been planned as a surprise ambush meant to strike the trainees when they least expected it. Lin Zi's lips curled into a wicked smile. He was already imagining the despair on the students' faces when they discovered that passing the entrance assessment did not mean they could finally relax. To carry out his lesson, Qin Tianli gave Lin Zi a specific order: send a powerful Tier 1 high-stage martial artist to crush Su-hong with overwhelming force. Once Su-hong was thoroughly defeated, Qin Tianli would step in, explain why cultivating 7 techniques at once was impossible, and make him abandon that path. The staff could not help worrying about this arrangement. After all, Su-hong's vitality was far lower, while the opponent they planned to send had more than 400 vitality and 5,000 combat power, and they feared such a crushing defeat might permanently break his spirit. Qin Tianli, however, dismissed their concerns with a cold expression. In his eyes, if Su-hong's resolve could collapse from something like this, then the boy was nothing more than trash. Meanwhile, out in the camp, Su-hong heard other trainees hurrying past him and talking excitedly about going to the gravity room to watch Wang Tiantua train. Su-hong had no interest in squeezing into a crowd right away. Since everyone else had rushed off, he headed into the now empty equipment warehouse first, planning to take a look at the commotion later. Inside the warehouse, Su-hong picked up his smart scoring bracelet and examined it briefly. This was the device used to calculate and record his contribution points during training. As he continued exploring the room, Su-hong walked past racks of lighter training equipment without stopping. Then his footsteps paused in surprise before a rack holding 10-ton weight vests made from super heavy alloy, leaving him wondering what kind of person could possibly wear something that heavy. Curious about how far his new body could go, Su-hong decided to try on one of the 10-ton vests. But after feeling the immense pressure settle onto him, he quickly realized that the weight severely restricted his speed and stamina, making it unsuitable for long-term training. After weighing the feeling for a moment, Su-hong decided not to force it. He took off the 10-ton vest and chose to switch to a 5-ton vest instead. Once the 5-ton vest was on, Su-hong rapidly leaped around the warehouse to test how well he could still move. After several quick bursts of motion, he concluded that this load was perfectly suited to his current physical condition. Thinking about the other competitors, Su-hong began wondering how much weight Wang Tiantuo and the other top geniuses had chosen to wear. Since they were all at the high stage of Tier 1, he assumed they had to be at least as strong as him, if not even stronger. Wanting to learn from how those top talents trained, Su-hong left the equipment warehouse and headed out to observe them for himself. Outside, a large crowd had already gathered in front of a pyramid-shaped gravity room. The trainees were all stunned because Wang Tiantuo had actually entered the facility without taking off his 3-ton weight vest. A monitor outside displayed Wang Tiantuo struggling inside the room under 2 times normal gravity. The crowd quickly pointed out that under those conditions, his 3-ton vest effectively became a brutal 6-ton load. Standing at the back of the crowd with his arms crossed, Su-hong was genuinely surprised when he heard that Wang Tiantuo's base vest was only 3 tons. Compared to the 5-ton vest he was wearing comfortably under his own clothes, that sounded unbelievably light, and only then did Su-hong realize he had completely underestimated the toughness and superiority of his newly evolved overlord body. Su-hong soon walked over to his former schoolmates, Chen Shan and Li Tuesday. Seeing them standing outside instead of training, he asked why they were not going into the gravity room to cultivate. Chen Shan and Li Tu both looked defeated. They explained that the gap between them and the top-tier geniuses was simply too massive, and if they trained in front of everyone right now, they were afraid of being compared so harshly that they would only embarrass themselves. Su-hong sighed when he heard that and reached out to pat one of them on the shoulder. He was clearly disappointed that they would let pride and fear of comparison stop them from improving. Even when they warned him to wait until the crowd had left, Su-hong did not hesitate. He ignored their concerns and walked forward with calm confidence, heading straight toward the brightly lit, pyramid-shaped gravity room. The onlookers immediately began mocking him the moment they noticed where he was going. They assumed Su-hong was arrogantly trying to surpass Wang Tiantuo's record, calling him brainless and shameless, especially because he did not appear to be wearing any weight suit at all. Su-hong paid no attention to their taunts and stepped through the entrance. In his mind, facilities this expensive and heavily funded were normally controlled by elite aristocratic families, so this chance was rare, and he had no intention of letting it pass him by. Inside the high-tech training room, Su-hong calmly began evaluating his own limits. Since he was secretly wearing the 5-ton weight vest beneath his tracksuit, setting the room to double gravity would put his body under 10 tons of force, a crushing burden he estimated he could only endure for about 10 minutes. To make sure he could train for a longer stretch instead of burning himself out too quickly, Su-hong decided to pace his body carefully. He reached for the control dial and adjusted the gravity setting down to 1.5 times normal gravity instead. The moment the setting took effect, the invisible pressure slammed down over him, and Su-hong let out a low grunt as his body strained hard to brace against the sudden heavy force. Outside the gravity room, the crowd had no idea Su-hong was secretly wearing a 5-ton vest beneath his tracksuit. All they could see on the monitor was him struggling under 1.5 times gravity, and that was enough for them to burst into laughter. To them, he looked like someone who could barely handle a low setting without any added weight, which only confirmed their belief that the last person to pass the entrance assessment was weak. Meanwhile, Su-hong ignored everything outside and sank completely into his training. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, his body was wrapped in a burning red aura, and under the crushing pressure, he quickly realized that cultivating his guidance technique had become much harder. But that also proved how effective this high-end facility was, because despite the difficulty, his cultivation speed was rising at an incredible pace. After enduring that heavy pressure for 2 full hours, Su-hong was still seated on the floor of the gravity room. The fierce red aura around him continued to blaze, and even though the invisible force pressed down on every part of his body, he remained locked in cultivation without moving. Sweat poured down Su-hong's face and soaked into his clothes as he pushed himself closer and closer to his limit. Even so, he kept his breathing steady and focused entirely on training, while a sharp blue glow lit up in his eyes. His exhausting effort soon paid off when he checked his system panel. Su-hong saw with satisfaction that his water, earth, and wind guidance techniques had each increased by 1 level, and his vitality had also risen from 126 points to 130. After forcing himself up from the floor, Su-hong finally reached over and shut down the gravity machine. Feeling the lingering pressure fade away, he could not help being impressed by how effective the room was, and he immediately began wondering how useful the camp's movement technique room and ferocious beast room might be as well. Completely drained from the training session, Su-hong staggered out of the facility step by step. His body was still heavy with exhaustion, and he raised a hand to wipe the thick sweat from his face. The moment he came out, 2 trainees who had been waiting nearby immediately started mocking him. They were still convinced that Su Hong had been training without any weights at only 1.5 times gravity. Seeing his exhausted state, the two laughed even harder, and one of them arrogantly bragged that he could sleep through the entire night under those same conditions. Su Hong did not bother arguing with their nonsense. He only complained that his gear was unbearably hot and poorly ventilated, then casually unzipped his tracksuit, revealing the massive 5-ton weight vest he had been wearing the entire time. The instant the hidden weight vest appeared beneath Su Hong's clothes, the two mocking trainees froze on the spot. Their faces stiffened, their words died in their throats, and they were left completely stunned by what they were seeing. Even after seeing the vest, the two trainees still underestimated it. Watching Su Hong remove the heavy gear, they assumed it probably weighed only around 500 kilograms. They admitted that lasting 2 hours with that kind of weight was somewhat acceptable, but their attitude was still full of contempt. As Su Hong dropped the vest heavily to the ground, they insisted he was still far beneath the camp's top genius, Wang Tiantua. Before the tension could continue, a sudden commotion spread through the crowd. Everyone turned their attention toward the gravity room as Wang Tiantua finally walked out, and the trainees began marveling at the fact that he had endured 6 tons of heavy pressure for more than 2 hours. Wang Tiantua stepped out drenched in sweat, his chest rising and falling as he panted heavily. The crowd around him immediately erupted in praise, calling his physical strength the absolute best in the entire training camp. He reached up, unfastened the heavy vest from his body, and tossed it carelessly onto the floor. The moment it landed, the ground shook with a deep impact, frightening the nearby trainees and making them instinctively back away. Now finally freed from the enormous burden, Wang Tiantua rolled his shoulder and massaged the sore muscles, admitting that the weight had been brutally exhausting. Just then, Lin Xinghe approached while casually fanning himself and challenged Wang Tiantua to compete in the movement technique room. Wang Tiantua rejected him immediately, saying Lin Xinghe cultivated an A-rank wind attribute movement technique, and only an idiot would compete with him in agility. Su Hong, who happened to overhear the exchange, instantly became interested. The moment he heard the words A-rank movement technique, his attention shifted toward Lin Xinghe. Although Su Hong's newly evolved overlord body had given him terrifying raw strength, he knew very clearly that his agility skills were still lacking. A faint smile appeared on his face as he realized this might be the perfect chance to add a powerful movement skill to his arsenal. Following behind the crowd, Su Hong soon arrived at the dome-shaped movement technique training room. He wanted to see for himself just how impressive Lin Xinghe's A-rank flying swan startling cloud step really was. Inside the facility, the trainees stared at the monitors in disbelief. Lin Xinghe had actually set the arrow dodging simulation to level 10, the highest possible difficulty, and he looked completely confident doing it. On the screen, Lin Xinghe's figure moved so fast, it almost blurred. He slipped through the dense barrage of flying arrows with ease, weaving between the rapid shots, as if the deadly projectiles could not touch him at all. His movements were so graceful that he even closed his eyes while suspended in midair. As he dodged the arrows, pink petals somehow drifted around him, making the entire display look impossibly elegant and leaving the audience stunned by how effortlessly he was showing off. Su Hong watched the dazzling performance with a calm expression and quietly acknowledged that the technique was impressive. Almost at the same time, his system interface appeared before him, revealing that simply by observing Lin Xinghe's skill in action, he had successfully copied the flying swan startling cloud step and unlocked it at 1% proficiency. Su Hong narrowed his eyes and carefully studied every detail of Lin Xinghe's movements. From the rhythm of his steps to the way his body shifted through the arrows, Su Hong broke the technique down in his mind. Then Su Hong stepped forward, clearly intending to test the technique for himself. His movement immediately drew the attention of the nearby trainees, and several pairs of eyes turned toward him at once. The crowd quickly burst into laughter and mockery. To them, it was absurd that Su Hong thought he could master a complicated A-rank movement technique after only watching it once, and they treated his confidence like a joke. Su Hong paid no attention to their ridicule. His consciousness slipped into the system's virtual training space, where a simulated version of Lin Xinghe appeared before him, ready to push him through an intense battle of movement and evasion. Inside that space, Su Hong trained relentlessly, dodging rapid attacks again and again while refining every step. His proficiency rose at a terrifying speed, climbing quickly from 8% all the way to 93%. Before long, a system notification appeared, congratulating him for officially reaching the basic level of the technique. Su Hong stood there with clear excitement, thrilled that he had obtained his first A-rank movement skill. As the system prepared to return him to reality, Su Hong could not help feeling a little embarrassed. After all, using Lin Xinghe's unbelievably flashy movements as his learning template meant he had absorbed not only the skill, but also that showy style. Once he confirmed that he no longer needed the movement technique room, Su Hong decided on his next destination. He would head to the ferocious beast room, where he could hunt beasts, earn martial value, and continue raising his vitality. But before he could move on, Su-hong suddenly noticed that the entire crowd was staring at him. Some trainees had even taken out their phones to snap pictures, while others excitedly praised his dramatic and flashy posture. Su-hong's face stiffened as the truth hit him. While his mind had been training inside the system space, his real body outside had been copying all of Lin Xinghe's exaggerated, showy poses in front of everyone. Burning with embarrassment, Su-hong immediately turned and sprinted away from the area at top speed. Behind him, the crowd cheered and shouted for him to perform again, but he ignored all of it and silently swore that he would never use Lin Xinghe as a template again. As Su-hong dashed away, his sharpened senses suddenly caught something unusual. He could feel that someone was following him from behind. A short distance behind him, the student in the suit was trailing after him, now carrying a wooden club, and beside him was the rugged student Su-hong had defeated during the entrance assessment. After tracking Su-hong toward the ferocious beast room, the two vengeful trainees quietly planned to block the exit and ambush him the moment he came out. Su-hong soon arrived outside the large facility known as the ferocious beast room. As soon as he got there, he noticed that another big crowd had already gathered near the entrance. Near the doors, Su-hong overheard a tense exchange between Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Nan. Wang Tiantuo laughed and said that Xiao Nan wanted to compete with him in hunting beasts to see who truly deserved to be called the #1 trainee in the camp. Wang Tiantuo then asked arrogantly whether she really believed her spiritual telekinesis could defeat his barbarian god body, clearly feeling that she was looking down on him. Xiao Nan did not back down at all, calmly replying that he was the one underestimating the true power of a spirit master. The words spirit master immediately caught Su-hong's attention. Since he had never seen that kind of fighting style before, he decided to put off earning martial value for the moment and observe Xiao Nan's technique first. Through the observation window, Su-hong looked into the simulated forest environment inside the room. What he saw left him completely shocked. Xiao Nan was descending gracefully from the sky, walking down through the air toward a pack of black tigers. Su-hong stared in amazement, knowing that walking on air was normally a miraculous ability limited to high-level grandmasters. But Xiao Nan was doing it right in front of him, which made him realize this had to be the unique power of a spirit master. Xiao Nan extended one hand with a calm, graceful motion, and a soft glow gathered around her fingers. With that simple gesture, her spiritual power was summoned. In the next instant, several dazzling streaks of golden light shot forward at incredible speed. They pierced through the skulls of 3 Tier 1 high-stage black tigers at the same time, killing them instantly, while Su-hong watched in awe and wondered what those mysterious flowing lights were actually made of. Suddenly, a huge bear-like beast wrapped in a terrifying red aura let out a roar from behind her. It lunged toward Xiao Nan in an attempt to ambush her while her attention seemed to be elsewhere. But before the beast could reach her, its massive body stopped dead in midair. Its eyes widened in shock, as if some invisible force had seized it completely. Xiao Nan had used her spiritual telekinesis to lift the giant creature off the ground and paralyze it in the air. Watching this, Su-hong was amazed that she could bind such a massive enemy so effortlessly without even needing to touch it. Then Xiao Nan gave a swift wave of her arm. The golden light responded instantly, cutting through the air and piercing cleanly through the suspended beast's head, executing it on the spot. After observing the battle closely, Su-hong finally understood what those deadly streaks of light really were. They were daggers, weapons being controlled remotely by Xiao Nan's mind. Su-hong trembled slightly, caught between excitement and sudden realization. A spirit master could walk through the air, bind enemies in place, and control weapons from a distance with pure telekinesis, which made the fighting style ridiculously powerful, strong enough to crush ordinary martial artists with ease. The trainees outside, Su-hong included, stared at the observation monitor with widening eyes. On the screen, something enormous suddenly appeared, and someone in the crowd could not hold back their disbelief, blurting out a question about where such a colossal weapon had come from. The feed showed Xiao Nan standing calmly in front of a massive snake beast, her figure looking small against its huge body. Yet with almost no effort, she summoned a gigantic golden sword out of thin air, its glowing blade hanging above the battlefield like a weapon sent down from the heavens. Xiao Nan's arm swept downward in a clean, commanding motion. The enormous golden blade followed her will instantly, crashing down with terrifying force and slicing the giant snake beast neatly in half. Su-hong watched the impossible scene with complete confusion in his eyes. He clearly remembered that Xiao Nan had not been carrying any weapon before, and a real sword that size would have weighed several tons, far too heavy for anyone to swing so casually. At that moment, Lin Xinghe stepped into the conversation, approaching the group with his usual relaxed manner while casually fanning himself. He explained in a calm voice that the giant sword was not a physical weapon at all, but an advanced A-rank martial skill used exclusively by spirit masters. The crowd immediately exploded with astonishment when they heard that another A-rank skill had appeared. Someone turned toward Lin Xinghe and asked how all these top geniuses seemed to possess such rare techniques, then wondered aloud whether Wang Tiantuo also had one hidden away. Lin Xinghe answered with complete confidence, confirming that Wang Tiantuo also possessed an extremely destructive A-rank offensive martial skill. The surrounding trainees instantly felt their hearts sink, despairingly calling these elite students heaven-defying monsters. Su Hong, however, did not feel crushed by the difference in background or resources. Instead, a bright, eager smile spread across his face as he realized that this training camp was packed with elite A-rank martial skills just waiting for his system to copy, making him feel that coming here had truly been the best decision possible. The trainees then shifted their attention back to the monitor and watched as Wang Tiantuo destroyed a Tier 1 high-level ferocious beast with a single punch. But after seeing the attack clearly, they quickly realized he was not using any martial skill at all, only relying on his terrifying physical strength. Since Wang Tiantuo was not displaying anything that could be copied right now, Su Hong lost interest for the moment. He turned away from the monitor, deciding he would find another chance to learn from him later. After witnessing Xiao Nan's terrifying power, Su Hong opened his system panel and checked his own attributes. His spirit stat was still only 26.5, and to become a spirit master, he needed that number to break past 100, which meant he was still short by 73.5 points. After calculating the gap, Su Hong realized he would need exactly 735 martial value points to make up the difference. Blue energy gathered faintly in his hand as excitement rose inside him, and he immediately resolved to hunt down a massive number of monsters to farm the points he needed. Meanwhile, the student in the suit and the rugged student had not given up on following him. Keeping themselves hidden, they watched Su Hong enter one of the testing arenas inside the ferocious beast room. Seeing that everyone else in the camp was focused on Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Nan's training, the two vengeful trainees felt sure that no one would notice them. They decided this was the perfect chance to corner Su Hong inside and beat him up without anyone interfering. Just as they were preparing to make their move, the rugged student suddenly cried out in alarm. The suited student immediately panicked and shushed him, afraid that the noise would expose their hiding place. The rugged student raised a trembling hand and pointed upward. His eyes were fixed on the large observation monitor mounted above the entrance of the facility. When the two stalkers looked at the screen, their faces went pale with horror. Inside the arena, Su Hong stood casually among a red-eyed bear monster, giant armored scorpions, and huge stone-skinned beasts, all of them surrounding him at once. Only then did they realize, in total disbelief, that Su Hong had challenged more than 10 Tier 1 high-stage ferocious beasts at the same time, making them wonder whether he had completely lost his mind. Watching that terrifying scene, the rugged student immediately urged his companion to find an instructor and save Su Hong. But the suited student answered with a stiff expression that it was already too late, because at this distance, Su Hong would be torn apart in seconds. Seeing the number of beasts around him, the two of them finally understood that their chance for revenge had disappeared. Inside the arena, however, Su Hong showed no fear at all and calmly lowered himself into a confident fighting stance. A faint smirk appeared on Su Hong's face as he looked around at the beasts closing in on him. Then, with complete calm, he taunted the surrounding horde and dared them to attack. The beasts were instantly provoked. A massive snake and a giant armored scorpion roared deafeningly, then lunged toward Su Hong together with violent killing intent. The scorpion's heavy strike swept toward him with crushing force, but Su Hong's figure flashed aside at blinding speed. He dodged the attack so effortlessly that the massive blow cut through nothing but empty air. As he shifted position, Su Hong raised one hand, and an intense blue light began gathering in his palm. The energy rapidly condensed into a swirling sphere, pulsing with dangerous power. In the next instant, Su Hong released the gathered power. Blue energy beams burst outward one after another, blasting into the surrounding beasts and sending their huge bodies flying back across the arena. Su Hong did not pause even for a breath. His hand glowed brighter than before as he steadied his body, already preparing his next attack. Then his figure darted through the air, leaving behind flashes of blue light. He delivered rapid, glowing slashes through the monster pack, tearing through tigers and scorpions as they were cut down one after another. Outside the arena, the two stalkers watched the massacre unfold with stunned expressions. The suited student wondered if he was dreaming, saying even a mid-stage martial artist would be dead against so many high-stage beasts, while the rugged student suddenly noticed that Su Hong's movements looked strangely familiar. The suited student stared harder at the monitor, and disbelief spread across his face. He finally realized that Su Hong was using Lin Xinghe's signature technique perfectly, the flying swan startling cloud step. The rugged student asked in shock whether Su Hong had learned that technique just from watching Lin Xinghe earlier. The suited student immediately denied that idea, saying an ordinary student could never gain access to such a high-grade technique, and he began wondering whether Su Hong actually came from some powerful family. The suited student continued, stressing that mastering an A-rank technique just by watching was almost impossible, and even he could not help being stunned by Su Hong's talent. The rugged student, now completely intimidated, suggested they give up on revenge, admitting that even if the two of them fought together, they would not stand a chance. Even though his hands were trembling around the wooden club, the suited student refused to back down. Through clenched teeth, he declared that whether Su Hong was a genius or someone from a major family, he still could not let this grudge go. The rugged student nervously pointed back toward the monitor, urging him to look again before making any final decision about fighting Su Hong. The suited student turned his eyes to the display once more. The more he watched, the more his expression twisted into horror and cold sweat began to bead across his face. The slaughter on the screen left him completely speechless. His fingers loosened without him noticing, and the wooden club slipped from his hand, dropping onto the floor with a dull thud. Inside the arena, Su Hong was already resting casually on the corpse of a slain monster. The two stalkers stared in disbelief, realizing that he had slaughtered all 11 high-stage beasts in only a few short minutes. Su Hong, with only a slight sheen of sweat on his face, checked his interface again. Instead of being excited, he felt disappointed that killing so many high-stage beasts had only given him 81 martial value points, making him realize that farming points was becoming harder as his own strength continued to rise. Suddenly, Su Hong's eye shifted. From somewhere in the shadows, he caught a faint movement. A moment later, several more red-eyed beasts stepped out from the dark enclosures. Their bodies emerged one after another, and their vicious gazes locked directly onto him. Standing on top of his fresh kill while the new monsters roared around him, Su Hong simply stretched his body. Instead of taking a break, he decided to keep going, eager to continue farming martial value. At that instant, a massive saber-tooth-like beast pounced down from above. Its sharp claws aimed straight for Su Hong's head as it descended with deadly force. Su Hong spun around sharply, his fist already lighting up with dense golden energy. In the same motion, he prepared to meet the beast head-on. He intercepted the beast with a powerful Vajra fist. Golden light exploded from the impact as his punch smashed directly into the creature's face, stopping its attack with brutal force. When Su Hong landed heavily, the force beneath his feet erupted outward. A violent shockwave spread across the arena, blowing back the surrounding beasts before they could rush in. The remaining monsters were clearly intimidated by that display of strength. Their bodies flinched, their killing intent wavered, and they began backing away cautiously. But Su Hong had no intention of letting those points escape. His eyes flared with blue light, and he charged straight toward the retreating monsters, treating every one of them like martial value waiting to be collected. He leaped high into the air and reached down with one hand. In an instant, he grabbed the armored tail of a giant scorpion before it could get away. Using monstrous strength, Su Hong swung the huge scorpion like a weapon. Its armored body crashed into the other fleeing beasts, smashing through them like a massive club. Outside, the two stalkers stood frozen in terrified silence. Watching Su Hong turn the battle into a one-sided beating, whatever desire for revenge they had left was completely shattered. The suited student wiped the sweat from his face and suddenly decided that he could forgive Su Hong after all. The rugged student immediately agreed, suggesting they leave quickly before the monster inside finished training. As the two slipped away from the arena, they overheard nearby trainees gossiping excitedly about the elite students. The crowd was marveling that Wang Tiantua had killed 9 high-stage beasts in under 10 minutes, while Xiaonan had killed 8 without even moving. Just then, another trainee noticed the two stalkers and casually asked whether they had already gotten revenge on Su Hong. Sweat instantly formed on their faces, but they forced stiff smiles, awkwardly nodded, and laughed it off as if everything had gone exactly as planned. Inside, however, both of them were trembling. They knew very clearly that if they had not backed down earlier, they would be the ones lying on the floor right now, and with pale faces, they silently concluded that this training camp was full of monsters. At the entrance of the ferocious beast room, the automated doors slowly opened. Wang Tiantua and Xiaonan walked out one after the other, both visibly exhausted, while the surrounding crowd immediately rushed into praise and asked how many contribution points they had earned. Wang Tiantua lowered his gaze to his smart bracelet, still panting heavily from the battle. After checking the number, he revealed that he had earned 280 points, while Xiaonan calmly announced that her total was 270. The trainees around them were instantly shocked by those numbers. One of them quickly calculated the result in disbelief, realizing that the two elites must have slaughtered around 50 to 60 ferocious beasts each to earn that much. Wang Tiantua then added that wearing his weight vest had given him an extra 100 contribution points. Xiaonan let out a small sigh beside him, saying that her own weight training bonus only gave her 50 points. Hearing that, the surrounding trainees hurriedly checked their own devices, and despair immediately spread through the group. Some groaned that they had only earned 20 or 30 points, while another nearly cried after seeing he had gotten only 10. Lin Xinghe looked at the two of them and asked who had won their competition. Xiaonan reluctantly raised her hand and pointed toward Wang Tiantua, and as the other trainees watched the elite trio, they began sweating nervously, realizing that people like them could probably only compete for fourth place at best. The two stalkers overheard the crowd and exchanged knowing smirks. In their eyes, these trainees were still completely ignorant, because the truly terrifying monster, the one who had surpassed even the top three, was still inside the arena. An hour later, deep inside the testing arena, the once solid walls were now covered in heavy cracks. Fresh blood had splashed across the surroundings, staining the arena with the marks of a brutal battle. The floor had turned into a complete slaughterhouse. Mutilated corpses of ferocious beasts were piled across the ground, and in the middle of all that carnage sat one lone figure. Su Hong was resting on top of a slain monster's body, breathing heavily. Sweat, dirt, and blood covered him from head to toe, leaving him looking like he had just crawled out of a battlefield. Even with the stamina of his overlord body, more than an hour of non-stop fighting had drained him badly. When he checked his interface, frustration crossed his face because he was still short of the 735 martial value points needed for his next upgrade. But when Su Hong looked at his smart bracelet, his mood immediately improved. The camp reward tally showed he had earned 700 contribution points in total, 400 from hunting beasts and another 300 from wearing the weight vest, making him perk up as he wondered what he could buy from the martial arts pavilion. Under the starlit night sky, Su Hong arrived at the martial arts pavilion. The grand traditional building stood quietly in the camp, its warm lights glowing through the darkness and giving the place a calm, dignified atmosphere. Inside the pavilion, Su Hong stood at the counter and flipped through an inventory ledger page by page. Sitting across from him was a female receptionist in a pink suit, her expression bored as she watched him browse. As Su Hong scanned the catalog, he saw that ordinary Tier 1 pills were priced between 10 and 50 contribution points. But when his eyes moved to the A-rank techniques, the prices jumped sharply, with each one costing around 2,000 to 3,000 points. After realizing that A-rank skills were far beyond his current budget, Su Hong shifted his attention to medicinal items instead. The pill prices were much more manageable, and the catalog happened to list spirit-gathering pills, which were exactly what he needed to raise his spirit stat. The receptionist finally asked whether he had decided what to exchange his points for. At the same time, she quietly judged his Tier 1 cultivation level and assumed that a student like him probably could not afford anything truly valuable. Su Hong ignored her attitude and simply asked whether spirit-gathering pills could permanently increase spiritual power. The receptionist confirmed that they could, but explained that each grade only worked the first time, and higher-grade pills produced better effects. After hearing that confirmation, Su Hong immediately checked the list again. His eyes soon landed on the best option available, a Tier 4 spirit-gathering pill priced at 500 contribution points. Without hesitating, Su Hong calmly asked for a Tier 4 spirit-gathering pill. The receptionist froze for a moment, clearly startled that he had chosen such an expensive item. Still assuming he was just a poor student, she reminded him that the pill cost 500 points, not 50. Su Hong remained completely unbothered, only confirmed the order again and raised his wrist. He tapped his smart bracelet against the payment terminal. The screen instantly flashed his 700-point balance, and the receptionist's eyes widened in shock as her earlier judgment collapsed on the spot. Her attitude changed immediately. With a bright smile and a faint blush on her face, she respectfully presented the pill to him in an ornate box. Su Hong thanked her, then asked whether the pavilion had any dual thunder and fire attribute alloy spears. The receptionist quickly confirmed that they did, adding that the spear only cost 200 contribution points. Still smiling flirtatiously, she thanked her handsome customer for his business. Later that night, the moonlight spread quietly over the camp dormitories. The once noisy training grounds had settled down, leaving the buildings beneath the night sky calm and still. Inside Su Hong's room, his newly exchanged weapon leaned against the wall. It was a C-rank Thunderfire spear, carrying both thunder and fire attributes. On the bed, Su Hong reviewed the glowing interface in front of him. His vitality and elemental techniques had improved, and he now had 490 martial value points, leaving him satisfied because the progress he made today had already surpassed what a normal week of training could achieve. He opened the box and revealed the glowing spirit-gathering pill resting inside. While looking at the medicine, he calculated his current stats and noted that his base spiritual power was 26.5, meaning that even if he converted all 490 martial value points, he would still be short of the requirement. He would still lack 25.5 points before reaching the 100 spiritual power needed to become a spirit master. Holding the pill up to the light, Su Hong placed his hopes on the Tier 4 medicine, hoping it could provide exactly the remaining 25.5 points he needed. With that thought, determination sharpened in Su Hong's eyes. A fierce glint appeared in his gaze as he smiled, then swallowed the pill, fully resolved to break through and become a spirit master. The glowing green pill, round and pearl-like, began to activate the moment it entered his body. Its light spread softly at first, then quickly became brighter. Vibrant green energy flowed through Su-hong's body like a warm current. It lit up his energy pathways one by one, spreading through him with a steady, refreshing force. Almost immediately, Su-hong felt a wave of comfort wash over him. The pills soothed his exhausted nerves, easing the strain left behind by the day's intense battles. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Su-hong felt his mind become clearer than ever. His senses expanded outward, and for a moment, he could perceive every corner of his room with unusual clarity. Then Su-hong slowly opened his eyes. A bright blue glow shone from them, making his gaze look sharper and deeper than before. He immediately checked his system interface and saw the result of the pill. His spirit stat had increased by 24 points, bringing it up to 50.5. After calculating again, Su-hong realized that even with his 490 martial value points and his newly increased spirit stat, he could only reach 99.5%. He was still 5 points short, and he instantly regretted not killing just one more beast earlier. Since there was nothing more he could do that night, Su-hong accepted that he would have to wait until tomorrow. He lay back on the bed and finally allowed himself to rest. Meanwhile, inside the brightly lit camp warehouse, staff members began gathering together. The atmosphere was serious as the night's next arrangement was prepared. Several instructors in dark uniforms assembled in the room, discussing the new trainees while reviewing the profiles laid out in front of them. One man looked toward Bu Jingfeng and asked why someone from the prestigious Martial Tao University had been called here to serve new recruits alongside them. Bu Jingfeng scoffed at the question, his expression full of disdain. He called the recruits fake geniuses and claimed that they were not even qualified to be sparring partners for him back in high school. The bald instructor laughed, then brought up Wang Tiantua's profile for him to see. When Bu Jingfeng noticed Wang Tiantua's vitality was 340, a level even he had never reached back then, surprise flashed across his face. A gray-haired instructor then showed Lin Xinghe's profile, pointing out that his vitality also exceeded 300. Beside him, a mustached instructor added that his own student was a spirit master, making the lineup sound even more impressive. Bu Jingfeng looked down at his assigned target, Su-hong, and frowned in confusion. Seeing only 123 vitality listed, he questioned why he had been given a Tier 1 trainee with such low stats while the others had all received powerful opponents. The other instructors were also puzzled. Since Bu Jingfeng was the strongest among them, they could not understand why he had been assigned such a seemingly weak target, and they began wondering whether Grandmaster Qin Tianli had made a mistake. At that moment, Grandmaster Qin Tianli entered the warehouse with Lin Zi and Bai Mu. His arrival immediately silenced the discussion, and he confirmed that there had been no mistake in the assignment. Bu Jingfeng still complained directly to the Grandmaster, clearly feeling that the arrangement was an insult to him. Qin Tianli calmly clarified that although Su-hong's stats looked low, his combat power already rivaled that of a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist. The sheer force Su-hong displayed left every instructor frozen in place. They could not understand what kind of monster could unleash power like that while supposedly having only 123 points of vitality. Qin Tianli only gave Bu Jingfeng a vague answer, saying some details were confidential and that he would naturally understand once he crossed hands with Su-hong. Bu Jingfeng let out a reluctant sigh, glancing aside as he muttered that with his vitality already close to 500, this almost felt like bullying a junior. That careless remark instantly annoyed Qin Tianli. He raised his hand and smacked Bu Jingfeng on the head, cutting him off before he could keep complaining. Then, in a stern voice, he told him to stop wasting words and focus on the mission. Once the fight started, he wanted Bu Jingfeng to use everything he had and beat Su-hong so hard that the kid began doubting his own life. Bu Jingfeng rubbed the back of his head where he had been hit, looking both wronged and suspicious. He could not help asking whether the Grandmaster had some personal grudge against Su-hong. Then he warned him in advance that if he went too far and accidentally crippled the boy, he would not be taking responsibility for it. Instead of showing the slightest concern, Qin Tianli's expression darkened into a chilling grin. He openly encouraged Bu Jingfeng to beat Su-hong as ruthlessly as possible, even promising that rewards would still be waiting if the boy ended up crippled. Seeing that cruel smile, Bu Jingfeng suddenly felt a wave of pity for Su-hong. With the order finally given, Qin Tianli commanded the operation to begin. In the next instant, the instructors moved out like shadows, rushing from their positions to carry out the sudden nighttime ambush. Deep into the night, the training camp sat in heavy silence beneath a thin layer of snow. The buildings were quiet, the air was cold, and from the outside, everything looked perfectly still. But that silence shattered without warning. Inside the dormitory area, masked instructors burst through doors one after another, forcing their way into the rooms and launching a brutal surprise attack on the sleeping trainees. In an instant, terrified cries rang through the dorms. Half-awake trainees shouted in confusion, some screaming for help, while others panicked and begged for even a few seconds to put on their clothes. Su-hong was jolted awake by the sudden commotion outside. He sat up sharply in bed, his eyes focusing at once, and from the noise spreading through the building, he quickly realized the camp had been hit by a sneak attack. His gaze locked onto the closed door in front of him. A heartbeat later, two huge slash marks ripped across the wooden surface from the outside, carving through it with terrifying force. The damaged door exploded inward, sending splinters flying across the room. Bu Jingfeng stepped through the wreckage with a confident smirk, gripping a sword wrapped in thick purple energy that shimmered like a dangerous flame. Without giving Su Hong any time to question him, Bu Jingfeng swung his blade and released a cross-shaped strike. The attack tore into the floor with violent force, but Su Hong reacted the moment it came, springing backward and narrowly avoiding the blow. Broken debris scattered through the air as the room shook from the impact. While retreating, Su Hong immediately remembered the rumors about assassins and could not help wondering whether this masked attacker had been sent by that hostile faction. The moment his feet touched down safely, Su Hong reached out and seized his newly obtained spear. The weapon settled into his grip as his expression turned cold and focused. Standing in the middle of the ruined dorm room, Su Hong raised his spear and took a defensive stance. The attacker's face was hidden, and for the moment, he had no way to accurately judge just how strong this masked assailant really was. Bu Jingfeng did not slow down. He kicked off the ground and leaped into the air, lifting his sword high as a massive arc of purple energy gathered above him. Full of confidence, Bu Jingfeng looked down at Su Hong and mocked him without hesitation, calling him an unlucky Tier 1 brat who had run into the wrong opponent. But the instant Su Hong heard him speak and felt the aura coming from his body, his thoughts shifted. This was not an alien assassin at all. The intruder was clearly human, and more importantly, he was a Tier 1 martial artist. Once Su Hong realized that, the tension in his face faded. A confident smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if this dangerous ambush had suddenly turned into unexpected good fortune. In that brief moment, Su Hong made a quick calculation. If he could defeat this opponent, he would gain exactly the 5 martial value points he still needed to break through and become a spirit master. Still suspended in midair, Bu Jingfeng's eyes suddenly widened. To his shock, Su Hong was not backing away from the descending attack. Instead, the trainee stepped forward, raising his spear as if he intended to meet the strike head-on. Their weapons crashed together in a blinding burst of light. Su Hong's spear slammed into Bu Jingfeng's purple energy blade, and the violent collision filled the room with a sharp, explosive shockwave. Bu Jingfeng's arms strained as he pressed down with his sword, sweat forming on his forehead. Only then did he realize Qin Tianli had not exaggerated. The boy's strength truly could rival a high-stage Tier 1 martial artist. As the deadlock continued, panic crept into the instructor's eyes. The pressure coming from Su Hong's spear was far beyond what a normal Tier 1 martial artist should be capable of producing. Su Hong, however, remained completely steady. A red aura spread across his body as he drove his spear forward, his movements firm and controlled. After all, he was already used to clashing with high-stage Tier 1 enemies. Then, with a sharp battle cry, Su Hong released the full weight of his terrifying physical power. His aura surged, and the force behind his spear rose violently. He swept the spear upward in one explosive motion, smashing through Bu Jingfeng's defense. The impact sent the stunned instructor flying back across the wrecked room like he had been struck by a charging beast. Bu Jingfeng skidded backward before barely managing to stop himself. His hands trembled around the sword hilt, and his face tightened with fear as the same thought flashed through his mind. Was this trainee even human, or was he some kind of monster? After forcing himself to regain his footing, Bu Jingfeng poured purple fire into his blade. The flames crawled along the sword as he declared that battles were not decided by brute strength alone, preparing to reveal his elemental martial skills. Su Hong watched the glowing blade with clear interest. It was his first time seeing a fire attribute art used in battle, and as he studied it, golden lightning began crackling around the length of his spear. The purple flames around Bu Jingfeng's sword burned even brighter. Power gathered rapidly around the blade, thickening until the entire weapon seemed wrapped in a dangerous, blazing aura. Bu Jingfeng sprang high into the air, and a radiant purple cross formed around his sword. Looking down from above, he taunted Su Hong again, challenging him to see whether he could withstand a true B-rank martial art. With a loud shout, Bu Jingfeng swung his weapon down. The blazing cross of purple fire erupted from the blade, unleashing the full force of his flame/slash technique. Su Hong tightened his stance and poured golden lightning into his spear. As the attack came crashing toward him, he immediately sensed that its destructive power was even greater than his own B-rank void-breaking finger technique. Even so, Su Hong did not choose to dodge. He thrust his spear upward instead, using the violent thunder energy surrounding the weapon to block the descending purple blade head-on. The two elemental forces slammed together and detonated in the center of the room. A massive explosion tore through the floor, blasting apart concrete and sending chunks of debris flying in every direction. When the force of the explosion began to fade, Su Hong dropped lightly back to the ground. His landing was steady, almost effortless, despite the destruction spreading around him. As the smoke slowly cleared, Su Hong stood unharmed in the ruined dormitory, spear still in hand. Across from him, Bu Jingfeng stared up in disbelief, stunned by the sight of the trainee standing there without a scratch. Cold sweat rolled down Bu Jingfeng's face. He finally understood that Su Hong had blocked a B-rank skill using only raw thunder energy, not even a complete martial technique. At that moment, he recognized the boy's terrifying talent and understood why Qin Tianli had ordered him to fight with everything he had. Trying to recover some dignity, Bu Jingfeng forced himself to speak. He pointed out that Su Hong clearly did not possess proper thunder spear techniques, then claimed that without a matching technique, the boy would still be defeated easily. Su Hong did not look shaken in the slightest. A smirk touched his face as lightning continued to crackle along his spear, and he calmly admitted that Bu Jingfeng was right. He really did lack thunder attribute techniques. But in the next instant, red flames suddenly surged from Su Hong's power and coiled around the spearhead. The fire did not clash with the golden lightning. Instead, the two forces fused together smoothly, wrapping the weapon in a perfect blend of flame and thunder. With fire and lightning swirling around him at the same time, Su Hong stood tall and completely confident. Bu Jingfeng, staring at the impossible sight in front of him, could only stammer in disbelief. The instructor's eyes widened until they nearly bulged, and sweat poured down his face. What terrified him most was not just the two attributes themselves, but the fact that this trainee had perfectly performed an advanced attribute fusion. Su Hong faced Bu Jingfeng directly, his spear blazing with the merged power of red fire and golden lightning. The weapon hummed with pressure, making the ruined room feel even heavier. Bu Jingfeng stood there drenched in cold sweat, unable to tear his eyes away from the dual attribute fusion. Until this moment, he had always believed such a feat was nothing more than a legend. Then fire seemed to surge in Su Hong's eyes. Without giving Bu Jingfeng any more time to process what he had seen, Su Hong lunged forward, spear raised and killing momentum bursting from his body. Bu Jingfeng gritted his teeth and swung his weapon with force, releasing a sweeping wave of purple energy to meet the incoming attack. The purple blade wave crashed violently against Su Hong's lightning-infused spear. The impact erupted between them, filling the ruined dorm with another burst of violent elemental force. Su Hong forced his way straight through the incoming strike, his spear driving forward with unstoppable momentum. In the next instant, a violent eruption of fused elemental power exploded from the spearhead, surging outward like a storm and completely swallowing his opponent inside the raging blast. The impact was far beyond what Bu Jingfeng could withstand. His defense cracked apart under the crushing force, and blood burst from his mouth as his eyes widened in disbelief, clearly shaken by the terrifying destructive power Su Hong had just released. Before Bu Jingfeng could steady himself, the overwhelming blast hurled him backward with brutal force. His body shot across the room like a broken projectile, smashed through the outer wall of the dorm building, and disappeared into a cloud of shattered stone and flying debris. When the dust and broken fragments finally began to settle, Su Hong remained standing in the ruined room without a single visible injury. Amid the rubble around him, the system calmly informed him that he had gained 7 more martial value points. A faint smile appeared on Su Hong's face as he realized those points were exactly what he needed. He opened his system interface and checked the updated numbers, confirming his current stats and seeing his martial value total had risen to 497 points. Outside, in the courtyard below the dormitory, thunderous crashes continued to echo through the night. The sounds of battle rolled out from the building one after another, and Grandmaster Qin Tianli arrived with Bai Mu just in time to witness the growing commotion. At that moment, Qin Tianli still had no idea Su Hong had already won. In his mind, enough time had passed for Bu Jingfeng to completely suppress that young trainee. With calm confidence, he told Bai Mu that he had already prepared several lectures to steer Su Hong back onto the proper cultivation path and make him give up that flawed habit of practicing multiple techniques at once. But before Qin Tianli could continue his confident speech, a deafening explosion tore through the upper section of the dormitory. The wall burst apart, and Bu Jingfeng's body was blasted straight out through the opening with terrifying force. Bu Jingfeng fell from the night sky like a stone, unable to control his body at all. A moment later, he slammed heavily into the courtyard, landing right at the feet of Grandmaster Qin Tianli and Bai Mu. By the time he hit the ground, Bu Jingfeng was already completely unconscious. His eyes had rolled back, his body lay limp against the broken earth, and fresh blood continued to drip from the corner of his mouth. Bai Mu drew in a sharp breath the instant she recognized him as one of the elite instructors. Beside her, Qin Tianli stared down at Bu Jingfeng's battered body in frozen silence, his earlier confidence collapsing without a word. Bai Mu's body trembled as she slowly understood what this meant. If Bu Jingfeng was the one lying defeated on the ground, then the so-called low-level Su Hong had actually beaten him. Before they could even fully accept that shocking result, 3 more violent blasts erupted from the dormitory's upper floor. The remaining windows shattered outward, and 3 more figures were launched into the night, each trailing a different streak of elemental energy behind them. The 3 bodies arced through the air for only a brief moment before dropping hard into the courtyard. One after another, they crashed down beside Bu Jingfeng, sending more dust and fragments scattering across the ground. Only then did everyone see who they were. They were the other 3 masked instructors who had been sent to ambush the strongest trainees, and now all 3 of them were beaten unconscious, their bodies covered in signs of a fierce fight. Above them, inside the broken dormitory, the top 3 elite trainees appeared as the clear victors. Wang Tiantua stood with his arms crossed, Xiaonan floated lazily inside a telekinetic bubble, and Lin Xinghe sat on a ledge while calmly fanning himself. Looking down at Grandmaster Qin, Wang Tiantua called out that next time, he should send stronger opponents, because these instructors were simply too weak. But as Wang Tiantua looked over the courtyard, his expression suddenly paused. There were 4 defeated instructors lying below, even though the 3 of them had only taken down 3. Xiaonan also noticed the strange detail and wondered aloud who could have ended their fight even faster than they did. Lin Xinghe, however, completely misread the situation and casually assumed the 4th trainee must have been too weak, getting crushed instantly by the instructor assigned to them. Bai Mu was still sweating from the truth she had just realized, and in her mind, she immediately rejected Lin Xinghe's arrogant guess. As she stared at Bu Jingfeng's broken body, she knew very clearly that he had been the strongest of all 4 instructors sent out that night. Grandmaster Qin Tianli stroked his beard while silently sorting through everything that had happened. The swift victories of the top 3 trainees were understandable, given their high cultivation levels and rare talents. But what he could not understand was how Su Hong, who was only at the early stage of Tier 1, had defeated a near Tier 2 opponent even faster than those elite geniuses. His brows tightened as he sank into deeper thought. Qin Tianli wondered what hidden secret allowed Su Hong to pull off something so unreasonable, considering whether the boy had relied on some ultimate martial art or possessed an extraordinary physical constitution. Just then, Instructor Lin Zi came rushing toward them in a panic. His footsteps were hurried, his face was tense, and he shouted from a distance that something serious had happened. Qin Tianli simply closed his eyes and waved one hand, looking completely unbothered. He assumed that one of the trainees had accidentally died during the ambush and casually remarked that a few casualties were normal in this kind of harsh training. Lin Zi was drenched in sweat and looked almost frantic as he quickly corrected him. The crisis was not that someone had died. The real problem was that Su Hong had used an elemental attribute fusion technique during his battle with Bu Jingfeng. Qin Tianli nodded almost automatically at first, as though the answer made perfect sense. A fuse technique would indeed explain how Su Hong managed to defeat an opponent stronger than himself. But in the very next instant, the full meaning of those words finally struck him. His calm expression vanished, and Grandmaster Qin Tianli froze in genuine shock. A blazing golden aura suddenly erupted around him as Qin Tianli grabbed Lin Zi hard by the shoulders. His voice turned sharp and intense as he demanded that Lin Zi repeat what he had said, warning him not to invent such an absurd lie about Su Hong achieving dual attribute fusion. Lin Zi stiffened nervously under his grip, but quickly defended himself. He said he had clearly seen the monitor footage, where Su Hong held a spear wrapped in both fire and lightning, and if the Grandmaster still doubted him, he could ask Bu Jingfeng directly. Qin Tianli slowly looked down at the unconscious Bu Jingfeng again. As his gaze fell on the defeated instructor, the reality of Su Hong's thunder and fire fusion finally began to sink in. Then Qin Tianli shook Lin Zi with wild, barely contained excitement. He pointed out that the only human genius in history who had ever successfully researched dual attribute fusion had spent more than 10 years achieving it. Yet according to Star City's records, Su Hong had been practicing his guiding techniques for less than a month. Qin Tianli burst into ecstatic laughter, praising Su Hong as a prodigy sent by the heavens and a true dragon among men. In his excitement, he completely ignored the exhausted Lin Zi, who nearly collapsed on the spot and had to be awkwardly held up by Bai Mu. While supporting her dizzy colleague, Bai Mu looked at the Grandmaster and asked whether attribute fusion was really powerful enough for an early-stage Tier 1 to defeat someone close to Tier 2. Qin Tianli straightened himself and regained some of his dignity before confirming it, explaining that the pioneer of this technique had once been able to suppress Tier 2 enemies with ease while still remaining at Tier 1. Bai Mu grew even more curious after hearing that. If this combat method was so overwhelmingly powerful, she could not understand why it had not been widely promoted. Even if the difficulty was extreme, the reward sounded so great that it seemed worth taking the risk. Qin Tianli's expression turned solemn as he explained the cruel reality. Many people in the past had attempted attribute fusion, but the process was unbelievably difficult, and a single mistake could severely cripple the practitioner. Worse still, even those who succeeded often became permanently trapped at Tier 1, making all that effort and danger ultimately meaningless. But his serious mood did not last long. Qin Tianli's eyes lit up again as he clenched a fist wrapped in fiery energy, emphasizing that Su Hong had mastered this fusion in less than a month. He marveled at the boy's monstrous comprehension and could not help wondering how terrifying Su Hong would become if he eventually fused all 7 of his elemental attributes. The Grandmaster spread his arms wide as his imagination ran completely wild. In his mind, he could already see the grown Su Hong standing like an unmatched powerhouse, wielding a blinding 7-colored fusion of every element and wiping out a colossal alien emperor with one earth-shaking strike. Lin Zi and Bai Mu both broke into awkward sweat as they watched the Grandmaster get carried away. They carefully pointed out that he was clearly exaggerating, reminding him that fusing 2 elements was already an incredible achievement, while successfully combining all 7 was basically a fantasy. Qin Tianli coughed to cover his embarrassment and forced himself to calm down. He told them to forget that little outburst, but his tone quickly became serious again. Now he understood the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. If he left Su Hong alone to manage all 7 attributes without proper guidance, the boy might one day hit a wall while trying to fuse a 3rd element and destroy his own potential. If that happened, Qin Tianli believed he would become a sinner to all of humanity for failing such a rare talent. Suddenly, Lin Zi shouted as another important detail struck him. He reminded the Grandmaster that Su Hong must also have some kind of special physique, because before using elemental fusion, his raw physical strength alone had already been enough to overpower Bu Jingfeng. Qin Tianli immediately turned irritated and scolded him for not reporting such a crucial matter sooner. The instructors quickly began calculating just how absurd Su Hong's strength really was. Lin Zi pointed out that Su Hong had crushed Bu Jingfeng's near 500 vitality with a base vitality of only 120. After considering that massive physical amplification, they concluded it far exceeded even Wang Tiantua's elite barbarian god body, proving that Su Hong's constitution was truly monstrous. Grandmaster Qin Tianli stared toward the damaged dormitory, his thoughts rapidly forming a new plan. He declared that the next day, he would organize a formal combat tournament to fully test Su Hong's true battle power and vitality limits. To do that, he intended to have the camp's top 3 elite trainees, Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Nan, face Su Hong directly. A determined glint appeared in the Grandmaster's eyes as he made his decision. He wanted to see with his own eyes what would happen when an unprecedented monster like Su Hong collided head-on with the strongest geniuses the training camp had to offer. Meanwhile, Su Hong sat quietly inside the ruined room, surrounded by broken debris and shattered walls. Even after such a chaotic battle, his posture remained steady as he entered meditation. The crowd gathering outside did not disturb him in the slightest. Su Hong shut out everything beyond the room and focused completely on his own advancement. With his goal finally within reach, Su Hong opened his system interface once more. Without hesitation, he poured all of his available martial value directly into his spirit stat. A radiant blue aura immediately wrapped around his body, flowing over him like pure spiritual energy. At that moment, Su Hong finally crossed the threshold and became a spirit master. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the newly awakened power moving through him. The sensation was fresh, unfamiliar, and deeply satisfying, as though an entirely new part of himself had just come alive. To test this new ability, Su Hong raised his focus and formed a glowing phantom fist in the air. Controlling it through telekinesis felt strange at first, almost like he had suddenly grown a 3rd arm and had to learn how to move it naturally. A faint bead of sweat appeared as he checked his interface again. The numbers confirmed it clearly. His spirit stat had finally broken past the 100% threshold. Wanting to see how this power worked outside the system, Su Hong turned his attention toward the bed in the room. With only a single thought, he lifted it smoothly into the air, and excitement surged through him as the bed floated effortlessly before his eyes. Su Hong lifted off the ground together with his spear, his body hovering lightly in the air as if gravity had loosened its hold on him. A surge of excitement rose in his chest as he realized he could finally walk through the air and launch telekinetic attacks, just like Xiao Nan. Now that he had officially become a spirit master, Su Hong's goal became even clearer. He silently made up his mind that he would copy Xiao Nan's A-rank spirit martial art, and while he was at it, he would also take Wang Tiantua's offensive technique for himself. The very next morning, a sudden urgent announcement rang through the entire camp. Every trainee was ordered to gather immediately within 1 minute, and anyone who failed to arrive on time would have contribution points deducted without mercy. In an instant, the dormitory exploded into chaos. Trainees rushed downstairs in a panic, some still half awake, their footsteps pounding through the corridors as they scrambled toward the assembly point. As they ran, many of them could not hold back their complaints. They had already survived the entry assessment, endured exhausting heavy training, and been dragged through a brutal night raid all in a single day. So to them, The camp schedule was simply outrageous. Before long, the trainees gathered into a dense crowd in the courtyard. One group after another hurried into place, filling the open space with tired faces, messy clothing, and restless murmurs. Su-hong arrived much more casually than the others. He stretched his arms as he walked in, his expression relaxed and steady, looking as if the fierce battle from the previous night had barely affected him at all. Instructor Lin Zi stood at the front of the crowd, looking over the trainees one by one. Seeing that everyone had managed to arrive on time, he seemed genuinely pleased that no one had been late for the sudden assembly. With a bright, almost cheerful smile, Lin Zi admitted that he had expected quite a few students to be too injured to even stand. Instead, seeing them all gathered there, he praised their toughness and resilience after such a rough night. The rugged student immediately voiced his frustration, insisting that he had only lost because the attack had been dirty and unfair. He complained that he had not even been given time to put on his underwear, and worse, the attacker had gone straight for his crotch. Lin Zi looked at him with dry sarcasm and asked whether a real alien assassin would politely wait for him to get dressed before launching an ambush. The question instantly cut through the rugged student's complaint. His friend burst out laughing from the side, clearly enjoying his embarrassment. With a teasing grin, he called the rugged guy Bro Underpants, making the moment even more humiliating for him. Standing among the crowd, Su-hong quietly observed everything and agreed with Lin Zi's point about real combat. Still, after everything they had been forced through, he could also understand why the other trainees were so exhausted and dissatisfied. Noticing the frustration spreading through the group, Lin Zi raised his voice and announced that they would now undergo a comprehensive test. This would give every trainee a fair chance to prove what they were truly capable of. He explained that an automated testing system would evaluate every important aspect of their ability, including vitality, combat power, spirit, strength, speed, and martial skills. Nothing would be judged by guesswork or favoritism. As the top three elites, Wang Tiantua, Xiao Nan, and Lin Xinghe, listened with calm confidence, Lin Zi continued by revealing that a combat ranking would follow afterward. The students who placed in the top 10 would receive daily contribution points based on their final rank. The atmosphere in the courtyard changed immediately. The trainees began buzzing with excitement, and although everyone knew the top 3 positions would almost certainly belong to the elite trio, they were ready to fight fiercely for the remaining 7 spots. Su-hong's interest was instantly drawn in. A small smile appeared on his face as he wondered what kind of grand prize would be waiting for the student who managed to take first place. Lin Zi raised his hand and quieted the noisy crowd. Once the trainees settled down, he led them away from the courtyard and brought the entire group toward the camp's testing facility. They soon arrived at a massive warehouse-like building. Inside, Lin Zi stood on a raised platform beside a strange spider-shaped machine, introducing it as a Tier 2 combat power tester. As the trainees gathered inside and the crowd slowly settled, Grandmaster Qin Tianli stood nearby, his sharp gaze sweeping across the students. He immediately noticed that his true target had blended perfectly into the group. A bandaged trainee standing next to Su-hong felt the Grandmaster's intense gaze and mistakenly assumed it was aimed at him. Thinking Qin Tianli was admiring his potential, he grew smug, only for Su-hong to glance over and bluntly tell him he had it wrong. Su-hong could feel the pressure of Qin Tianli's stare more clearly than anyone. A nervous drop of sweat appeared on his face, because he knew very well that the Grandmaster's real attention was fixed directly on him. Grandmaster Qin Tianli then addressed all the trainees. In a calm but powerful voice, he announced a new grand prize. Whoever ranked first overall would be allowed to choose either an A-rank martial art or an A-rank movement technique. The entire crowd erupted the moment they heard the reward. Realizing that even the top 3 elites would have to take this seriously now, the trainees began debating excitedly about who would come out on top. Wang Tiantua's expression immediately became serious. He understood better than most just how rare A-rank martial arts were, because even his powerful family only possessed a small number of them. Xiao Nan's lips curled into a confident smile. The thought of obtaining such a high-level skill clearly excited her, and she looked ready to compete for it without holding anything back. Lin Xinghe quietly hid the lower half of his face behind his fan, but his eyes had already sharpened with ambition. If he could win an A-rank technique here, it would be the perfect way to prove his family wrong for doubting his focus on speed. Su-hong's eyes also lit up with fierce determination. Another A-rank technique was far too tempting to ignore, and in that moment, he firmly resolved to give everything he had and take the prize for himself. While the trainees grew heated with excitement, Qin Tianli watched them carefully with narrowed eyes. His real reason for arranging this test was not the reward itself, but to finally force out Su-hong's absolute limits and reveal his true strength. With his plan now in motion, the Grandmaster announced the testing order. Lin Xinghe would go first, Xiao Nan would follow second, and Wang Tiantua would take the 3rd position. The trainees immediately began whispering among themselves, intimidated by such an explosive opening lineup. With the three strongest elites placed right at the front, everyone wondered who would be unlucky enough to test fourth and stand under that crushing pressure. Qin Tianli calmly announced the fourth name, Su Hong. The moment those words came out, the surrounding trainees stared in shock, while Su Hong remained composed, quietly confirming his suspicion that he was being deliberately targeted. His former schoolmates, Chen Shan and Li Tu, looked at him with pity from the crowd. Remembering how Su Hong had finished last during the entry assessment, they could not help wondering whether he had somehow offended the Grandmaster. Other students began whispering as well, quickly reaching their own conclusion. In their eyes, the Grandmaster must have placed the weakest student right after the top three elites on purpose, creating a humiliating contrast to push the lower-ranked trainees harder. Qin Tianli ignored the gossip completely and instructed everyone that the first part of the test would measure raw physical combat power, followed by martial skill performance. Lin Xinghe stepped forward first, casually remarking that raw strength was not exactly his strong point. Lin Xinghe suddenly lunged toward the machine. His body moved with sharp precision, and in the next instant, he drove a heavy punch straight into the combat power tester. The machine screen flashed brightly from the impact. A moment later, the numbers appeared clearly on the display, showing a score of 4,013. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded. For someone who claimed raw strength was his weakness, a punch exceeding 4,000 was already frighteningly high. Another trainee quickly pointed out that compared to Lin Xinghe's terrifying A-rank speed, strength was only considered his weaker side in a technical sense. Su Hong watched the result calmly and immediately understood that Lin Xinghe's physical foundation had to be strong enough to support an A-rank movement technique. At the same time, Su Hong prepared his system, waiting for the martial art Lin Xinghe would reveal next. Lin Xinghe raised his fist again, and swirling green wind energy began gathering around it. The air around his arm twisted into a vortex, growing denser with every passing second. Then he unleashed the cloud-hiding gale fist. A concentrated burst of wind power slammed into the machine along with his strike, making the entire tester absorb the force head-on. The combat power tester trembled under the impact, its mechanical frame vibrating visibly. Soon after, the display refreshed and revealed a far higher score, 5642. The trainees gasped in shock. A combat power score above 5,600 had already reached the standard of a Tier 2 martial artist, and everyone marveled at how terrifying Lin Xinghe's B-rank technique truly was. At that same moment, Su Hong successfully copied the wind attribute, cloud-hiding gale fist. Green energy began swirling faintly around his own hand as he studied the numbers, but he found the result a little underwhelming, since the B-rank art had only raised Lin Xinghe's base score by around 1,600 points. Lin Xinghe stepped back down with a smug expression, clearly satisfied with his display. Xiao Nin immediately scoffed and called his result average, while Lin Xinghe remained completely unbothered and simply challenged her to do better. Xiao Nin then took her turn and recorded a base combat power of 3,253. The trainees did not find this strange, since everyone knew a spirit master's physical body was usually weaker, and her true strength was never in brute force but in telekinesis. When it came time for the martial skill phase, Xiao Nan's eyes suddenly began to glow. Her calm expression sharpened as invisible spiritual force gathered around her. Using her telekinesis, Xiao Nan condensed a massive golden hammer in midair. The huge weapon formed above the machine, then came crashing down with tremendous force onto the tester. Su Hong's system reacted instantly and copied the ability, granting him the spirit attribute weapon condensation art. Feeling the new skill fall into his hands so effortlessly, Su Hong was thrilled and could not help thinking that this training camp was basically a treasure trove. An eager grin slowly spread across Su Hong's face as he looked ahead with growing anticipation. If the test continued like this, he could not help wondering just how many more powerful skills he might secretly pick up before everything was over. On the stage, Xiao Nan moved without hesitation. She swung her arm downward, and the enormous spiritual weapon above her followed that motion, crashing down toward the combat tester with crushing force. The tester's screen flashed brightly from the impact. A moment later, the numbers stabilized, revealing an impressive score of 5,942. The trainees immediately burst into amazed chatter. Not only had Xiao Nan's result surpassed Lin Xinghe's score, it had nearly doubled her own base combat power, making everyone marvel at the explosive battle potential of a true spirit master. Within the crowd, Su Hong quietly reflected on what he had just seen. Spiritual power was far more useful in combat than he had first imagined, allowing someone to walk through the air, manipulate objects, and strike from unexpected angles. He tried practicing the weapon condensation art inside his mind right away. Above him, faint golden energy began gathering together, slowly taking shape as he attempted to imitate Xiao Nan's technique. But after only a brief moment, Su Hong snapped his fingers, and the forming shape quickly scattered into fading light. The condensed energy could not hold together for long. Feeling the strain pressing on his spirit, Su Hong immediately understood the problem. Whether forming weapons, or even more complex shapes like beasts, turning spiritual power into solid objects consumed an enormous amount of energy. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his face as he silently judged his own condition. With his current level of spiritual power, forcing himself to learn the technique properly right now was simply too difficult. So Su Hong decided to leave that skill for later and shifted his attention back to the stage. Wang Tiantoa was already preparing for his turn, and Su Hong was eager to see what kind of ability this elite trainee would reveal. Wang Tiantoa stepped forward with absolute confidence, his posture steady and imposing. The surrounding trainees immediately cheered for him, loudly praising the power of his barbarian god body and calling him a true combat god. Su Hong watched him closely from the crowd, his interest clearly stirred. He wanted to know how Wang Tiantoa's famous barbarian god body would compare against his own overlord body. Before attacking, Wang Tiantoa warned everyone to watch carefully. Then, without using any martial art, he threw a pure physical punch straight into the machine, and the impact instantly released a massive shockwave. The trainees were left stunned by the result. Wang Tiantoa's raw physical strike was only 300 points lower than Lin Xinghe's martial art attack, proving just how terrifying his legendary strength really was. Grandmaster Qin Tianli watched the display and gave a slight nod of approval. Even with his standards, Wang Tiantoa's physical foundation was impressive enough to earn genuine recognition. Wang Tiantoa then turned and bowed respectfully to the Grandmaster. After that, he announced that he would now show his martial art for the second phase of the test. From within the crowd, Su Hong's eyes brightened with interest. A faint smile appeared on his face as he waited to finally witness Wang Tiantoa's rumored A-rank offensive technique. Wang Tiantoa began channeling his power, and a pale blue flame suddenly ignited around his right arm. The eerie fire wrapped tightly around him, clinging to his fist like a living aura. He lowered his body into a firm combat stance and pulled his glowing fist back. Around him, the pale blue flames surged stronger, making the air seem heavy with violent energy. Grandmaster Qin Tianli recognized the technique at a glance. His eyes sharpened as he identified it as the rare and powerful A-rank martial art, Bone Netherfire Fist. At the same time, Su Hong's system interface chimed with a notification that the fire technique had been successfully copied. Su Hong was both surprised and delighted, remembering that this exact skill had cost 2,800 contribution points in the martial arts pavilion, which made obtaining it so easily feel like an enormous bargain. Wang Tiantoa locked onto the machine with intense focus. In the next breath, he released his gathered power and launched the attack. His blazing fist slammed into the combat tester, and the pale blue flames erupted outward with a powerful burst of elemental force. The entire machine shuddered beneath the heavy strike. The screen lit up with an enormous score of 7,534. The trainees were shocked, realizing that Wang Tiantoa's A-rank technique had pushed his attack power close to the level of a middle-stage Tier 2 martial artist, which was an outrageous boost considering his base vitality was only around 350. Grandmaster Qin praised him openly, saying that Wang Tiantoa's father had often bragged about raising a future grandmaster, and now Qin Tianli could see there was truth behind those words. Wang Tiantoa accepted the compliment with clear satisfaction. After the top 3 elites had set an incredibly high standard, the Grandmaster finally turned his attention toward his true target. His gaze landed on Su Hong, and he called him up to the stage. Su Hong walked forward calmly as the surrounding trainees instinctively stepped aside. Whispers spread through the crowd, with many pitying him for having to follow the 3 elites, while others mistook his composed expression for the look of someone who had already given up. Standing in front of the testing machine, Su Hong listened as Grandmaster Qin instructed him to use only pure physical strength for the first strike. Martial arts were forbidden for this phase, and Su Hong, completely unbothered, simply nodded and agreed. Su Hong lowered his body into a stance and began winding up his arm. The force building through that simple movement stirred the air around him, sending a sharp current whipping outward. He exhaled sharply, and his relaxed expression vanished. His eyes turned focused and intense, shining with the determination to put everything into this single strike. With the grand prize firmly in his sights, Su Hong drove his fist forward with full confidence. In his mind, first place was already the goal he had decided to claim. His bare fist smashed into the combat tester, and the impact detonated like an explosion. A massive shockwave burst outward, kicking up a thick cloud of dust across the testing area. The heavy machine shook violently under the force of that punch. Then the screen updated, revealing a pure physical combat power score so shocking it almost felt unreal. 6551. The instant they saw the result, both Grandmaster Qin Tianli and Instructor Lin Zi broke into a cold sweat. Qin Tianli was shaken to his core, realizing that even after everything he had witnessed, he had still underestimated Su Hong's absurd base strength. For a moment, the entire training hall fell into complete silence. The trainees stared at the screen with wide eyes and dropped jaws, as if none of them could believe what they were seeing. Then chaos erupted all at once. The trainees shouted in disbelief, some even wondering if the machine had malfunctioned. They could not understand how the student who had ranked dead last in the entry assessment was suddenly producing numbers that completely shook their belief in Wang Tiantuo as the camp's undisputed king. Even the top 3 elites could no longer stay composed. Lin Xinghe's arrogant expression disappeared as he stared at Su Hong, unable to accept that such physical power could belong to a Tier 1 martial artist. In his shock, he wrongly assumed Su Hong must have secretly advanced to Tier 2. Breaking through the tense atmosphere, Su Hong turned toward the instructors with a calm expression and asked whether he should continue with the martial arts test. Grandmaster Qin Tianli, still recovering from the shock, finally gave him permission. Su Hong stepped back into the testing area and planted his feet firmly. This time, his posture carried a sharper edge as he prepared for the next attack. Inside his system, the newly acquired technique began processing at incredible speed. The mastery percentage climbed rapidly, and soon a pale blue fiery aura identical to Wang Tiantuo's attack ignited around Su Hong's body. As the proficiency rushed past 80%, Su Hong immediately noticed how smoothly the bone netherfire fist fit him. Compared with his previous A-rank movement technique, this explosive martial art was far easier for him to grasp, as if it matched his fighting style perfectly. Watching Su Hong gather power, Instructor Lin Zi could not help wondering aloud how high the final score might reach. Since Su Hong came from an ordinary working-class family, Lin Zi assumed he could not possibly have the resources to learn anything beyond a low-rank martial art. Grandmaster Qin narrowed his eyes as he sensed the powerful elemental energy radiating from Su Hong. He immediately corrected Lin Zi, saying that judging by the intensity of the aura, this was definitely not some low-level martial art. Right then, Su Hong's system chimed again as his understanding of bone netherfire fist reached 100%. The technique was officially mastered, and a bright flash of energy passed through his eyes as the process completed. Su Hong casually summoned the pale blue flames around his fist, making the eerie fire coil over his arm. The crowd recognized the aura at once and went completely wild, unable to understand how he had somehow learned Wang Tiantuo's exclusive martial art in secret. Eager to test the full power of his newly mastered A-rank attack, Su Hong lowered himself into a fierce combat stance. The flames around his fist burned brighter as his focus locked onto the machine. Then he launched forward and drove his blazing fist into the combat tester. The impact landed with overwhelming force, sending the pale blue flames erupting violently across the machine. The explosion was far greater than anyone expected. A powerful shockwave blasted outward and forced the trainees backward, and as they struggled against the violent wind, they screamed in alarm after realizing this strike was much stronger than Wang Tiantuo's. When the dust finally began to clear, the screen revealed an unbelievable score of 9,013. The crowd completely lost control, because everyone knew that breaking 9,000 points had already reached the standard of a high-stage Tier 2 martial artist. Instructor Lin Zi was drenched in sweat, unable to understand how a Tier 1 student with only 123 base vitality could produce such terrifying numbers. He even began to suspect the machine was broken, while beside him, Grandmaster Qin Tianli stared at Su Hong and admitted that this young man was a true monster. Desperate to find a reasonable explanation, Xiaonan finally decided that Su Hong had to be hiding his real stats. In her mind, there was no other way. His vitality must have already passed 500. When Wang Tiantuo heard that, his tense expression eased slightly as he comforted himself, thinking it was not humiliating to lose to someone secretly that strong, especially when his own vitality had not even reached 400. To end all the arguing, Su Hong stepped forward and took a proper vitality test. But instead of clearing things up, the result only made the crowd even more confused, because the machine displayed his vitality as just 137. The trainees immediately shouted that there had to be something wrong with the tester. Su Hong sat calmly inside the glowing testing pod, looking completely unbothered as the light scanned over him. Outside the pod, the screen confirmed the number once again, 137, and even the highly experienced Grandmaster Qin Tianli could not help muttering that this whole situation was completely insane. The trainees were almost panicking now, half joking and half terrified as they said the machine must have forgotten to add another zero. If Su Hong really was only a Tier 1 martial artist, then producing over 9,000 points of combat output was not just shocking. It was a miracle that shattered common sense. As the pod opened with a soft hiss, Su Hong stepped out under everyone's stunned gaze. Grandmaster Qin Tianli stared at him with unusual intensity, his eyes sharp and probing, clearly becoming even more curious about the secrets hidden inside this young man. After regaining control of the chaotic atmosphere, Grandmaster Qin Tianli ordered the stunned trainees to move away from the testing machines. Then, in a firm voice, he announced that the final phase would begin, the practical combat tournament. With a faint smirk, the Grandmaster explained the rules. This stage would use a challenge system, meaning trainees could choose their own opponents, and whoever stood as the final winner would secure first place along with the grand prize of an A-rank martial art. The moment those rules were announced, a hungry shadow passed over Lin Xinghe's face. His eyes sharpened with interest as he suddenly called out to the Grandmaster from among the trainees. Holding his closed folding fan in one hand, Lin Xinghe stepped forward with calm confidence. Then he raised his finger and pointed directly at Su Hong, openly declaring that he wanted to challenge him first. Lin Xinghe looked smug, as if he had already seen through Su Hong's weakness. Even though Su Hong's combat output was monstrous, his vitality was still frighteningly low, so Lin Xinghe planned to rely on his superior movement technique, avoid direct clashes, and slowly exhaust him. But before Lin Xinghe's confidence could settle, Grandmaster Qin Tianli immediately rejected the one-on-one challenge. The refusal caught Lin Xinghe completely off guard. Instead, Qin Tianli made an even more shocking proposal. He wanted the top 3 elites to fight Su Hong together at the same time. The 3 elites were instantly offended by the arrangement. Wang Tiantuo's face darkened, feeling as though he had been underestimated. Xiaonan scoffed at the idea that Su Hong was worthy of their combined attack, and Lin Xinghe frowned, worrying that if all 3 of them attacked together, they might cripple a lower-tier trainee. Grandmaster Qin Tianli ignored their complaints and turned directly to Su Hong, asking for his opinion instead. Su Hong remained perfectly calm, and without the slightest hesitation, agreed to face all 3 of them at once. The 3 elites immediately fixed sharp glares on Su Hong, irritated by what they saw as arrogance. Wang Tiantuo, in particular, believed he alone was already more than enough to defeat Su Hong. With both sides decided, Grandmaster Qin Tianli announced the start of the match. Inside the testing facility, the 3 elite trainees squared off against Su Hong, and the tense atmosphere instantly tightened. The instant the battle began, Wang Tiantuo and Xiaonan rushed forward at the same time. Meanwhile, Lin Xinghe did the opposite, leaping backward to open up distance and prepare his own approach. Lin Xinghe's plan was simple. He intended to stay back while Su Hong became occupied with the other 2, then use his high-speed movement technique to launch a devastating sneak attack at the perfect moment. But that plan shattered almost immediately. Before Lin Xinghe could make his move, Xiaonan and Wang Tiantuo suddenly shouted in panic, warning him to dodge. Lin Xinghe turned in shock, but Su Hong was already moving with blinding speed. In a smooth, almost effortless motion, Su Hong slipped past his line of sight and appeared directly behind him. A glowing blue light gathered around Su Hong's fist as he raised his hand calmly. Facing Lin Xinghe's back, he spoke as if ending the fight right there and bid him farewell. Just before the punch landed, the crushing blow suddenly stopped. Su Hong's fist froze only inches away from Lin Xinghe's face, halted at the last possible moment. That tiny opening was enough for Lin Xinghe. Terrified by how close he had come to being hit, he frantically kicked off the ground and leaped backward to escape. After landing safely at a distance, Lin Xinghe quickly thanked Xiaonan for using telekinesis to save him. Still shaken, he warned his teammates that Su Hong's speed was dangerously unnatural and far beyond what they had expected. Su Hong looked down at his own hand, which was still restrained by a faint telekinetic aura. Rather than panic, he seemed mildly intrigued, remarking that this was his first time feeling spiritual telekinesis in actual combat, and that having his movements controlled like this felt strangely unfamiliar. Realizing that Xiaonan's spiritual control was the biggest obstacle, Su Hong immediately shifted his target. With an explosive burst of speed, he shattered the floor beneath his feet and rushed straight toward her. Xiaonan's eyes widened the moment she saw his movement. She recognized it instantly. Su Hong was perfectly executing the elite Flying Swan's startling cloud step. Lin Xinghe and Wang Tiantuo rushed in to intercept him at once. Lin Xinghe was completely baffled that a fire attribute user could perform his wind-based movement technique, and in the confusion, he concluded that Su Hong must have dual attributes before shouting for Wang Tiantuo to stop him. Wang Tiantuo stepped directly into Su Hong's path, his arm bursting to life with a blazing aura. He told Xiaonan to focus entirely on maintaining her spiritual control, while he would take the front and physically block Su Hong's advance. Without holding back, Wang Tiantuo unleashed his A-rank bone netherfire fist. Pale flames surged around his arm as he drove the attack forward. But instead of dodging, Su Hong met him head-on. His own fist erupted with the exact same pale blue flames, mirroring Wang Tiantuo's attack so perfectly that it looked like the technique had belonged to him all along. Before the 2 fists could collide, Xiaonan suddenly strengthened her telekinetic hold. The invisible force clamped down harder, freezing Su Hong in place right where he stood. Su Hong strained against the pressure, and the concrete beneath his feet began to crack from the force. He narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that Xiaonan's spiritual control was more troublesome than he had expected. Taking advantage of the moment Su Hong was immobilized, Lin Xinghe sprang into the air. He dropped down from above with a fierce kick aimed directly at Su Hong's head. From the sidelines, Grandmaster Qin Tianli watched the situation unfold, and quietly considered that perhaps letting Su Hong fight all three at once had been too early. He knew that breaking free from a spirit master's crowd control required either overwhelming physical strength or spiritual power strong enough to counter it. Even with the combined attacks closing in and Xiao Nan's telekinetic force locking him down, Su Hong's expression did not show the slightest panic. A confident smile slowly appeared on his face, and even Qin Tianli was shocked to see how calm he remained. Just as the attacks were about to land, Su Hong suddenly erupted with a terrifying surge of brute strength. The invisible bind around him shattered apart under the force. The violent backlash struck Xiao Nan immediately. Her face paled, blood burst from her mouth, and her spiritual control collapsed in an instant. Now completely free, Su Hong moved without hesitation. He intercepted the incoming attacks with ease, and the collision released a powerful shockwave across the battlefield. The spectating trainees exploded into disbelief. They were horrified that Su Hong had shattered Xiao Nan's telekinesis and blocked the elite's attacks using nothing but raw physical strength, making him look less like a normal trainee and more like a ferocious beast. With a ruthless motion, Su Hong twisted the limbs he had caught. The sudden force completely destroyed Lin Xinghe and Wang Tiantuo's balance before either of them could react. Caught off guard by that overwhelming power, Lin Xinghe's face changed with panic while Wang Tiantuo cursed under his breath. At that moment, both of them realized they had fallen completely under Su Hong's control. Using his monstrous strength, Su Hong lifted both elite trainees off the ground at once. Then he spun them rapidly through the air like ragdolls, their bodies whipping around under his grip. With his eyes glowing fiercely, Su Hong suddenly stopped the rotation. In the next instant, he slammed both elites face first into the concrete floor without the slightest mercy. The impact shattered the ground beneath them. Wang Tiantuo's face was driven straight into the broken rubble, while Lin Xinghe coughed up blood from the tremendous shock. All around the facility, the trainees watched in horror as the heavy thuds echoed through the hall. Each impact made the ruined floor tremble beneath their feet. Su Hong's savagery was terrifying to witness. He lifted the two elites again and again, smashing them repeatedly into the ruined floor in a relentless blur of motion that left everyone frozen. Only after the brutal beating ended did Su Hong finally release his grip. The two once proud elites collapsed motionless on the ground, completely unconscious from the savage assault. Su Hong stood tall in the middle of the settling dust, his figure steady and imposing. With Wang Tiantuo and Lin Xinghe defeated, he had completely dominated the match. Still surrounded by a fierce battle aura, Su Hong slowly turned his gaze toward the last opponent remaining. His intense stare locked onto her, making the pressure in the testing facility rise all over again. The moment Xiao Nan met Su Hong's terrifying stare, whatever fighting spirit she had left vanished on the spot. Her body trembled as she hurriedly raised both hands and backed away, loudly surrendering while begging him not to take another step toward her. The watching trainees instantly erupted into a storm of shocked admiration. None of them could stay calm after seeing Su Hong crush the camp's strongest trio by himself, and in their eyes, his status as an unmatched monster had been completely cemented. Grandmaster Qin Tianli stepped forward and silenced the chaotic crowd with his presence. Sweeping his gaze across the trainees, he asked whether anyone else still dared to challenge Su Hong, making it clear that if no one spoke up, Su Hong would officially take first place. The trainees nearly stumbled over each other as they rushed to forfeit. After watching what happened to the top three elites, no one wanted to suffer the same brutal fate, and they all admitted Su Hong was the undisputed number one now. Only an idiot would challenge him. With no one raising an objection, Grandmaster Qin Tianli formally declared Su Hong the winner. After that, he turned to instructor Lin Zi and ordered him to arrange the remaining matches so the secondary rankings could be decided. After acknowledging Su Hong's overwhelming victory, Grandmaster Qin Tianli told him to come along. It was time for Su Hong to claim his grand prize and personally select a new A-rank martial art. A satisfied smile appeared on Su Hong's face. Winning the tournament meant he could add yet another powerful A-rank martial art to his growing arsenal, and that reward alone made the fight completely worth it. As the two of them walked away, Grandmaster Qin Tianli mentioned that he had been watching Su Hong closely ever since he first arrived at camp. Then he asked why Su Hong had chosen to hide his true strength when most trainees were desperate to show off. Su Hong answered calmly, explaining that his caution came from necessity. Without the support of a powerful family behind him, revealing too much talent too early would only make him an easy target for people with bad intentions. Grandmaster Qin Tianli laughed when he heard that, clearly appreciating Su Hong's survival instincts. He then admitted that the tournament had actually been arranged specifically because of Su Hong, with the goal of exposing his value so more elite training resources could be secured for him. Qin Tianli advised him that resources were always concentrated on recognized geniuses, whether anyone liked it or not. Then he assured Su Hong that from this point forward, there was no need to keep hiding, because he would personally protect him. Su Hong accepted the backing with gratitude and thanked the Grandmaster. Before long, they arrived at the martial art pavilion. Inside, the receptionist was startled the moment she saw Grandmaster Qin Tianli enter, and she quickly stood at attention as he ordered her to bring out the complete master list of martial arts. While flipping through the catalog, Qin Tianli told Su Hong to ask directly if anything needed clarification. Since he had a true expert beside him, Su Hong took the opportunity and asked what kind of martial art would best help his future progression. Before giving advice, Qin Tianli asked Su Hong to list the martial arts he currently had. Su Hong casually named Bone Netherfire Fist, Flying Swan Startling Cloud Step, Cloud Hiding Gale Fist, and Void Breaking Finger, adding that the rest of his skills were only lower-ranked techniques. Grandmaster Qin Tianli's expression immediately tightened. He pointed out that both Flying Swan Startling Cloud Step and Cloud Hiding Gale Fist were not even part of their inventory, then asked in disbelief whether Su Hong had genuinely learned them just by watching Lin Xinghe use them once. When Su Hong casually confirmed it, a bead of sweat rolled down Qin Tianli's face. He stared at the young man in stunned silence, once again confirming in his heart that Su Hong was an absolute monster beyond normal understanding. The receptionist watched from the side in complete shock. She could not help wondering who Su Hong really was, since Grandmaster Qin Tianli was personally helping him choose a martial art like this. After scanning through the catalog for a while, Qin Tianli suggested that Su Hong consider a control-type martial art. Since Su Hong already had powerful offensive and movement skills, adding control would make his combat style much more complete. He recommended the A-rank Flame Cage, a fire-based technique that used fire ki to trap enemies in place. Qin Tianli explained that control arts required ki to leave the body, which was difficult even for Tier 2 martial artists, but with Su Hong's talent, he believed the boy might overcome the usual limits of Tier 1. To help Su Hong make a proper decision, Qin Tianli added that he happened to know the technique himself. If Su Hong wanted to understand it more clearly, he could demonstrate it on the spot. Su Hong immediately focused his attention on him and thanked the Grandmaster. His eyes followed every movement closely, clearly not wanting to miss even the smallest detail. Qin Tianli raised his hand and summoned a tiny spark from his palm. As he spoke about the practical value of control-type arts in battle, that small flame quickly expanded and formed into a glowing cage of fire. He then explained the ideal combat flow behind the technique. First, the enemy would be trapped inside the flame cage, and while they were restrained, the user could immediately follow up with another attack, such as an energy arrow, to finish the fight quickly. However, Qin Tianli also warned Su Hong about the technique's true difficulty. Maintaining the cage while launching another attack was impossible for Su Hong at his current level, and Qin admitted that he himself had only reached that degree of control after entering Tier 3. The moment Su Hong heard that, he shook his head without hesitation. Since the technique would not be practical for him right now, he immediately gave up on choosing it as his official reward. Qin Tianli was slightly surprised by how quickly Su Hong let it go, but inwardly, he praised the boy even more. Unlike arrogant geniuses who refused to listen, Su Hong could accept sound advice, which made his potential even more valuable. Secretly, however, Su Hong was smiling to himself. His system had already confirmed that he learned Fire Flame Cage just by watching the demonstration, so after getting the skill for free, he politely asked Qin Tianli to recommend something else. Qin Tianli agreed to shift direction and began flipping through the catalog again. This time, he suggested that Su Hong look into defensive martial arts, since strengthening his defense would help balance out his already aggressive skill set. He soon recommended the A-rank Thick Earth Armor, an earth attribute skill that formed a powerful defensive layer of ki over the user's body. Su Hong listened carefully and began weighing the value of the technique. After thinking it through, Su Hong realized that combining a strong defensive art with his already powerful body would produce excellent results. With that in mind, he gladly accepted Qin Tianli's recommendation. While finalizing the choice, Qin Tianli asked about Su Hong's special physique. Su Hong did not hesitate for long and confidently made up a name on the spot, calling it the Overlord Body. Inside his head, Su Hong was already getting excited. He imagined Qin Tianli being shocked by this so-called rare constitution, praising it endlessly, and maybe even rewarding him with a mountain of A-rank skills. But Qin Tianli simply admitted that he had never heard of such a physique before. Su Hong awkwardly confessed that he had just invented the name, and the Grandmaster could only guess that it might be an entirely unrecorded physical constitution. Even if the name was fake, Qin Tianli still took the strength boost seriously. He pointed out that Su Hong had easily blocked a full power strike from Wang Tiantua's famous barbarian god body, and even he had never seen a Tier 1 fighter with such absurd raw power. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a phone call. Qin Tianli answered, clearly intending to say he was busy, but before he could dismiss it, Instructor Bai Mu urgently reported that there was an error in the system. Bai Mu quickly revealed the problem. According to the point system, Su Hong had been wearing his training weight vest throughout the entire tournament. Qin Tianli was shocked and immediately asked whether Su Hong had really fought the top 3 elites while wearing that heavy vest. Su Hong casually confirmed it, explaining that he had kept it on because he wanted to keep earning passive points. Hearing that, Qin Tianli clutched his chest as though trying to keep himself calm. He had no choice but to accept once again that this boy was a complete monster who defied normal logic. After forcing himself to settle down, Qin Tianli ordered Su Hong to take off the vest immediately. He promised that once Su Hong challenged the training camp later, there would be plenty of rewards waiting for him, so he no longer needed to care about those minor points. Su Hong agreed without argument. Su Hong then removed the black vest from his body. Seeing this, the receptionist cheerfully stepped forward and offered to return it to the warehouse for him. But as he handed it over, Su Hong calmly warned her that it was a little heavy. The receptionist responded with confidence, proudly stating that she was a Tier 2 martial artist. In her mind, carrying a trainee's weight vest should not be difficult at all. But the instant the vest landed in her hands, her eyes widened in complete shock. The weight was nothing like what she had expected. Unable to hold it for even a moment, she lost her grip and dropped the vest. It smashed down hard, instantly shattering the wooden floorboards beneath it with its terrifying weight. Staring at the broken floor in disbelief, the stunned receptionist asked just how heavy the vest was. Su Hong answered casually that it weighed 5 tons, while Qin Tianli watched him with nervous sweat, amazed that a beginner Tier 1 trainee had been carrying 5 tons while beating 3 late-stage geniuses. Deeply impressed, Qin Tianli suddenly put an arm around Su Hong's shoulder. Calling him a little monster, he excitedly said that another A-rank martial art had just come to mind, and it might be perfect for him. Su Hong's curiosity was immediately stirred, and he asked what martial art Qin Tianli meant. Qin Tianli recalled that Su Hong seemed to like using the spear, then brought up a man named Grandmaster Jiang Lin from Yang City, a famous spear master. Qin Tianli explained that Jiang Lin possessed an A-rank thunder spear art with incredible destructive power. Then, with a sly smile, he proposed a plan. He would take Su Hong to Yang City to fight Jiang Lin's student and use that duel to trick his old rival into handing over the prize technique. Su Hong pointed out that tricking someone like that did not sound very nice. Qin Tianli immediately grew irritated and brought up his old grudge, complaining that Jiang Lin had repeatedly called the Star City camp trash, so he wanted to use Su Hong to humiliate his rival properly. After making up his mind, Qin Tianli told Su Hong to rest well, because they would leave early the next morning. Su Hong nodded and agreed to the arrangement. That night, after everything was settled, Su Hong returned to his room. He was relieved to see that the damage from last night's attack had already been dealt with. The staff had not only repaired everything, but had scrubbed the place clean until there was barely a trace left of the chaos. Su Hong sat cross-legged on his bed and immediately settled into training. Inside his system, 3 new skills had appeared: Fire Scorch 4 Fields, Soul Capture Art, and Thick Earth Armor. With his mind fixed on progress, he pushed himself through the entire night, determined to bring all 3 techniques to basic mastery before the sun came up. At the same time, Grandmaster Qin Tianli was speaking over the phone with his old rival. His tone was full of confidence as he told Jiang Lin to get his Thunder Spear art ready, because tomorrow he would personally bring his student over to challenge the Yang City camp. Over in Yang City, Grandmaster Jiang Lin listened with a smug expression and dismissed the challenge like it was nothing. He bragged that his own camp had recently uncovered an extremely rare wood spirit body genius, and that this student had already stepped into the level of a Tier 2 fighter. Jiang Lin kept boasting without the slightest hesitation, saying his disciple had learned the A-rank wood prison technique in only 2 days. He even claimed the boy had already reached the stage where his chi could leave his body, and as he spoke, his proud gaze remained fixed on his student training nearby. The student was a green-haired young man, and his whole body was tense with effort. A layer of green aura wrapped around him, pulsing and shifting as he struggled to control the power building inside him. Gathering that energy, he suddenly released the technique. In an instant, thick wooden vines burst out and twisted together, forming a huge, tangled cage that took shape as the wood prison. But the moment the wood prison formed, something went wrong. The energy inside it began to shake, and the entire technique quickly turned unstable. The young man panicked and tried to force the wild vines back under control, but it was already too late. Instead of fading away smoothly, the prison exploded apart, scattering into bright green fragments that burst through the air. Breathing hard, the student lowered his head and let out a frustrated sigh after yet another failed attempt. Jiang Lin called him by name, Lin Chunfeng, and sharply scolded him for being too impatient, reminding him that a control-type martial art could not be mastered through willpower alone. Even after being corrected, Lin Chunfeng refused to back down. His eyes stayed firm as he promised with confidence that within 1 month, he would absolutely reach the basic level. Returning to the phone call, Jiang Lin immediately began mocking Qin Tianli again. He bragged that his student was already a monster for being able to learn the technique in a single month, especially since Jiang himself had needed 3 full months. Then he insulted the Star City camp once more, claiming Lin Chunfeng would easily crush Qin's so-called trash student. Qin Tianli's temper exploded the moment he heard that insult. But before he could properly fire back, Zhang Lin cut the call and hung up on him. After ending the call, Zhang Lin turned toward Lin Chunfeng and gave him a very specific order. During tomorrow's match, he told him not to win too quickly, but to make the battle look close and then narrowly take victory, just to preserve a little face for Qin Tianli. Greenwood energy gathered around Lin Chunfeng's hand, shaping itself into a claw-like form. With a calm smile spreading across his face, he assured his master that his acting skills were already prepared. The next afternoon, far above the Yang City training camp on a flattened mountain peak, Grandmaster Qin Tianli carried Su Hong through the air with his own power, flying straight toward the base. Su Hong glanced down at the world beneath his feet, the ground far below making the flight feel even more unreal. With a slightly nervous smile, he admitted that he had never imagined his very first time flying would happen like this. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area as the two descended. Moments later, they landed directly in the center of the courtyard, facing Zhang Lin and the people gathered around him. Zhang Lin stepped forward with a smug grin already on his face. Looking at his old rival, he greeted Qin Tianli and casually asked to see the genius student he had brought all this way to challenge Yang City. Qin Tianli introduced Su Hong as a beginner Tier 1 fighter who also used a spear. Su Hong planted his weapon against the ground, kept his posture respectful, and politely greeted the rival grandmaster. The smugness on Zhang Lin's face immediately froze, then twisted into irritated disbelief. He stared at Qin Tianli and asked if he had lost his mind, actually treating a beginner Tier 1 rookie as some kind of genius. Inside, however, Zhang Lin was already starting to sweat. A Tier 2 student fighting a beginner at Tier 1 should normally end in an instant kill, and now he was genuinely worried that Lin Chunfeng's acting skills would be pushed to the limit just to make the match look fair. Qin Tianli ignored the insult completely. With full confidence, he urged Zhang Lin to start the match already, even adding in a casual tone that he and Su Hong still needed to return home in time for dinner. Before long, a large crowd of trainees had gathered around the arena at the Yang City training camp. Everyone waited with eager faces, buzzing with excitement for the challenge that was about to begin. Some of the trainees whispered among themselves about the so-called genius who had come from Star City. A few even joked aloud, hoping that this challenger would not turn out to be too weak to make the fight entertaining. Grandmaster Zhang Lin stood before the crowd and formally introduced the well-known Grandmaster Qin Tianli, along with the student Qin had brought with him, the supposed genius named Su Hong. Then, with a smug smile that made his intention obvious, Zhang Lin revealed Su Hong's cultivation level to everyone. He announced that this visiting genius was only a beginner at the Tier 1 stage. The local trainees immediately burst into disbelief. Feeling insulted that someone this weak had dared to come and challenge their camp, they began mocking Su Hong, loudly pointing out that their champion Lin Chunfeng was already a Tier 2 martial artist who could crush him in an instant. When Lin Chunfeng heard the crowd's reaction, cold sweat started to form on his face. His master had ordered him to make the match look close for Qin Tianli's sake, but now he had no idea how he was supposed to fake a fair battle against someone who appeared that weak. Ignoring the noise from the trainees, Zhang Lin turned back to Qin Tianli and confirmed the wager. If his student won, then Qin Tianli would have to teach him an A-rank martial art. Putting on an air of generosity, Zhang Lin then looked towards Su Hong and said that if he somehow managed to win, he could choose one extra A-rank martial art as his reward. Su Hong accepted the offer calmly and thanked him politely. Qin Tianli looked amused by the whole thing and slapped his rival on the back, sarcastically calling him a nice guy. Zhang Lin, meanwhile, remained completely convinced that a beginner at Tier 1 could never defeat a Tier 2 student with a rare wood spirit body. With the stakes set, both competitors stepped into the arena. The Grandmasters watched from the side as the atmosphere around the ring grew heavier. Before the fight began, Zhang Lin gave Lin Chunfeng a subtle reminder to restrain his strength. Gripping his sword tightly, the anxious student nodded and assured his master that he would hold back. Lin Chunfeng drew his blade, but his mind was still tangled in worry. Instead of focusing on victory, he kept thinking about how he was supposed to perform well enough without making the fight end too fast. What frightened him most was the possibility of making one careless move. Against a beginner, even a single accidental strike might seriously injure Su Hong. Then Lin Chunfeng noticed something strange. Su Hong was standing there empty-handed, so he asked why he was not using the spear he had clearly brought with him to the camp. Su Hong simply stretched his body in a relaxed manner, looking completely unbothered. He replied casually that he did not plan to use his weapon just yet. In truth, Su Hong had a practical reason for fighting barehanded. His only spear skill was still just a basic C-rank technique, and compared with his newly acquired A-rank fist and movement skills, using the spear would only put him at a disadvantage. Lin Chunfeng misunderstood that choice entirely. To him, Su Hong's relaxed attitude looked like pure arrogance, and irritation immediately began to build in his chest. Wanting to test whether Su Hong's confidence was real or just empty pride, Lin Chunfeng kicked off the ground and leapt into the air. Sword in hand, he charged straight toward the unarmed trainee. A green aura covered Lin Chunfeng's body as he raised his sword high. Then, with a sharp burst of force, he brought the blade crashing downward. Su Hong avoided the heavy slash with ease, shifting aside just before the sword landed. The blade smashed into the stone floor instead, cracking the ground and sending broken debris flying outward. At the same time, Su Hong activated his A-rank movement skill. His body glided backward across the arena with smooth, almost effortless grace. A trail of wind followed behind him as he continued to keep his distance. From his calm posture, it looked as if he was not being pressured at all. Lin Chunfeng's eyes widened in shock. He had never expected a mere beginner to display an A-rank wind-based movement technique so cleanly. Watching from above, the Grandmaster's expression shifted into an amused smirk. The display was far more impressive than the crowd had expected. Lin Chunfeng refused to let Su Hong keep slipping away. Tightening his grip, he rushed forward again, determined to close the distance. As he charged, Lin Chunfeng declared that movement skills would be useless now. He immediately released his wood prison technique, intending to trap Su Hong before he could dodge again. Thick green vines burst up from beneath the arena floor. In the next instant, they shot toward Su Hong and wrapped tightly around his leg, locking him in place. Facing a rare control-type skill head-on, Su Hong's eyes showed a flicker of surprise. For a moment, he even acknowledged that Lin Chunfeng's talent was impressive, but his expression stayed steady. Without panicking at all, he released his aura and prepared to rely on pure physical strength to tear those vines apart by force. But before Su Hong could actually make his move, the frail green vines wrapped around him suddenly cracked apart on their own. In the blink of an eye, they shattered into pieces and disappeared completely, as if they had never existed. Su Hong froze slightly, confusion crossing his face. He had expected something stronger from a technique with such powerful control potential, yet it had collapsed almost instantly, leaving him both puzzled and faintly disappointed. And in that tiny opening, Lin Chunfeng seized his chance. His figure appeared in midair behind Su Hong, sword already raised high. As the blade came slashing downward, he declared with confidence that holding Su Hong still for even 1 second was more than enough to decide the battle. Yet Su Hong did not look shaken in the slightest. He simply turned his gaze over his shoulder, calm enough that it seemed as if he had already sensed Lin Chunfeng's attack coming. A swirl of bright green wind energy quickly gathered around Su Hong's fist. The air around his arm twisted and sharpened, and in that instant, he prepared to answer the incoming sword strike with a direct counterpunch. The moment Su Hong launched that wind-wrapped fist, Lin Chunfeng's eyes widened sharply. His confidence cracked in an instant as he realized the speed of the counterattack was far beyond what he had expected. Lin Chunfeng immediately understood the danger. Su Hong's punch was moving so fast that it would reach him first, landing cleanly before his descending sword had any chance to touch its target. With no time left to dodge, Lin Chunfeng desperately activated his would escape technique. Thick wooden growths surged up in front of him, forming a heavy barrier just as Su Hong's fist came crashing in. But that defense meant nothing. Su Hong's punch smashed into the wooden shield with brutal force, exploding it into flying splinters and sending Lin Chunfeng hurtling backward like he had been struck by a charging monster. Lin Chunfeng flew through the air in a battered state, his body twisting from the impact. Even as he struggled to steady himself, he could not understand how a lower-level beginner could possess such terrifying physical strength. The local trainees watching from the side were just as stunned. They had seen Lin Chunfeng's A-rank defense broken apart like rotten wood, and a chill ran through them as they realized this beginner's raw power was even more savage than a wild beast's. High above the arena, Grandmaster Qin burst into loud laughter, clearly enjoying the sudden reversal. He could not resist teasing his rival, while Grandmaster Zhang Lin wiped away sweat and stubbornly argued back, insisting that brute strength alone would never be enough to defeat his genius student and telling Qin to keep watching. Su Hong did not give Lin Chunfeng any breathing room. The instant he gained the upper hand, he kicked off the ground and shot forward at high speed, chasing after Lin Chunfeng as the distance between them rapidly closed. Su Hong swung out a fierce kick, aiming to strike Lin Chunfeng down. But his leg passed straight through the figure in front of him, and the target broke apart into scattered shadows. In that split second, Su Hong immediately understood what had happened. The body he had struck was not Lin Chunfeng at all, but only an afterimage left behind by his movement technique. Using his own A-rank movement skill, Lin Chunfeng slipped around Su Hong's attack and reappeared directly behind him, positioning himself perfectly for a counterattack. Lin Chunfeng boasted about his superior footwork as he swung his sword in an explosive slash. The blade tore through the air with frightening speed, but Su Hong reacted cleanly and dodged the attack without much effort. When the dust finally began to settle, Lin Chunfeng stood across from Su Hong, breathing heavily. He admitted that Su Hong's strength was truly overwhelming, then urged him to surrender, even conceding that if they were at the same level, he would undoubtedly be the one to lose. That sudden change in attitude caught Lin Chunfeng off guard. He watched closely as Su Hong lowered himself, kneeling slightly while extending one hand forward toward him. In the next moment, violent orange flames burst out from Su Hong's fist. The fire roared upward with a fierce glow, instantly changing the entire pressure around the arena. Before Lin Chunfeng could even question why Su Hong was using a new element, a massive cage of fire erupted around him. The blazing walls rose up with a roar, trapping him inside a fiery control skill before he had time to react. Standing inside the burning cage, Lin Chunfeng began to sweat from the intense heat pressing in around him. Although he was shocked that a mere beginner had mastered such a skill, he quickly reasoned that Su Hong's energy could not last long, so he decided to remain inside and wait for the flames to collapse on their own. Up on the platform, Qin Tianli completely lost his composure. His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized Su Hong had already mastered the flame cage technique. Jiang Lin noticed Qin Tianli's reaction and immediately looked confused. He questioned why Qin Tianli seemed so shocked by a technique he had supposedly taught his own student, leaving Qin Tianli awkwardly stammering as he tried to come up with an excuse. Then Jiang Lin pressed further, demanding to know how a wind attribute student had suddenly started using fire. Qin Tianli, trying to hide the fact that even he did not fully understand Su Hong's abilities, coughed lightly and casually claimed that having multiple elements was nothing worth making a fuss about. Desperate to shift the conversation away from himself, Qin Tianli quickly pointed back toward the battlefield. He loudly questioned why the flame cage still had not collapsed, then drew attention to the strange new glow gathering around Su Hong's hand. Outside the burning cage, Su Hong stood perfectly calm. Around his fist, a pale aura began to swirl and condense, growing brighter as he quietly prepared his next attack. Inside the cage, Lin Chunfeng stared at him in horror. He realized Su Hong was not only maintaining the fiery prison, but also gathering energy for another strike at the same time, something incredibly difficult even for fighters far beyond the beginner level. Then Su Hong confirmed Lin Chunfeng's worst fear. He suddenly launched himself forward, driving his glowing fist straight through the wall of flames and aiming directly at the trapped student inside. As the attack closed in, panic flashed across Lin Chunfeng's face. He hurriedly activated his wood escape once again, forcing thick wooden roots to surge up and form a protective shield in front of his body. But this defense was just as useless as the last one. Su Hong's glowing fist drilled straight through the wooden barrier and slammed heavily into Lin Chunfeng's stomach. Lin Chunfeng coughed up blood as the impact blasted through him and sent him flying backward. In pain and disbelief, he cursed the absurdity of Su Hong's power, unable to accept that a beginner could hit this hard. Su Hong's fist smashed brutally into Lin Chunfeng's chest, and blood sprayed into the air from the sheer force of the blow. The massive impact hurled Lin Chunfeng backward until his body crashed hard against the scorching wall of the flame cage. The burning fire seared across his exposed back, leaving him badly burned in an instant. But almost immediately, bright green energy flared over the injured skin. The burns began healing at visible speed, restoring the damaged flesh before the flames could fully cripple him. With a confident smirk returning to his face, Lin Chunfeng warned Su Hong not to underestimate the recovery ability of a Tier 2 wood spirit body. His tone made it clear that he still believed his healing could carry him through the fight. Su Hong remained completely unmoved. He stared at Lin Chunfeng with cold eyes, silently deciding that if a single punch was not enough to keep him down, then he would simply hit him again and again. Su Hong rushed forward without hesitation and unleashed a rapid barrage of glowing punches. Each strike came relentlessly, one after another, as if he refused to believe Lin Chunfeng's healing could continue forever. Even while absorbing those heavy blows, Lin Chunfeng forced himself to endure and taunted Su Hong through the pain. He insisted that the effort was pointless, because a Tier 1 fighter's stamina could never possibly outlast someone at Tier 2. As he spoke, Lin Chunfeng gathered a dense sphere of green energy in his free hand. He openly challenged Su Hong, eager to see whether the flame cage would break first or whether Su Hong's energy would run dry before that happened. Su Hong felt his fire energy dropping to a dangerous level. Recognizing the problem immediately, he suddenly stopped his attack instead of wasting any more strength. He knew that if the cage collapsed on its own, the momentum of the fight could shift against him. So before that could happen, Su Hong chose to cancel the fiery prison himself. As the flames vanished around him, Lin Chunfeng burst into triumphant laughter. Believing Su Hong had finally reached his limit, he declared that it was now his turn to attack and that Su Hong's defeat was already certain. But that arrogant smile did not last for long. In the next instant, the confidence on Lin Chunfeng's face began to crumble. Terror replaced it completely as Su Hong raised his hand and gathered a crackling mass of golden lightning mixed with fire. With terrifying calm, Su Hong casually mentioned that he had not intended to use this move because it consumed too much energy. Lin Shunfeng stared at the violent energy pulsing in Su Hong's hand, cold sweat breaking across his face. He could not believe that someone at Tier 1 could unleash such monstrous power. Panic surged through Lin Shunfeng as he realized he absolutely could not allow Su Hong to get close. He slammed both glowing green hands onto the stone floor and poured every bit of his remaining energy into his next defense. With a desperate roar, Lin Shunfeng called out the name of his defensive technique. Massive wooden pillars erupted from the floor one after another, forming a thick, towering wall meant to block Su Hong's terrifying attack. Su Hong's eyes suddenly blazed with intense golden light, and the pressure around him sharpened as if the next strike was about to tear through everything in front of him. Su Hong stepped right up to the towering wooden wall without the slightest hesitation. As he drew his fist back, raw lightning surged wildly around his knuckles, snapping and crackling so violently that the air around his arm seemed to tremble. Then, with crushing force, Su Hong drove his blazing fist forward. Fire and lightning fused together around the strike, and the moment it moved, the air in front of him twisted under the pressure like space itself was being bent by the impact. The thick wooden defense that Lin Shunfeng had poured everything into could not stop it at all. Su Hong's punch tore straight through the wall as easily, as if those massive pillars were nothing more than thin paper. The fist continued forward and smashed directly into Lin Shunfeng's face. The force blasted him backward in an instant, knocking him unconscious before his body slammed heavily onto the stone floor. As the flames and broken debris slowly faded around him, Su Hong stood in place with a calm expression. He lowered his gaze and looked down at Lin Shunfeng, who had been completely defeated beneath him. For a brief moment, the entire arena seemed to lose its voice. The massive crowd surrounding the battlefield fell into stunned silence, as if no one could process what they had just witnessed. Then the Yang City trainees exploded into panic and disbelief. Their champion, who possessed Tier 2 healing power, had still been knocked out by a single strike. And when they sensed that the punch carried power close to a legendary S-rank move, they could hardly believe Su Hong was still only an early Tier 1 fighter. Grandmaster Jiang Lin broke out in a cold sweat as he stared at the arena in total shock. Slowly turning toward his old rival, he demanded to know what kind of monster Qin Tianli had brought into the training camp. Jiang Lin's hand trembled as he pointed toward the battlefield. He had realized that Su Hong had used element fusion to create that terrifying level of destruction, and the thought of a young Tier 1 fighter already mastering such an advanced method nearly shattered his understanding. Qin Tianli calmly sipped his tea as if none of this had anything to do with him. Then he casually said he definitely would not tell Jiang Lin that Su Hong had mastered dual element fusion in just 1 month. Jiang Lin stared at him in disbelief, but Qin Tianli only looked away and continued showing off, adding that if Jiang Lin knew Su Hong had perfect compatibility with all 7 elements and was training 7 techniques at the same time, he might be scared to death on the spot. Those words left Jiang Lin completely frozen. Qin Tianli then put on a clumsy, innocent act and cheerfully apologized for accidentally letting the secret slip. But the smug expression on his face made it obvious that he had no regret at all. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin stood there like his soul had left his body. His mind struggled to process how a student could accomplish so many outrageous feats in only 1 month. Taking full advantage of Jiang Lin's dazed state, Qin Tianli wrapped an arm around his old rival and immediately brought up their bet. Since Su Hong had won the match, Qin Tianli demanded that Jiang Lin teach him the A-rank Thunder Spear art, as well as his ultimate skill, Palm Thunder. Still overwhelmed by shock, Jiang Lin agreed almost without thinking. Sometime later, inside a huge dome-shaped training room, Su Hong stood across from Grandmaster Jiang Lin in a high-tech arena. Both of them held practice spears, and the wide space around them was clearly prepared for serious combat training. Jiang Lin looked at the young trainee in front of him, still unable to shake off the amazement in his heart. He silently admitted that in his entire life, he had never encountered anyone with potential as monstrous as Su Hong's. Forcing himself to set aside his shock, Jiang Lin began introducing the technique he was about to teach. It was an A-rank Thunder Spear art known as the 9 heaven-breaking spears. As Jiang Lin gripped his spear, violent blue lightning crackled around his hand and crawled along the weapon. With that electric pressure filling the room, he began explaining the essence of the technique. This spear art contained 3 stances, and each stance held 3 unique moves of its own. Jiang Lin warned Su Hong that with every stance, both the destructive force and the difficulty would rise sharply. Jiang Lin emphasized just how hard the technique was to master. Under normal circumstances, he would never teach it to anyone below Tier 4, but because Su Hong's talent was so rare, he believed the boy should be able to grasp the first stance without much trouble. Then Jiang Lin told Su Hong to watch carefully. The next instant, electricity flashed through his eyes, and the aura around him became sharp and overwhelming. He unleashed the first stance, River Overturning. A massive wave of pure lightning came crashing down vertically through the arena, splitting the air with terrifying force. Without breaking his flow, Jiang Lin smoothly transitioned into the next attack and announced the second stance, sea inverting. With one sweeping motion of his spear, he summoned a huge wave of lightning that surged across the arena like a raging ocean, rolling forward with unstoppable pressure. Su Hong tightened his grip around his own weapon as he watched the incredible display unfold before him. Standing inside that simulated storm, he felt as small as a lonely boat caught in a violent sea, knowing that even one stray bolt could completely wipe him out. Jiang Lin did not pause for even a moment. He leaped high into the air, raising his spear as he prepared to perform the third stance, heaven breaking. Then he drove the spear downward. A piercing blast of lightning descended from above and struck the center of the training room with explosive power. Even after the main strike landed, the remaining energy did not disappear. It twisted together into a massive tornado of electricity, spinning violently through the room with a terrifying roar. As Su Hong watched that fierce electric storm, he quickly realized that Jiang Lin had been holding back the entire time. If the Grandmaster had used his full strength, even this reinforced training room might not have survived. Compared with that overwhelming power, Su Hong felt as small as an ant. But instead of shrinking back, determination burned in his eyes, and he firmly resolved that one day, he would also possess combat power that devastating. When the storm finally faded away, Jiang Lin handed Su Hong a small manual containing the details of the 9 heaven-breaking spears. He told the young trainee to practice on his own first, and said he would answer any questions after Su Hong had studied it. Su Hong accepted the manual and respectfully thanked the Grandmaster for his guidance. Jiang Lin smiled gently and said he was only honoring the bet, then promised that once Su Hong mastered the first stance, he would teach him the second martial art, Palm Thunder. Jiang Lin then added casually that although the spear art was powerful, its might still could not compare to his true ultimate technique, Palm Thunder. Su Hong tightened his hold on the manual, and his eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Realizing that Palm Thunder was even more destructive, he became even more eager to master the spear art as quickly as possible. Jiang Lin waved his hand and turned to leave the dome. Before stepping out, he mentioned that he had matters to discuss with Grandmaster Qin and said he would come back later to check Su Hong's progress, leaving the excited trainee alone to begin practicing. 1 hour later, Grandmaster Jiang Lin returned to the training room, expecting to see Su Hong still studying the basics. He asked Su Hong whether he had understood the technique and reminded him not to rush, since this spear art normally took months to learn. But the moment Jiang Lin looked inside, he saw Su Hong standing within a swirling vortex of golden lightning. Then Su Hong thrust his spear forward and released a powerful blast of electricity. The lightning shot out from the weapon, lighting up the room with a fierce, dazzling flash. As the lightning slowly faded, Su Hong turned toward the Grandmaster with a dissatisfied look. He complained that the spear art was far too difficult and said he had only managed to reach a basic level. And right after saying that, Su Hong immediately asked to learn the ultimate skill, Palm Thunder, as if reaching the basic level in an hour was nothing special. Jiang Lin stood there completely dumbfounded. For a moment, all he could wonder was whether this was what the talent of a true monster looked like. Later, as the sun began to set, Grandmaster Jiang Lin sat outside the training room with a drained expression. He looked utterly defeated, as if the day had taken years off his life. Grandmaster Qin Tianli walked over and asked why he looked so dazed, then questioned whether he had already taught the boy Palm Thunder. Still trapped in shock, Jiang Lin simply said that he was done teaching and told Qin to go look for himself. Qin Tianli approached the door with clear skepticism, wondering if Jiang Lin had secretly held something back. After all, Palm Thunder required careful instruction, and without proper guidance, it should have been impossible to learn. But the moment Qin Tianli opened the door, every word he had been about to say died in his throat. Inside the room, Su Hong stood surrounded by crackling electricity, calmly holding a perfect ball of lightning in his hand. Then, with a cheerful expression, he announced that he had already learned Palm Thunder. Both Grandmasters ended up sitting in the doorway, completely stunned. Even Qin Tianli, who already expected extraordinary things from Su Hong, was shocked by his speed. Jiang Lin looked especially hopeless, remembering that it had taken him 3 full months to master the same skill, and back then people had already called him a genius. After finally recovering a little, Qin Tianli declared that Su Hong's future was limitless and that the boy would surely reach Tier 9. Then he turned to Jiang Lin and offered to take his old rival out for a meal. Qin Tianli then contacted Su Hong and told him to rest in a temporary dorm for the night, since they would be leaving the next day. Su Hong listened quietly and agreed. That night, inside his dorm room, Su Hong sat down and opened his system interface, reviewing everything he had gained from the battles that day. From his recent victories against Wang Tiantua's group and Lin Chunfeng, Su Hong had earned a total of 230 martial value points. Looking over the numbers on the interface, Su Hong quickly noticed that his vitality was still far too low. And since nearly every other part of his strength also needed upgrading, those 230 martial value points suddenly felt nowhere near enough. After thinking it through, Su-hong decided that his core cultivation had to come first no matter what. Without hesitation, he poured every new point he had just earned into raising his vitality. Once the points were spent, Su-hong understood the problem even more clearly. He needed far more martial value. But after what had happened today, no trainee would willingly spar with him anymore, which meant his only real option was to enter the ferocious beast room and hunt monsters. At the same time, far away from Su-hong's dorm, the two grandmasters were sitting together and drinking. Jiang Lin was still grumbling nonstop, accusing Qin Tianli of tricking him out of 2 A-rank martial arts. But Qin only waved it off with a tired expression, saying Jiang Lin had already complained about the same thing 100 times. Their drinking was suddenly interrupted when a staff member hurried over. The man reported that the camp's night raid event was ready to begin and was only waiting for Grandmaster Zhang's command. Jiang Lin approved it casually, barely thinking as he told the staff not to show mercy to the trainees. The staff member immediately passed down the order, and just like that, the night raid officially began. Qin Tianli sobered up almost instantly. His expression changed as panic flashed across his face, and he quickly reminded Jiang Lin that Su-hong was currently staying in those dorms. Only then did Jiang Lin realize what they had just done. The alcohol cleared from his mind at once, and he tried to stop the raid immediately, but it was already too late. The instructors had already set out. Outside the dorm area, a team of instructors had already gathered. Bu Jingfeng, who had once been humiliated by Su-hong, glanced at his older brother Bu Jinglong and asked why a high-level Tier 2 fighter was being sent on such a basic raid. Bu Jinglong explained that Grandmaster Jiang had assigned him specifically to handle a tough trainee with a resilient spirit body. Bu Jingfeng muttered that going after a low-level Tier 2 trainee like that felt a little too much like bullying. But right after saying it, he suddenly paused, struck by a strange sense that he had heard this kind of situation before. Bu Jinglong gave a mocking smirk and brought up how his brother had once been beaten by a trainee in Star City. Bu Jingfeng immediately grew flustered, insisting that he had only lost because he underestimated his opponent, and swore that if he ran into Su-hong again, he would take him out for sure. Bu Jinglong sneered and asked whether defeating a mere Tier 1 trainee was really something worth bragging about. Then he warned Bu Jingfeng not to underestimate the wood's spirit body trainee, though Bu Jingfeng only scoffed, confident that he would not make the same mistake twice. After that, Bu Jinglong's expression turned serious. He gave the order for the entire squad to put on their masks and prepare for the raid. With one final shout, the masked instructors charged toward the dorm building, moving quickly through the darkness as the ambush began. The quiet dormitory was shattered in an instant. Doors were kicked open, startled screams rang through the halls, and the masked instructors stormed in, launching their surprise attack on the sleeping trainees. The sudden chaos immediately alerted Su-hong. He opened his door and peeked out into the hallway, quickly realizing that the camp's night raid had already started. Nearby, one student angrily shouted at an instructor for having no martial virtue. The masked instructor answered him with a brutal punch, knocking the complaint right out of him. After dealing with that student, the instructor suddenly spotted Su-hong at the doorway. Surprised that they had missed someone, he lunged straight toward him without hesitation. But before the instructor could even react properly, Su-hong's uppercut came blasting upward. The blow sent him flying straight into the ceiling, smashing him into it with ridiculous force. With the instructor stuck awkwardly in the ceiling above him, Su-hong looked more annoyed than afraid. A flame ignited in his hand as he complained that, as a guest of the camp, he really should not be getting attacked like this. Then Su-hong's gaze shifted to the instructor's mask and uniform. Looking at the disguise hanging right in front of him, a new idea suddenly formed in his mind. If he stole the outfit and blended in with the raiders, he could attack students during the night raid without being blamed. And more importantly, he could earn martial value points openly. As that thought settled in, a sly smile slowly spread across Su-hong's face. Farther down the hallway, a half-dressed student was pleading with a masked instructor, begging for just a moment to put on his boxers. The raider only laughed at him and told him to stop struggling and accept being knocked out. At that exact moment, Su-hong burst into the area wearing the stolen disguise. He appeared like another masked raider and loudly announced that he had come to help. The real instructor turned around in confusion, clearly not understanding what was happening. He asked why some newcomer was interfering in his assigned area. Su-hong did not bother answering. He simply stepped in and punched the instructor so hard that the man went flying straight through the concrete wall. The student froze on the spot, staring at the broken wall with wide eyes. He could not understand why the raiders had suddenly started attacking each other. Su-hong immediately dashed away without explaining anything. The half-naked student was left standing there in shock, wondering why that strange raider had spared him. Running through the hallway with a flaming fist, Su-hong grew more excited by the second. He realized this plan could let him fight freely and rack up hundreds of martial value points without having to hold back against the trainees. From there, Su-hong tore through the corridor like a storm. One by one, the real instructors were struck down before they could even figure out what was happening. The masked raiders quickly fell into confusion. Seeing their own people get knocked aside, they began shouting through the chaos that there had to be a mole hiding among them. After sending another raider crashing away with a punch, Su Hong let out a quiet sigh beneath his mask, as if the entire situation was becoming more troublesome than expected. Standing among the defeated instructors scattered across the floor, Su Hong cracked his knuckles and calmly announced that the first floor had been cleared. Then he turned and headed straight for the second floor. On the next level, Su Hong moved so fast he looked like a golden blur flashing through the hallway. His strikes came in a rapid flurry, and the entire squad of instructors on that floor was taken down almost effortlessly. As he rushed toward the third floor, Su Hong could not help laughing at how well his plan was working. His system kept rewarding him with martial value points each time he defeated another instructor. And when he arrived on the third floor, he found a group of raiders watching the fight between Lin Chunfeng and the high-level instructor, Bu Jinglong. The watching instructors were clearly impressed by Lin Chunfeng's resilience. They commented that his recovery ability was no joke and that it might even become troublesome for Bu Jinglong if the battle dragged on. Inside the room, Lin Chunfeng stood wrapped in a green healing aura, his body constantly recovering as he faced the masked instructor before him. Across from him, Bu Jinglong radiated fierce fire energy, making the air around him feel heavy and dangerous. Su Hong walked up to the spectating raiders as if he belonged there and asked why they were all just standing around. Not realizing he was an imposter, they casually invited him to watch, saying the wood spirit body trainee's recovery ability was incredibly impressive. Instead of staying back with them, Su Hong stepped forward. Golden energy began to ignite around his fist, spreading over his hand with a sharp, dangerous glow. He said there was no need to keep watching. The surrounding instructors were immediately confused, not understanding what he meant by that. Before any of them could react, Su Hong suddenly launched into the group. His fists tore through the spectating raiders in a barrage of heavy blows, sending them flying one after another as he declared that he had already experienced the wood spirit body's power himself. The sudden commotion interrupted the fight inside. Bu Jinglong stopped in place, turned sharply, and angrily demanded to know why one of the raiders was attacking their own people. Su Hong did not seem bothered at all. Instead, he calmly released his golden aura, letting the pressure around him flare even brighter. Under the mask, Su Hong smiled. Then he openly challenged both the trainee and the elite instructor, telling them to fight him together. Bu Jinglong immediately told Lin Chunfeng to step aside and rest. From his tone, it was clear he intended to deal with this rule-breaking raider himself. Furious that someone had dared to interfere with the raid, Bu Jinglong charged straight at Su Hong. As he rushed forward, he shouted that he would teach him a lesson for violating the Night Raider's rules. Su Hong stood his ground without the slightest fear. Golden energy gathered fiercely in his hand, forming a powerful Vajra fist as he moved to meet Bu Jinglong's attack head-on in a violent clash. The impact erupted with terrifying force. Bu Jinglong was knocked backward and stumbled several steps, his eyes widening as he realized just how incredible his opponent's physical strength was. In that moment, Bu Jinglong understood that this masked fighter was no ordinary opponent. His confidence vanished, and he immediately changed his decision, shouting for Lin Chunfeng to join the fight. Lin Chunfeng reacted immediately, unleashing his wood prison technique without any hesitation. Thick vines burst violently from the floor and lunged towards Su Hong from below, but Su Hong flipped backward in one swift motion, slipping out of their reach with almost effortless precision. Bu Jinglong seized that opening at once. Using the vines as cover, he appeared directly behind Su Hong and drove a heavy punch toward his back, but the blow crashed into a glowing purple armor of earth attribute energy that suddenly formed over Su Hong's body. Bu Jinglong froze in absolute shock. He could not understand where this terrifying masked fighter had come from, or how someone like him could block a high-level Tier 2 attack so casually. Before Bu Jinglong could even make sense of what had happened, Su Hong's figure vanished from sight and reappeared in an instant. His counterattack slammed the elite instructor into the wall with brutal force, shattering his armor and making him cough up blood on the spot. Su Hong did not stop there. He leaped over Lin Chunfeng before the trainee could recover, then drove his blazing fist into the back of Lin Chunfeng's head, smashing him face-first into the ground and knocking him completely unconscious. A moment later, the system responded to both victories. Su Hong received martial value points for defeating Bu Jinglong and Lin Chunfeng in quick succession. When Su Hong checked his status, his eyes lit up immediately. His balance had shot up to more than 2,400 martial value points, and he could not help celebrating the sudden fortune he had earned. The next morning, Lin Chunfeng and Bu Jinglong stood among the other battered raiders. Everyone was covered in bruises and injuries, looking exhausted and utterly defeated after the chaos of the night raid. Grandmaster Jiang Lin was furious. Pointing at the injured man, he loudly blamed the entire disaster on Qin Tianli's monster of a student, while Qin Tianli calmly pretended he had nothing to do with it. Jiang Lin immediately shot back with sarcasm, asking who else could possibly have caused this kind of destruction. Jiang Lin finally lost his patience and angrily yelled at them to get out. He practically kicked his old rival out of the camp, but Qin Tianli only laughed as he took Su Hong and flew away without the slightest shame. While the two of them were traveling through the air, Qin Tianli asked Su Hong whether he was still missing martial arts for the metal, wood, and water attributes. Su Hong confirmed that he was, though he looked a little curious about why the Grandmaster had suddenly brought it up. A sly grin appeared on Qin Tianli's face. Without explaining too much, he suggested that they go visit a few more of his old friends. Over the next 10 days, the two of them visited 3 different training camps. Each time, they repeated the same routine. Su Hong defeated the local champion with ease, Qin Tianli collected the winnings with a smug expression, and the furious rival grandmasters accused him of cheating while he brushed it all off. After returning to his own dorm, Su Hong sat down quietly and began meditating, focusing his mind as he absorbed the new skills he had gained. The system soon confirmed his progress. He had successfully learned the basic levels of 3A rank martial arts: Metal Ripple, Woodvine Entanglement, and Water Dragon. Su Hong slowly opened his eyes, still amazed by how much his arsenal had grown. He admitted to himself that he had never imagined he would one day possess so many A-rank martial arts at once. When he saw that his martial value had climbed close to 3,000 points, Su Hong made his decision. It was finally time to invest those points into increasing his core vitality. Su Hong began pouring all of his accumulated martial value into his vitality. As the system registered each upgrade, intense heat surged through his body, and raw energy swelled inside him so violently that even his muscles began to ache. Sweat quickly covered Su Hong's body as the sudden expansion hit him all at once. Only then did he realize he might have added too much in a single attempt, because his vitality had surged all the way up to 450. After his body slowly returned to normal, Su Hong dropped to one knee on the floor, panting heavily. The process had been painful, but excitement still filled him because he was now only 50 vitality points away from breaking through to Tier 2. Checking his remaining stats, Su Hong noticed he had exactly 100 martial value points left. He hesitated for a moment, debating whether to spend them on strengthening his spiritual power or improving his rare overlord body. In the end, curiosity won out. Wanting to test the limits of his special physique, Su Hong chose the option to upgrade the overlord body. The system immediately deducted his last 100 points. But after taking everything he had left, the increase it gave him was so tiny that the number barely even moved. The overlord body's spirit rank only rose by a miserable 0.1%. Su Hong stared at the result in disbelief, then complained that this unique physique was far too expensive to upgrade efficiently. After thinking it over, Su Hong concluded that reaching Tier 2 had to remain his top priority. He grabbed his jacket and rushed toward the door, ready to head for the ferocious beast room and hunt more monsters for the points he needed. But before he could leave, he ran straight into Grandmaster Qin Tianli. The old man asked whether Su Hong was still missing a healing martial art, and Su Hong immediately broke into a nervous sweat, guessing that Qin Tianli was probably preparing to hustle yet another rival camp. Not long after, they arrived at the Hang City training camp, where Grandmaster Wang Qingshan stood before a large group of trainees and addressed them with a serious expression. He announced a brutal wilderness special training event. The students would be sent into the 10,000 monster mountain range and forced to survive there for 7 full days without any outside supplies. Su Hong stood disguised among the local trainees, holding his spear as he listened to the harsh rules. He silently noted that Hang City was a provincial capital after all, so its camp was filled with genuine geniuses and was far tougher than Star City, especially since these trainees could only earn points by killing beasts at or above their own level. When Grandmaster Wang Qingshan officially declared the start of the training, Su Hong leaped into the dangerous mountain range alongside the rest of the Hang City trainees. As the students disappeared into the wilderness, Wang Qingshan looked toward Qin Tianli and questioned where his confidence came from, pointing out that Su Hong had not even reached Tier 2 yet. Qin Tianli only confirmed the terms of their bet. If Su Hong won the survival challenge, Wang Qingshan would have to teach him an A-rank healing art. In return, Qin Tianli arrogantly promised to teach an A-rank martial art to every Hang City student who managed to beat Su Hong. Wang Qingshan found that amusing and questioned whether Qin could really afford to make such a promise, reminding him that half of the students were already Tier 2. Qin Tianli brushed off the danger, claiming that facing fierce beasts early would be good for the boy. But then he suddenly asked with alarm whether beasts from the 10,000 races demonic cult had already appeared. Wang Qingshan casually confirmed that they had, though he dismissed them as only low-level Tier 2 and Tier 3 creatures. Qin Tianli immediately accused Wang Qingshan of sending the students to their deaths by making them fight Tier 3 monsters. Wang Qingshan answered coldly that the war of 10,000 races was merciless, and that true powerhouses could only be forged through extreme hardship. Qin Tianli could only let out a heavy sigh. At this point, he had no choice but to accept the situation. Even while Qin Tianli was thinking that Su Hong surviving and returning alive would already count as a victory, Su Hong was already deep in the wilderness, swinging his lightning-infused spear and violently cutting the head off a massive wolf beast. Eager to test the new abilities he had gained, Su Hong raised his hand and summoned a barrage of golden metal energy beams. The sharp beams pierced through an entire pack of beasts, tearing through them before they could close in. Without slowing down, Su Hong immediately switched to his wood attribute. Thick, glowing vines burst out under his control, wrapping around a giant snake and crushing it with overwhelming force. When night fell over the mountain range, Su Hong summoned a massive water dragon. The roaring dragon of water smashed through a fiery beast with brutal impact, proving his complete dominance in the dangerous wilderness. After passing the glowing body of his latest kill, Su Hong stepped into a dark cave. He acknowledged that his new A-rank martial arts had incredible destructive power, but he also noticed a serious problem. Using them one after another drained his spiritual energy far too quickly. Standing inside the bloody cave, surrounded by the bones and remains of the beasts he had killed, Su Hong opened his system interface and checked his current gains. When he saw that he had earned more than 500 martial value points, and that his vitality had already reached its current limit, Su Hong decided the time had come to push for his breakthrough into Tier 2. He sat down in meditation and began channeling his points into his vitality. A fierce, fiery aura erupted around his body as the system registered each steady upgrade, forcing his physique toward a brand new limit. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a red-haired cultist was patrolling through the dark woods while grumbling under his breath. He complained about having to check the perimeter in the middle of the night, convinced that no one could possibly find their hidden sacrificial grounds in such a remote mountain range. But then he suddenly stopped walking. Outside a dark cave, he noticed the freshly killed corpse of a massive beast, and his expression sharpened as he realized that an intruder had actually wandered into their territory. The cultist stood at the entrance of the cave and called out with a malicious tone, aiming his voice at whoever was hiding inside. He demanded that Su Hong come out and accept a quick death. If Su Hong refused, the cultist threatened to skin him and eat him alive. The cultist continued ordering the intruder to surrender, warning that resistance would only lead to a fate worse than death. As he glanced at the dead blazing black tiger nearby, he judged that his opponent was probably only around Tier 2 or Tier 3 at best. Inside the cave, Su Hong listened carefully to the man's arrogant tone. Since the cultist spoke of Tier 3 martial artists with such contempt, Su Hong suspected that this enemy might be a formidable Tier 4 expert. And since Su Hong had only just broken through to Tier 2, he had to admit that he did not feel confident about directly fighting a Tier 4 opponent. After weighing the situation, Su Hong decided that escaping was the safest move for now. He immediately unleashed a water dragon attack, using the roaring surge of water as cover while he prepared to break out of the cave. The cultist's eyes lit up with excitement as he gripped his sword. With one casual slash, he shattered the watery beast apart, then mocked the attack coldly, saying it only carried the pitiful strength of someone at the early stage of Tier 2. The moment he noticed Su Hong trying to slip away, the cultist's expression sharpened. Without giving him any space, he immediately rushed after him in pursuit. As he chased, the cultist even praised Su Hong's talent, admitting that killing such a beast at such a low level was impressive. But his tone quickly turned cruel as he added that his favorite pastime was slaughtering promising geniuses before they ever had the chance to fully grow. Then the cultist suddenly slowed down and stopped, his face showing a trace of confusion. He looked towards Su Hong and asked why he had stopped running. Su Hong turned around to face him directly, his expression calm now. Based on the energy the man had just revealed, Su Hong realized he was not a Tier 4 expert at all, but only an early-stage Tier 3 fighter, far weaker than what he had originally feared. As Su Hong studied him more closely, his gaze landed on a distinct tattoo marked on the man's neck. In that instant, he recognized the symbol as belonging to the 10,000 Races demonic cult. Su Hong immediately remembered what that cult represented. They were human traitors who carried out terrorist attacks, sacrificing their own kind to alien races in exchange for power. Disgust rose in Su Hong's eyes. Golden aura flared around his body as he looked at the cultist and declared that scum who betrayed humanity like him deserved to die. The cultist only smirked at those words. He challenged Su Hong to prove it, then swung his sword and released an A-rank fiery sword strike, known as Fire Slash. This was Su Hong's first real clash against a Tier 3 opponent. Knowing he could not afford to be careless, he decided to go all out from the very beginning. Su Hong unleashed Sea Inverting, sending a massive wave of golden lightning surging forward. The lightning crashed violently into the fiery sword strike and overwhelmed it completely, swallowing the flames with terrifying force. Even Su Hong was slightly surprised by the result. He could not help wondering how a Tier 3 martial artist's technique had been blown away so easily by his own attack. The cultist began to panic. He could not understand how he was losing to someone a full major realm below him. especially while using an A-rank martial art. What baffled him even more was that Su Hong had already shown both water and lightning attributes. Fueled by rage and humiliation, the cultist swung his sword wildly, unleashing a frantic storm of slashes. But Su Hong moved with ease, dodging every single strike as if he had already read the attack pattern. Then Su Hong used his rapid movement technique. His figure vanished from the cultist's sight and reappeared in an instant, directly behind him. Without giving the cultist time to turn around, Su Hong unleashed another devastating blast of golden lightning, the energy roaring forward from close range. The cultist's face changed the moment he sensed its power. Realizing that this attack far surpassed his own fire slash, he was terrified and immediately tried to retreat. But before he could escape, thick green vines suddenly erupted from the ground. They wrapped tightly around his leg, locking him in place and cutting off his retreat. The cultist stared down in disbelief. He was completely shaken to realize that Su Hong was now using a wood attribute control technique as well. Pinned in place by the vines, the cultist had no chance to dodge. In the next instant, the massive blast of lightning swallowed him whole. When the dust and sparks from the lightning strike slowly cleared, Su Hong stood there staring down at the cultist's smoldering remains. But then the body began melting strangely into the ground. Su Hong's eyes narrowed as he wondered whether the cultist had used some bizarre movement technique to survive the blast. A moment later, the cultist's body reformed. This time, thick magma-like rock armor covered him from head to toe, making him look even more monstrous than before. The cultist cursed angrily under his breath, furious at his own terrible luck. Out in the middle of nowhere, he had somehow run into a human genius this monstrous. Covered in that heavy armor, the cultist declared that Su Hong had nowhere left to run. As he prepared to launch his counterattack, Su Hong instinctively took a step back. Then the cultist activated his bloodline transformation. Large wings suddenly tore out from his back, spreading behind him with an eerie and inhuman presence. With those wings unfurled, he became even more arrogant. He demanded that Su Hong witness the so-called divine might of the celestial race. Su Hong's face filled with disgust as he thrust his spear forward. He mocked the cultist for twisting himself into a freakish monster and said the entire demonic cult had completely lost its mind. The cultist caught the tip of Su Hong's spear with his bare, armored hand. With a proud sneer, he bragged that once his bloodline transformation was complete, he would become a true celestial being. Still gripping the spear tightly, the cultist's voice turned murderous. He declared that Su Hong had to die for interrupting their sacrificial ritual. Su Hong immediately struck back. A fierce blast of fire erupted from him and pierced straight through the cultist's newly formed wing, leaving the fanatic shocked by the sudden counterattack. Taking full advantage of that opening, Su Hong activated his flame cage technique. Blazing walls of fire erupted around the cultist, trapping him inside a burning prison. Su Hong then poured pure lightning into his spear. With the weapon crackling violently in his hands, he executed the ultimate heaven-breaking stance of his A-rank spear art. The lightning-covered spear shot forward with explosive force. It pierced straight through the cultist's hardened rock armor and drove a devastating blow right through his chest. The magma-like armor crumbled apart as the cultist gasped in disbelief. A moment later, his mutated body shattered completely into pieces. When Su Hong checked his system, he was shocked to see that killing the cultist had rewarded him with 212 martial value points. He immediately realized how profitable hunting these fanatics was, since he normally had to fight beasts for a long time just to scrape together around 500 points. Then Su Hong remembered the cultist mentioning a sacrificial ritual. Since that likely meant human victims had been captured, he quickly concluded that he needed to contact his grandmaster and request backup. Back at the Hang City training camp, Grandmaster Qin Tianli checked his phone and relayed Su Hong's message to Grandmaster Wang Qingshan. He reported that the demonic cult was active in the mountains, that a sacrifice was underway, and that Su Hong was asking for a rescue team. Wang Qingshan calmly sipped his tea and coldly dismissed the threat. Qin Tianli explained that this particular ritual was actually aimed at the cult's own brainwashed followers, meaning there was no real reason to intervene or save them. Wang Qingshan looked at Qin Tianli's relaxed attitude and questioned why he was still sitting there drinking tea instead of rushing to save his student. Qin Tianli answered casually, saying there was no need, because Su Hong had already killed the early-stage Tier 3 cultist. Wang Qingshan scoffed at that immediately. He refused to believe that a mere Tier 1 trainee could defeat a Tier 3 cultist and accused Qin Tianli's student of shamelessly bragging. Qin Tianli remained completely unbothered and simply told him to believe whatever he wanted. 3 days later, deep in the wilderness, Su Hong stood over the freshly severed head of a massive multi-eyed snake beast. Leaning against the creature's huge corpse, Su Hong opened his system stats and let out a disappointed sigh. Even after hunting countless Tier 3 beasts over the past 3 days, his martial value had only climbed to 832 points. He could not help complaining that all this exhausting effort had earned him less value than killing just for cultists. Suddenly, Su Hong's heightened senses picked up something unusual. There was a hidden presence nearby, watching him from the shadows. On a nearby branch, a blue-haired woman with black wing tattoos across her back stood gracefully above him. With a playful smile, she praised the handsome young man for actually noticing her approach. Sharp ice energy began gathering in her hand as she gave him a seductive smile. But her words were merciless, declaring that since he had stepped into their territory, she had no choice but to kill him. In the next instant, she launched a rapid barrage of deadly ice spikes, sending the sharp frozen projectiles flying straight towards Su Hong. But Su Hong did not look threatened at all. Instead, a confident smile spread across his face as he happily realized that another demonic cultist had just delivered more free martial value points right to his doorstep. Su Hong raised his power without hesitation, and a massive water dragon surged out to meet the incoming attack head-on. The two elemental forces slammed together with terrifying force, exploding in the air and spreading a thick wall of smoke across the battlefield. But before the smoke could even settle, the cultist struck again, and a sharp whip suddenly tore through the haze straight towards Su Hong. Su Hong reacted almost the instant it appeared, reaching out and catching the whip in his hand. He had no intention of killing her too quickly, because he still needed her alive long enough to reveal where the other demonic cult strongholds were hidden. Then his arm tightened, and with one overwhelming pull, he dragged the whip back with brutal force, yanking the terrified woman off her feet and sending her flying helplessly through the air toward him. The moment she was pulled into striking range, Su Hong's expression turned cold. His fist, carrying his cold fist technique, smashed heavily into her stomach, and that single crushing blow was enough to take her down on the spot. He stood over her fallen body, lowered his glowing spear until the sharp point hovered near her neck, and demanded that she tell him exactly where their base was located. Covered in blood and trembling with fear, she completely lost her earlier arrogance. Begging Su Hong to spare her life, she hurriedly confessed that their base was 10 kilometers to the north. Su Hong did not stop there. His spear remained fixed on her as he pressed her for more information, asking how many Tier 3 fighters were stationed there. Under the pressure, she admitted that the base had 3 Tier 3 fighters and 3 Tier 2 fighters. Su Hong quickly measured the situation in his mind. Since he had already dealt with some of them, only one Tier 3 cultist should have remained. If he wiped out the rest of the base, he could collect more than 1,000 points, which would be enough to push his telekinesis up to Tier 2. But the female cultist still refused to accept defeat. She suddenly snapped her whip outward, trying to force distance between them, then shouted in rage that Su Hong had made a huge mistake by looking down on her. In the next instant, she activated a blood transformation. Huge wings burst from her body as she changed into a member of the heavenly god race, hovering above the ground with a proud, twisted smile. She boasted that her strength had doubled and claimed killing Su Hong would now be effortless. Su Hong gave her no time to enjoy that arrogance. He thrust his spear forward with explosive power, and a massive column of golden lightning erupted from the weapon, tearing straight through her chest. As the transformation faded from her body, she began to fall from the air. Su Hong pulled his spear free from her collapsing form and coldly told her to hand over her points. His system soon confirmed that he had gained 208 points from the kill, and Su Hong was more than satisfied with how easily that profit had landed in his hands. Meanwhile, at the cult's base, a small group of trainees had already fallen into danger. Near a towering stone pyramid, they found themselves surrounded on all sides by enemies with no clear path to escape. The trapped Hang City trainees quickly realized they had walked straight into a deadly trap. Their faces turned pale as they cursed the terrible intelligence they had received, because instead of facing only a few Tier 2 enemies, they were now surrounded by a large squad of Tier 3 fighters. The Blood Commander looked down on the intruders with icy indifference, then gave his men a simple order: execute them. The cultists rushed forward eagerly, their eyes locking onto the 3 Tier 2 human geniuses. With cruel excitement in their voices, they declared that they would skin them alive and use them as sacrifices. Knowing there was no easy way out, the desperate trainees tightened their formation and stood together, preparing to fight back with everything they had. They swore that even if they died here, they would drag down as many cultists as possible with them. And if they fell, they trusted that their Grandmaster would avenge their deaths. High above the battlefield, the Grandmasters quietly watched the trap unfold from a safe distance. Wang Qingshan pointed toward the surrounded group with pride, showing his rival the 3 top geniuses from Hang City. Qin recognized their courage, especially since they were still willing to stand firm against Tier 3 opponents. Wang Qingshan, however, intended to let them struggle a little longer for experience, saying he would only intervene if the situation truly became fatal. Qin Tianli smirked with complete confidence and told Wang Qingshan that there was no need for either of them to step in. His own little monster, Su Hong, was already charging into the valley and heading straight toward Wang Qingshan's students. Wang Qingshan immediately stared at Qin in disbelief, wondering if the man had been drinking. To him, the idea was absurd. How could a mere Tier 1 trainee possibly save anyone from a whole squad of Tier 3 experts? Down in the valley, one of Hang City's strongest trainees stepped forward to shield the others behind him. Even with death closing in, he declared that they would stand together, fight together, and die together if they had to. A cultist suddenly lunged at them, his red claws glowing as he laughed that escape was impossible. The trainee braced himself for the incoming strike, already accepting that this might be the final moment of his life. Then, without warning, a spear wrapped in crackling golden lightning shot past the trainees like a flash of judgment. It slammed into the attacking cultist, pinned him violently against a tree, and killed him instantly. The other cultists froze where they stood, their expressions twisted with anger as they shouted into the valley, demanding to know who had dared to interfere. A streak of lightning flashed across the battlefield, and Su Hong appeared directly in front of them. Moving with the speed of his lightning skill, Su Hong grabbed two cultists by the head before they could react, then smashed them together with terrifying force. He spun around without slowing down, gathered power through his body, and unleashed a blinding storm of lightning-charged punches. In only a few breaths, several more enemies around him were blasted down. Standing amid the fallen cultists, Su Hong quietly suppressed his aura and turned toward the stunned trainees. In a calm voice, he asked whether they were all right. The Hang City geniuses stared at him in complete shock. They quickly recognized him as Su Hong from Star City, but what truly stunned them was his monstrous strength, because he had just killed multiple Tier 3 experts as if it were nothing. From the cliff above, Wang Qingshan broke into a nervous sweat. He demanded to know how Qin's student could use a lightning skill when he was supposedly focused on a healing art. And seeing Su Hong unleash such a high-level skill without showing any fatigue, Wang Qingshan began to suspect that the boy had already stepped into Tier 2. Qin Tianli looked calm on the surface, but inside, he was just as shaken. The moment he realized Su Hong had gone from Tier 1 to Tier 2 in only a few days, even he felt a wave of panic at how unreasonable the boy's growth speed had become. Back in the valley, Su Hong told the Hang City trainees to retreat while he stayed behind to cover them. Still dazed by the strength they had just witnessed, they quickly warned him to be careful before turning and running from the battlefield. Once they were gone, Su Hong's calm expression shifted, and a greedy grin slowly spread across his face. The female cultist had lied about the base's strength. There were not just a few Tier 3 fighters here, there were more than a dozen. To Su Hong, that was not bad news at all. At 200 points for each kill, every remaining cultist in front of him had become valuable prey. At that moment, a huge cultist charged straight at Su Hong, roaring that he would crush him into pieces. Su Hong did not even look shaken. He slipped past the brute's guard with ease, stepped into close range, and drove a heavy punch into the man's stomach, sending that massive body crashing hard to the ground. Lightning gathered once more around Su Hong's hands as he turned his gaze toward the remaining enemies. His voice stayed calm as he told them that now, it was their turn. The surviving cultists lost all their earlier cruelty. Faced with Su Hong's overwhelming power, they began backing away in fear, their formation breaking apart step by step. At the same time, a man slowly climbed the steps of the pyramid while the terrified cultists cried out below, screaming that Su Hong was a monster and begging their commander to save them. When the man reached the top of the pyramid, he took a deep breath and looked down over the bodies of the dead cultists. Instead of anger, a wild joy spread across his face. He happily declared that their deaths had been worthwhile, and that every one of their sacrifices would be remembered. Su Hong suddenly paused, his eyes narrowing as he noticed something strange. The blood from the fallen enemies began to defy gravity, rising from the ground and streaming upward toward the peak of the pyramid. A massive amount of blood gathered and swirled around the man's body like a living vortex. Watching the ritual take shape, Su Hong finally understood that this was the cult's true purpose all along. Then the gathered blood erupted with blinding golden light. Within that radiance, the man's body transformed into a blonde figure with huge white wings spreading out behind him. Looking down from above, he arrogantly called them lowly humans and demanded to know why they were not kneeling before a noble of the heavenly god race. Above the altar, the winged man hung in the air with a proud, untouchable expression, his gaze sweeping coldly over the battlefield below. But instead of fear, Su Hong tightened his grip around his spear, and an eager smirk slowly crept across his face. In Su Hong's mind, the calculation was already clear. If killing one mutated cultist had rewarded him with such a huge payout, then taking down a pure-blooded member of this race might bring in an amount of points far beyond anything he had imagined. The heavenly god race member lowered his eyes with open arrogance, staring at Su Hong as though he were nothing more than an insect crawling beneath him. In a chilling voice, he demanded to know who had given a mere ant the right to raise his head and look up. The winged man's expression turned murderous as he swore that Su Hong would pay for that insolence with his life. The next instant, his figure vanished from sight, only to appear directly behind Su Hong without warning. Su Hong's eyes widened sharply as danger erupted behind him. For the first time, panic flashed across his face, because that terrifying speed had completely caught him off guard. At the very last moment, Su Hong forced his spear into position and barely managed to block the strike. But the impact was so heavy that the ground beneath his feet cracked apart and caved in under the force. The winged man looked down at Su Hong with a faint smirk, clearly entertained by what he had just discovered. He had not expected the younger generation of humans to produce someone with this level of combat ability. Su Hong staggered back, raised a hand, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Only then did he fully understand just how overwhelming the raw strength of the heavenly god race truly was. Hovering in the air above him, the possessed cultist spoke with cold indifference, admitting that he had only planned to slaughter a few weak humans during this ritual. But after seeing Su Hong's terrifying talent, he recognized him as a monster-level genius and decided he had to erase him immediately, before he could ever become a future threat. Just then, a sharp cracking sound came from the man's arm as the flesh began to split under the pressure. His expression twisted with irritation, and he muttered that this host body had not even reached Tier 4 vitality, yet it was already collapsing under the strain of his divine power. Even with such an unreliable vessel, he remained completely confident. He coldly declared that strength at the peak of Tier 3 was more than enough to crush Su Hong, then drew back his arm and prepared another devastating punch. Hearing those complaints slip out, Su Hong's gaze sharpened. He suddenly understood that the enemy in front of him was not a true heavenly god in his original body, but only a possessed human whose fragile flesh was already breaking apart. Golden lightning surged around Su Hong's body as he gathered it into his Thunder Rush fist. With renewed confidence, he declared that the result was no longer set in stone, then kicked off the ground and charged straight at his opponent. The two figures slammed into each other with violent force, fists and weapons clashing in a furious storm of attacks. Each exchange sent shockwaves through the air, and the entire valley seemed to tremble beneath their battle. From the cliff above, Qin Tianli watched the fight unfold with a relaxed expression. He casually praised the heavenly god race's physical strength, noting that it was impressive for the enemy to keep up with his student. Standing beside him, Wang Qingshan looked completely exasperated and immediately argued that Su Hong was the truly shocking one. He could hardly understand how a lower realm fighter was using pure physical strength to match, and even suppress, a host possessed by a heavenly god. Su Hong refused to let the momentum slip away. Pressing forward with fierce aggression, he drove a heavy punch wrapped in crackling lightning into the enemy, forcing the heavenly god to retreat step by step. Now battered and bleeding, the heavenly god stared at Su Hong in disbelief and demanded to know what kind of monstrous physique he possessed. He admitted that even when facing the greatest chosen ones on the all-heavens battlefield, he had never lost in a clash of pure strength, yet now a mere human was forcing him back. Su Hong, however, looked completely at ease. With a relaxed smirk on his face, he taunted his opponent and told him to keep going if he still had the strength to fight. A fierce, fiery aura flared around Su Hong as the thrill of battle surged through him. Ever since awakening his overlord body, he had been afraid of accidentally beating ordinary opponents to death, but now he could finally unleash everything he had with only one goal in mind: killing the enemy in front of him. Su Hong even said openly that he wished the heavenly god's true body were here. To him, the frail human host was a disappointment, because it kept this battle from becoming the truly satisfying fight he wanted. Those words struck the heavenly god's pride like a blade. Enraged by the humiliation of being looked down on by a human ant, he screamed in fury and unleashed his ultimate technique, tearing open a massive golden portal to summon his divine arsenal. From within those glowing portals, countless radiant spears slowly emerged, their golden tips shining like weapons forged from divine light. Hovering above the battlefield, the heavenly god looked down with a grim, murderous expression and declared that Su Hong was the first person who had ever forced him to use this move. Su Hong immediately sensed the terrifying power hidden inside each golden spear. Any one of them seemed strong enough to obliterate a Tier 3 martial artist, making him wonder what kind of technique this was. Then his system suddenly chimed, informing him that this particular martial art could not be learned, leaving him surprised that there were actually skills even the system could not copy. On the cliff, Wang Qingshan instantly recognized the attack as divine arsenal, an innate martial art that belonged only to heavenly gods with exceptionally pure bloodlines. Realizing what that meant, Qin Tianli narrowed his eyes and wondered whether the entity possessing the cultist might actually be a high-ranking alien noble. Wang Qingshan's face changed with panic, and he urged Qin Tianli to step in immediately, unwilling to watch such a precious human treasure die here. But Qin Tianli calmly stopped him, telling him to be patient because Su Hong still had not used his ultimate move. With a smug look, Qin Tianli revealed that Su Hong had perfect compatibility with all 7 elements. And when Wang Qingshan heard that Su Hong had already mastered the fusion of thunder and fire as only a Tier 1 martial artist, he stared in complete shock, struggling to accept something so absurd. The heavenly god also understood just how monstrous Su Hong's potential was. He admitted that if this boy were allowed to keep growing, he would one day become an enormous threat to the heavenly god race. Declaring that this human had to die today, the heavenly god unleashed divine arsenal in full force. In an instant, a vast barrage of glowing golden spears rained down from above, all aimed directly at Su Hong. Su Hong did not flinch. Instead, he smirked and calmly shot back that the heavenly god was also the first opponent who had ever forced him to use his full strength. Lightning roared violently into Su Hong's spear as he poured his power into the weapon. Then he activated the ultimate third stance of his 9 heaven-breaking spears. With a fierce shout, Su Hong thrust his spear toward the sky, releasing a colossal blast of raw lightning. The thunderous attack surged upward and effortlessly shattered the descending golden spears one after another. The heavenly god froze in midair, staring at the scene in pure disbelief. As the overwhelming lightning blast rushed straight toward him, he could only scream that it was impossible. The next moment, Su Hong's devastating strike erupted in a massive explosion. The heavenly god's borrowed body was instantly carbonized, then shattered apart into pieces under the terrifying force. But the power of Su Hong's attack still did not end there. The remaining force tore forward and completely cleaved the cult's enormous stone pyramid in half. Standing in front of the ruined base, Su Hong's body trembled from exhaustion, but a grin still spread across his face. When his system confirmed a massive reward of 843 martial value points, he knew this brutal fight had been completely worth it. A moment later, Grandmaster Wang Qingshan landed beside Su Hong with excitement written all over his face. He praised him again and again, calling him a precious treasure and a true great genius. Wang Qingshan even grabbed Su Hong's bewildered face as if checking whether he was real. He admitted that if he had not personally witnessed it, he never would have believed a Tier 2 martial artist could defeat a heavenly god. But even after receiving such high praise, Su Hong did not let himself get carried away. He understood that if an ordinary member of a top 10 ranked race could force him to use his ultimate move, then the true geniuses of those races had to be terrifying. Wang Qingshan quickly reached the same conclusion and calmed himself down. After all, defeating a mere small fry was not something worth getting too excited about. 4 days later, the wilderness survival training finally came to an official end at the Hang City camp. When the final scoreboard appeared, Su Hong stood firmly in first place with a staggering 17,210 points, completely overshadowing second place's 4,700. Some trainees immediately shouted that he must have cheated, refusing to believe that a lower-tier fighter could possibly earn such an outrageous score. But the Hang City geniuses Su Hong had saved quickly shut down those rumors. They declared that Su Hong's strength was simply beyond common sense, and that he had easily killed Tier 3 demonic cultists in a single strike. When the other students eagerly asked where they could find Su Hong and request guidance from him, they soon learned that Grandmaster Wang Qingshan was personally teaching him an A-rank martial art. After leaving the training hall, Wang Qingshan looked utterly bewildered as he complained to Qin Tianli that the little monster had learned his healing art in only half a day. Qin Tianli merely laughed and told his old rival to start getting used to it. Inside the training room, Su Hong sat quietly in meditation, circulating the energy of the new technique he had just acquired. As the healing martial art took effect, Su Hong could not help but marvel at its power. This A-rank technique was incredibly effective, flawlessly erasing the deep, old scars that had remained hidden in his body for so long. When Su Hong checked his interface, he was highly satisfied to see that the wilderness hunt had pushed his martial value above 4,800 points. With that huge haul, he calculated that he could raise his spiritual power to 500 points and officially become a Tier 2 Spirit Master, while still having enough left over to greatly increase his vitality. At the same time, far away on the planet of the Heavenly God race, an important meeting was being held inside the Grand Heavenly God Palace. Inside the Grand Heavenly God Palace, the statue's voice thundered with fury as it questioned the clansmen beneath it. It could not accept that one of their own had lost to a human who was an entire realm lower, especially after already unleashing the divine arsenal. Tianming lowered his head respectfully and confirmed the shameful defeat without trying to hide it. In a solemn voice, he admitted to his lord that the human they had encountered was not ordinary at all, but an unprecedented monster-level genius. The statue's gaze shifted, and it summoned another member of the race by name. Tianshang immediately stepped forward from the side, standing straight as he waited for the statue's command. Understanding how dangerous that boy could become in the future, the statue gave the order without hesitation. An official Heavenly God race kill order was issued, demanding that Su Hong be eliminated as soon as possible. Tianshang accepted the assassination mission at once. A dark, confident smile spread across his face, as though killing this human genius was already settled in his mind. After that, the statue turned to another matter and asked about the divine object fragments hidden within human territory. Tianshang reported that they had not secured any fragments yet, but they had recently intercepted some promising information. The statue ordered them to keep searching in secret no matter the cost. Its warning was strict and cold. The human race could not be allowed to notice their movements. Meanwhile, at the Star City training camp, the trainees gathered around a live feed and watched Wang Tiantuo in battle. On the screen, he drove out his bone netherfire fist and cleanly decapitated a Tier 2 bear beast. The crowd could not help talking among themselves. Ever since Su Hong had defeated Wang Tiantuo, Xiao Nan, and Lin Xinghe, those three elite trainees had started fighting like complete maniacs. That loss had clearly lit a fire under all three of them. Every day, they pushed themselves inside the combat rooms, burning through their contribution points by exchanging them all for strength pills. And that relentless training finally paid off, as all three broke through to Tier 2 within just 1 month. Even Lin Xinghe, who had always cared about looking stylish and flashy, had changed completely. After endless training, his body had become thick with muscle, giving him a far heavier and more powerful frame than before. Now fully prepared and filled with confidence, the three elites waited for Su Hong's return. Each of them was eager to face him again and wipe away the humiliation of their last defeat. Later, outside the camp, Instructor Lindsay stepped forward to welcome Grandmaster Qin Tianli back as he returned to Star City's training grounds. But after looking around, Lindsay quickly noticed that the young prodigy was nowhere to be seen, so he asked where Su Hong had gone. Qin Tianli calmly explained that the boy wanted to remain in the woods for a few more days of solo training. Lindsay immediately worried that Su Hong might end up missing the official end of the camp. Qin Tianli, however, looked completely unconcerned and assured him that the kid was not foolish enough to be late. 2 days later, deep inside the wilderness, Su Hong sat cross-legged in meditation on top of a tall stone pillar. Far below him, a snake beast had coiled itself around the base of the rock, its massive body winding tightly around the stone. Golden energy surged around Su Hong as he steadily absorbed the gains from his recent battles. After a long moment, his system finally confirmed that his spiritual power had reached the crucial 500-point threshold. The giant snake beast sensed the prey above it, and suddenly let out a violent roar. Its body sprang upward from the stone pillar as it lunged straight toward the meditating trainee. Su Hong did not even open with a panicked movement. He simply lifted one glowing hand, and with a casual release of telekinesis, the charging beast froze in midair before it could reach him. Then Su Hong unleashed his newly strengthened spiritual power and activated his weapon condensation art. Golden energy gathered rapidly in the air, forming a solid construct above the immobilized beast, ready to crush it. The golden energy soon took the shape of a massive sword. With just one calm command from Su Hong, the blade came crashing down and split the snake beast cleanly in half. As the beast's remains fell away from the pillar, Su Hong dispersed the golden weapon and looked over the result with satisfaction. He could not help marveling at the destructive power he now possessed as a Tier 2 spirit master. Curious about the limits of his expanded spiritual capacity, Su Hong decided to test something even riskier. He raised both hands and began gathering thunder, fire, and metal energy at the same time, attempting a 3-attribute fusion. But the instant he forced the 3 different elements together, the energy became violently unstable. The mixture twisted and surged out of balance, refusing to stay under his control. By the time Su Hong realized he had lost control, it was already too late. The unstable power detonated beneath him, and the entire stone pillar shattered apart in the explosion. Su Hong coughed from inside the rubble, feeling the backlash from the failed fusion spread through his body. Even so, he quickly realized that if this move could be completed properly, it might have enough power to injure a Tier 4 expert. On the final day of the training camp, Su Hong finally returned. His clothes were ragged, his appearance was rough, and he walked back through the front gates looking like he had just crawled out of another battlefield. The moment the other trainees spotted him, excitement swept through the camp. Several of them immediately rushed off to notify Wang Tiantuo, eager to watch the rematch they had all been waiting for. Grandmaster Qin Tianli looked at the young prodigies and asked them directly whether they truly felt confident about defeating Su Hong this time. Xiao Nan, Lin Xinghe, and Wang Tiantuo answered without hesitation. All 3 declared that their victory was guaranteed, as if the result had already been decided. Su Hong stood calmly before them, unaffected by the gathering crowd and the trio's confidence. He simply looked at the 3 elites and asked if they were really sure they wanted to challenge him again. Their newly awakened auras flared around them in response. Wang Tiantuo warned Su Hong not to underestimate them now that they had all reached Tier 2, while Xiao Nan went even further, boldly claiming she could defeat him all by herself. Before their boasting could continue, Su Hong gave them a slightly sheepish apology. Then a fierce fiery aura erupted from his body, revealing that he had also broken through and become a Tier 2 martial artist. Xiao Nan was clearly shaken, but she quickly ignited her own power and forced herself to stand firm. She declared that as a Tier 1 spirit master, she still had no reason to be afraid of him. She immediately activated her weapon condensation art, summoning a huge golden sword from the sky. But in response, Su Hong raised his own power as well, activating the same weapon condensation art and calling forth a giant golden sword of his own. Su Hong's blade descended with overwhelming pressure and crushed Xiao Nan's spiritual weapon before it could even land properly. The backlash hit her so hard that she coughed up blood on the spot. With his summoned sword still aimed at the trio, Su Hong apologized once again. Then, in front of everyone, he revealed that he was not only a martial artist, but also a spirit master. The three elites instinctively stepped back, shock spreading across their faces. Only then did they realize Su Hong was a dual Tier 2 martial artist and spirit master with a top-tier physique, which meant he had not even used his full strength during their last sparring session. Seeing that the three of them alone would not be enough for what he wanted, Su Hong's lips curled into a smirk. He turned his gaze toward the entire camp and invited everyone to attack him at once, eager to harvest more martial value points from the crowd. Then Su Hong swept his sharp glare across the surrounding trainees. That single look carried enough pressure to crush their fighting spirit before the battle even began. The crowd immediately broke into panic. Trainees shouted their surrender one after another, begging Su Hong to leave them out of it and stick to fighting the elites instead. From the sidelines, instructors Bai Mu and Lin Zi turned toward Grandmaster Qin Tianli with wounded expressions. They complained that he had kept Su Hong's spirit master status hidden from them all this time. But Qin Tianli himself was sweating and speechless. All he could do was mutter in shock, because even he had been completely blindsided by the fact that his student had already reached Tier 2 as a spirit master. Once Bai Mu and Lin Zi realized that even the Grandmaster had been kept in the dark, they watched Qin Tianli suddenly throw his head back and burst into laughter. He proudly declared that Su Hong was a once-in-a-millennium monster, a genius who might one day save the human race. As Su Hong continued beating down the crowd of trainees, Bai Mu watched the one-sided chaos unfold and asked whether they should step in to stop it. Lin Zi only laughed and waved the concern aside. To him, this was nothing more than the restless energy of young people spilling over in a rough training camp brawl. But at that moment, Grandmaster Qin Tianli's expression suddenly turned cold and serious. He sensed a heavy presence approaching from above. A fiery great rock descended from the sky, its massive body casting pressure over the camp. It ordered the humans to leave its territory immediately, reminding them that their 30 days were already over. Standing victorious above a pile of unconscious trainees, Su Hong lifted his head and looked toward the sky. The moment he saw the enormous beast, he recognized it at once. Qin Tianli, however, was immediately irritated by the creature's arrogance. His immense aura erupted outward as he declared that he had tolerated this bird for long enough, mocking its attempt to intimidate him and making it clear who truly held dominance here. Before the giant beast could even understand what was happening, Qin Tianli moved first. His fists erupted forward in a violent barrage, each punch crashing into the enormous bird's body like blazing meteors slamming from the sky. Down below, Su Hong stared upward without blinking, completely drawn in by the terrifying heat rolling off Qin Tianli's flames. To him, the battle no longer looked like ordinary martial artists clashing, but more like immortal beings tearing the heavens apart. Qin Tianli soon stood firmly on top of the battered bird's head, looking utterly unimpressed by its miserable cries for mercy. When the beast desperately warned that it had someone powerful behind it, the Grandmaster simply challenged it to call that backer over, so he could beat him up as well. But the moment a booming voice rang out and ordered him to stop, Qin Tianli's fearless expression froze. The confidence on his face disappeared almost instantly. The sky above suddenly darkened, as if a massive shadow had swallowed the clouds. Behind that gloom, a terrifying entity slowly took shape, its red eyes glowing like blood as its gaze swept over the entire region. Lin Zi and Bai Mu stared up in horror, their faces turning pale at once. Only then did they realize that this great rock was actually connected to the legendary Lord of 10,000 Monsters. Su Hong clenched his fist tightly as cold sweat ran down his skin. He immediately recognized the shadowy being as one of the supreme rulers of the mountain range, an existence that was definitely at least Tier 9, and perhaps even a true king-level monster. Looking up at the enormous shadow of the Lord of 10,000 Monsters, Su Hong felt as though the entire sky was pressing down on him. Just being caught under that gaze made his body feel unbearably heavy. This single encounter struck him harder than any ordinary battle. It made Su Hong clearly understand how weak he still was, because compared with experts at Tier 9, his current Tier 2 strength was almost meaningless. A deep chill spread through Su Hong's heart as he thought of his family back in Star City. If a being this powerful ever descended on the city, he knew he would not have the strength to protect his aunt and uncle at all. With his eyes fixed on the darkened sky, Su Hong silently hardened his resolve. No matter how difficult the path became, he would force himself beyond his limits, break through tier after tier, and one day reach the legendary King realm. Meanwhile, Qin Tianli finally released the badly beaten Great Rock. Since the beast clearly had such a terrifying backer, he chose to let it leave for now, while the Great Rock flapped away in humiliation and furiously swore that it would take revenge. As the enormous beast disappeared into the distance, Qin Tianli quietly felt relieved. Fortunately, the Lord of 10,000 Monsters was still restricted by an old agreement with the human race, which meant it could not attack humans casually. After that frightening interruption, the training camp finally came to a close. Thankfully, no further trouble appeared, and the remaining procedures ended without another disaster. As the trainees gathered near the buses and prepared to return, Su Hong slung his backpack over his shoulder, already looking forward to seeing his aunt and uncle after being away for an entire month. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. Li Tu and Chun Shan quickly ran over to greet him. Li Tu cheerfully said that Su Hong would definitely become famous throughout Star City, while Chun Shan looked a little awkward and brought up their past conflicts, asking Su Hong not to hold a grudge. Su Hong only sighed and told them he was not that petty. When the buses finally returned to Star City, an official was already waiting to receive the students. With a formal smile, he welcomed them back and congratulated everyone on surviving such a difficult training period. The official then announced that a grand banquet would be held at the city lord's estate to celebrate their return. Not only that, but every trainee would also receive gifts prepared for the occasion. While the other trainees immediately burst into cheers, Su Hong looked visibly tired. More than attending a banquet, he only wished he could skip the entire event and head straight home. Later that day, guests began arriving one after another at the enormous city lord's estate, filling the grand entrance with carriages, attendants, and important figures from across Star City. Before long, the luxurious banquet hall was packed with people. Bright lights, polished tables, and elegant decorations made the entire place feel far too extravagant for an ordinary gathering. An attendant moved through the hall with practiced politeness, guiding two nervous guests toward their assigned seats while they glanced around uneasily at the lavish surroundings. Those two guests were Su Hong's uncle and auntie. Sitting at a fancy table, they looked stiff and uncomfortable, clearly feeling out of place among all the wealthy and powerful people around them. Several rich guests quickly noticed the couple and began whispering among themselves. Judging from their simple clothing, they could not understand why people who looked like migrant workers had been invited to such an important event. Su Hong's auntie lowered her voice, worried that their clothes might embarrass their nephew in front of everyone. His uncle sighed helplessly, saying they had already worn their best outfits, but he still admitted that maybe they should not have come. Before their anxiety could grow any worse, Principal Lee from No. 1 High School walked over with a warm expression. He greeted them kindly and immediately recognized them as Su Hong's relatives. The couple was clearly startled that such an important person would approach them first. They nervously returned the greeting, but Principal Lee gently reassured them and told them there was no need to be so tense. Then, all of a sudden, Wu Lingxian, the president of the Star City Martial Artist Association, hurried over as well. She enthusiastically reached for Su Hong's uncle's hand and shook it with surprising warmth. In a voice loud enough for nearby guests to hear, Wu Lingxian praised Su Hong as the most promising genius she had ever seen. Her excitement only made Su Hong's uncle even more overwhelmed, leaving him unsure how to respond. The wealthy guests nearby were stunned as they watched city officials respectfully greet this seemingly ordinary couple. Their earlier contempt vanished, and they began wondering just who this Su Hong really was. At the same time, seated around the central table of the banquet hall, Star City's most powerful leaders had already gathered together. Lin Xing's father spoke first with a polite smile, complimenting the city lord while casually assuming that his son, Wang Tiantua, must have easily taken first place in the training results. The city lord responded with practiced humility, brushing off the praise and instead complimenting the children of the other families, keeping the conversation polite on the surface. But Xiaonan's father immediately joined in with full confidence, arguing that his daughter had the advantage as a spirit master. In his eyes, Xiaonan was the one most likely to claim first place. Lin Xing, his father, scoffed at that, clearly unconvinced. He insisted that his son's speed was enough to surpass both of their children. That single remark instantly ignited a heated argument between the three fathers. Wang and I slammed the table in anger and declared that his son's attack power alone guaranteed first place. The other two patriarchs refused to back down, immediately firing back with their own claims. Each of them stubbornly bragged that their own child was unbeatable, and none of them wanted to yield even half a step. Watching the noisy argument from a distance, Principal Li turned to Wu Lingxian and asked if she planned to step in. Wu Lingxian refused at once, joking that if she had to keep listening to them boast, she might end up beating them up herself. Then she added with complete confidence that there was no need to stop them anyway, because once Su Hong arrived, those fathers would naturally fall silent. Principal Li looked doubtful, but Wu Lingxian only smirked and said it was a woman's intuition. At that moment, a guard suddenly rushed in and announced urgently that the trainee's bus had arrived. Eager to see his son return in glory, The city lord immediately stood up and proudly invited everyone outside. He wanted the entire banquet to welcome back the pride of Star City together. The three fathers stood confidently by the red carpet, each expecting to see his child step down like a champion. But the moment their children appeared from the bus, the proud smiles on their faces vanished. Instead of looking like winners, the three elites were wrapped in bandages and covered in bruises. Their fathers were horrified and rushed forward at once, crowding around their injured children in panic. The city lord stared at his son's battered face in disbelief, completely losing his composure. Lin Xinghe then dryly explained that Wang Tiantuo had suffered the worst because he had stubbornly refused to surrender. The fathers froze in shock, unable to accept what they were hearing. They immediately demanded to know who could possibly have defeated all three of their genius children at the same time. Their shock deepened even further when the city lords sensed the auras of the three elites and realized that all of them had already broken through to Tier 2. The fathers were left confused and shaken, wondering what kind of monster had appeared in Star City. The three elites admitted their defeat without trying to defend themselves. Wang Tiantuo said their opponent's strength was far above his. Lin Xinghe confessed that he had been completely outmatched in speed, and Xiaonan revealed that even in spiritual power, she had been easily suppressed. Still visibly traumatized, the trio warned their fathers that the person who took first place was an absolute monster. Then, with tense expressions, they told everyone to look toward the bus. As footsteps sounded from inside, the rest of the returning trainees stepped down one after another. Every one of them looked beaten up as well, yet they quickly arranged themselves into two neat rows outside the bus doors. Then Su Hong casually stepped onto the red carpet, holding his spear at his side. Unlike everyone else, he looked completely unharmed, walking forward with a calm expression as all eyes locked onto him. Seeing the other trainees line up so dramatically just to make way for him, Su Hong felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. More than enjoying the attention, he honestly wished he could slip away from the red carpet and go home. Then Su Hong spotted his aunt and uncle among the crowd, and his expression immediately softened as he called out to them. The surrounding elites were stunned when they realized that this astonishing genius, who had crushed the entire camp, actually came from such an ordinary commoner family. As people shifted around in the packed crowd, Su Hong's aunt suddenly lost her footing and stumbled forward. But before she could hit the ground, a gentle glow of spiritual energy wrapped around her body and stopped her fall in midair. Su Hong rushed over at once, using his telekinesis to carefully lower his aunt back onto the ground. He quickly looked both her and his uncle over, asking if they were hurt, while his uncle stared in amazement at the strange technique, and his aunt hurriedly reassured him that she was fine. Only after seeing that she was unharmed did his uncle finally breathe out in relief. He admitted that they had been worried sick the whole time, and Su Hong simply smiled, gently comforting them so they would not keep frightening themselves. That small display of power left the city lord and Xiaonan's father completely stunned. Once Xiaonan's father realized Su Hong was already a Tier 2 spirit master, he finally understood why his daughter had lost so miserably. Not far away, Principal Li and President Wu Lingxian suddenly turned on each other in fury. Both of them pointed accusingly, each demanding to know why the other had hidden the fact that Su Hong was a spirit master. But after a brief moment of shouting, both of them froze at the same time. Only then did they realize that neither of them had known this secret either. President Wu recovered almost immediately and began gloating, saying that now no one would dare challenge her position. Principal Li was just as delighted, cheering that No. 1 high school was about to dominate the entire city. The moment Su Hong's true strength became clear, the wealthy guests fell into a frenzy. Desperate to form a connection with him, they pulled out their phones, searched for his background, ordered expensive gifts, and even called their daughters to hurry over to the estate, all hoping to secure him as a future son-in-law. Seeing the situation turn in Su Hong's favor, the city lord immediately seized the opportunity. He quietly signaled an attendant, who quickly brought over a premium bank card along with several property deeds. The city lord then approached Su Hong with a bright public smile, loudly praising him as a dragon among men. In front of everyone, he offered Su Hong a luxury villa and 3 million in cash, claiming these were the official rewards for taking first place. The other fathers silently cursed the city lord in their hearts. They could all see that this so-called reward had been made up on the spot, and that the sly old fox was using it to buy Su Hong's loyalty before anyone else could act. With everyone watching, the city lord extended his hand towards Su Hong. His tone was warm as he promised that, from this day forward, he would fully support Su Hong's future development. Su Hong's thoughts moved quickly as he weighed the offer. He knew very well that the city lord was trying to win him over in public, and if he refused, he would offend a powerful figure, but if he accepted, he would owe the man a favor and might not be able to reject future requests easily. After thinking it through, Su Hong decided that offending the city lord was not worth the risk. More importantly, accepting his protection would help keep his family safe, allowing Su Hong to train in the wilderness without constantly worrying about his aunt and uncle. Besides, Su Hong was not standing alone. With Grandmaster Qin, President Wu, and Principal Li all backing him, he knew the city lord would not be able to casually force him into any unfair situation later. So Su Hong politely accepted the offer, reaching out to shake Wang Ni's hand and thanking him in front of the crowd. Wang and I looked pleased by his decision and immediately told Su Hong that if he had any other requests, he should speak freely. Su Hong did not hesitate for long. Instead of asking for something for himself, he asked whether the city lord could help find a cure for his aunt's rare illness. His aunt and uncle were instantly moved, their eyes filling with tears. Even at a moment like this, Su Hong's first thought was still their health and safety, not his own benefits. Wang and I immediately turned toward his helper and gave a firm order. He demanded that the matter be handled personally and that the best medical resources available be secured to treat Su Hong's aunt. Still eager to please this young genius, the city lord asked Su Hong to name anything else he wanted. Su Hong thought for a moment, then admitted that what he needed most right now was a better, higher quality weapon. Wang and I laughed heartily and invited Su Hong to follow him to his personal armory, telling him to choose any weapon he liked. As Su Hong thanked him, the city lord secretly felt pleased, knowing that every favor Su Hong accepted would pull him a little closer to the Wang family. Before leaving, Su Hong turned to his aunt and uncle and asked them to wait for him there. At the same time, Wang and I instructed his son, Wang Tiantua, to host the banquet while he personally took Su Hong to the armory. Wang Tiantua politely guided Su Hong's aunt and uncle to a more comfortable area, treating them with obvious respect. Around them, the crowd whispered in awe, amazed at how quickly this humble family had risen to such high status because of Su Hong. Wang and I led Su Hong into a massive armory filled with rows of weapons. As they walked inside, he explained that the weapons here were arranged by grade, from C grade to B grade, while the best A-grade alloy weapons were stored deeper in the back. Then Wang and I told Su Hong not to hold back. As long as the weapon suited his element, he could choose any A-grade weapon from the collection. Su Hong was genuinely amazed, knowing that an A-grade weapon could easily be worth hundreds of millions. But instead of choosing a normal weapon, he asked whether the armory had any multi-attribute alloy weapons, which immediately caught Wang and I off guard and made him ask if Su Hong was actually a multi-attribute martial artist. Su Hong explained that because he trained in multiple elements, Grandmaster Qin valued him highly and had advised him to search for a multi-attribute weapon. To prove it, Su Hong released his energy, and 7 different elemental orbs of light formed around his body, leaving Wang and I staring in shock. Since Su Hong had already accepted the city lord's backing, there was no need to hide this level of talent anymore. Showing his true potential would only make the city lord value him more and protect him more seriously. Wang and I could not help asking how Su Hong's cultivation speed could possibly be so fast. After all, multi-attribute martial artists usually advance slowly, and someone with all 7 elements would normally struggle just to reach Tier 2. The more Wang and I thought about it, the more excited he became. Standing before him was a Tier 2 7-element martial artist, a Tier 2 spirit master, and the owner of a unique physique even stronger than the barbarian god body, making him feel as if a legendary star had truly descended upon Star City. After a moment, Wang and I let out a helpless sigh and said that, as Su Hong's uncle Wang, he suddenly felt rather useless. Su Hong asked what was wrong, and Wang and I explained that multi-attribute weapons were extremely rare, and his armory only held a few dual-attribute pieces. In the end, Wang and I brought out the only 3-attribute weapon part in his entire collection. It was a B-grade dark gold meteorite iron spearhead, heavy, rare, and clearly different from ordinary alloy weapons. Wang and I even offered to dismantle an A-grade alloy shaft so Su Hong could temporarily assemble a complete weapon from it. But Su Hong declined, explaining that he could simply attach the new spearhead to his existing Thunderfire spear. For Su Hong's current needs, a 3-element spearhead was already more than enough. It would give him the upgrade he wanted without wasting the city lord's better materials. As Wang and I handed over the prized spearhead, he mentioned that strange phenomena had recently begun appearing around Star City, along with rumors of multi-attribute beasts. He promised to have his men watch for anything useful, which immediately made Su Hong ask what had happened. Wang and I explained that while the trainees were away at camp, unusual phenomena had started appearing all over the world. These changes were producing both multi-attribute beasts and rare treasures that had never been easy to find before. He then shared one particular report, saying an eyewitness had seen a lightning beast touch a strange fragment. After that, the beast somehow gained the ability to spit out both lightning and fire. Wang Ni's expression grew more serious as he added that one of these unusual beasts had already been spotted at Star Viewing Lake, a dangerous area located just outside Star City. Even so, he warned Su Hong not to rush there recklessly. The lake was far too dangerous, and there was no need to risk his life when he would be able to find better weapons after entering Martial Dao University, so Su Hong thanked him for the reminder. A few hours later, a sleek luxury car pulled up outside Su Hong's old apartment building. The expensive vehicle looked completely out of place in the aging neighborhood, and it quickly drew a curious crowd. When the neighbors noticed the government license plate, whispers spread through the crowd at once. They wondered what kind of powerful figure would come all the way to their old residential block. Among the people watching was their landlady, Sister Hong. She stared at the luxury car with envy, thinking that if her own son could ever ride in a car like that, she could die satisfied. At the same time, resentment rose in her heart as she remembered the past. Because Su Hong had refused to give his training camp spot to her son, she had threatened to raise the Su family's rent and even drive them out, always believing that her own child deserved success more. Then the car door opened, and Su Hong stepped out along with his aunt and his uncle, Su Guoming. The neighbors immediately realized that Su Hong's performance at camp must have earned the city lord's favor, and they began saying the family had become rich, while Sister Hong stared in horror and disbelief. Su Guoming cheerfully walked over to Sister Hong and said he had some news to share. He proudly announced that Su Hong had taken first place, and that the city lord had rewarded them with a luxury villa, so they would be moving out tomorrow, leaving Sister Hong so shocked she could barely speak. When Su Guoming asked about getting back the rent they had already paid for the remaining days, his wife quickly stopped him. She said they were rich now, so they should simply let Sister Hong keep the leftover rent as a parting gift. As the family headed upstairs, Su Guoming wondered aloud whether they should pack up their old tables and chairs. His wife immediately scolded him for being stingy, warning him not to embarrass their nephew now that Su Hong was an important figure, while Su Hong only laughed and assured them he did not care about appearances and just wanted them to be happy. Later that night, Su Hong stood alone on the rooftop of his old apartment building. Under the quiet night sky, he looked out over the familiar city, taking in the view of the place he was about to leave behind. Standing there beneath the night sky, Su Hong quietly understood that this would probably be the last time he trained on this old rooftop. A faint sense of nostalgia settled over him as he looked around at the familiar place. After a moment, he opened his status screen and began reviewing the gains from training camp. Once his spiritual power upgrade was finished, he still had exactly 1,944 points left, and his current stats showed his vitality sitting at 506. His spiritual power had reached 500, while the progress of his overlord body had only climbed to 1.1%. After weighing what he needed most, Su Hong sat down cross-legged on the rooftop and poured every remaining point straight into his vitality. One notification after another flashed across his interface, and his vitality began rising rapidly until it finally broke through to 701. The increase triggered a powerful surge of energy through Su Hong's body, causing his muscles to swell and tighten as he officially broke through into the mid-stage of Tier 2. Once his body slowly returned to normal, he took out his phone and started searching for more information about the strange global events and Star Viewing Lake. But the moment he gripped the phone, the screen cracked under the pressure of his hand. Su Hong paused, realizing his body still had not fully adapted to his new mid-stage Tier 2 strength, though he was at least relieved that he had not crushed the phone completely. Sitting alone on the rooftop, Su Hong scrolled through the latest global news. He found reports about a rare spiritual medicine discovered overseas that had sparked a bloody battle between Grandmaster-level experts, and another article about a flame beast that touched a strange fragment and gained both thunder and earth attributes, with the disturbing detail that every martial artist who witnessed it had later died under mysterious circumstances. As for Star Viewing Lake near Star City, the Tier 2 multi-attribute beast there had already attracted a large number of Tier 3 and Tier 4 hunters. Su Hong knew he could not defeat a Tier 4 fighter head-on right now, but with his speed, he was confident he could escape if things went wrong, so he decided to head to the lake right after moving the next day. The next morning, Su Hong and his family officially moved into their enormous new villa in one of Star City's most prestigious neighborhoods. Their new home was already packed with luxury gifts sent by wealthy neighbors who wanted to build connections. Faced with this sudden high society treatment, Su Guoming and his wife felt overwhelmed and kept promising that they would never do anything to embarrass their genius nephew. At the same time, a crowd of rich socialites gathered around Su Hong with eager smiles. They invited him to their homes, offered rare treasures, and did everything they could to get on his good side. Su Hong could only keep an awkward, strained smile on his face as he politely waved them off again and again. No matter how carefully he refused, the crowd of social climbers kept pressing closer. By the time he finally collapsed onto the couch, Su Hong let out a long sigh, feeling that dealing with people was somehow more exhausting than fighting monsters. But he still could not truly relax, because he needed to leave for Star Viewing Lake that very afternoon. When Su Hong arrived at the local martial artist base, he was surprised to find the courtyard packed with people. Seeing so many fighters lingering around instead of rushing toward the lake's anomaly, he could not help wondering what had stopped them. Soon, Su Hong overheard several lower-tier fighters grumbling nearby. They complained that the area was crawling with Tier 3 and Tier 4 experts, and admitted they were too afraid to leave the base because they might get robbed before even reaching the lake. Meanwhile, On the second floor of the base, Ye Kei stared at a mysterious guest and demanded to know whether Su Hong had truly killed his cultist nephew. The guest answered with complete certainty, confirming that Su Hong was indeed responsible. Before Ye Kei could fully react, the mysterious guest stepped forward. A suffocating pressure burst from him, crashing down so heavily that Ye Kei was instantly forced onto his knees. A terrifying red aura spread around the red-eyed noble as he looked down coldly at Ye Kei. He warned him to show absolute respect, and under that overwhelming suppression, Ye Kei could do nothing but tremble and beg for forgiveness. Later that afternoon, Su Hong finally arrived at Stargazing Lake, where crowds of martial artists had already gathered along the shoreline. Rather than walking out openly, Su Hong hid behind a tree and quietly observed the situation. From his position, he could see several different hunter groups lined up along the water's edge, each watching the lake with tense focus. As Su Hong scanned the crowd, he quickly noticed that there were no weak Tier 1 fighters here at all. Everyone who dared to come was at least Tier 2 or Tier 3. Even more importantly, he spotted several extremely formidable Tier 4 experts resting near the water, their auras making the surrounding fighters keep a respectful distance. Seeing this lineup, Su Hong realized that if a single Tier 2 multi-attribute beast could draw so many experts here, then the fights over similar anomalies in other regions had to be far more terrifying. Suddenly, violent bubbles erupted across the lake's surface. The strange movement immediately drew the attention of the hunters nearby, and their gazes snapped toward the water. With a colossal splash, a massive dragon-like creature burst out from the depths of the lake. The moment it appeared, the nearby hunters panicked and recognized it as a Tier 3 star-spotted giant fish. The giant beast opened its massive jaws and let out a furious roar. In the next breath, a huge ball of dual attribute energy began gathering inside its mouth, glowing with terrifying destructive force. Panic spread instantly as hunters scrambled to escape the attack. But one arrogant Tier 4 fighter refused to move, standing his ground while mockingly asking why everyone was running from a mere fish. Trusting his own strength, the martial artist raised a massive earth barrier in front of him to block the incoming strike. But the beast's devastating beam blasted through the defense in an instant and sent him flying backward like a broken kite. Watching from the sidelines, Su Hong was stunned by the result. That dual-element attack had not only shattered a Tier 4 fighter's defense, it had crippled him completely with a single blow. But before the shock could settle, another expert wrapped in a powerful aura charged straight toward the monster with excitement in his eyes. After waiting half a month for a dual-attribute beast to appear, he was clearly thrilled that his chance had finally arrived. The expert closed in and threw one devastating punch. The force of the strike slammed into the giant beast and drove it violently onto the shore. Once the monster was forced onto land, the greedy crowd could no longer hold back. Martial artists rushed in from every direction, swarming the beast in a chaotic free-for-all. In barely a minute, the mighty Tier 3 beast had been carved into pieces by the crowd. But after tearing it open and finding no treasure hidden inside its stomach, the hunters could only curse in frustration. After witnessing that brutal scene, Su Hong decided there was no point staying here. Competing with those savage Tier 4 experts would only leave him empty-handed, so he quietly slipped away from the lakeside. As he retreated into the woods, Su Hong's heightened senses suddenly screamed danger. At almost the same moment, a masked assassin dropped from the trees above and launched a lethal sneak attack straight at him. But before the assassin's blade could strike, Su Hong activated his telekinesis. The attacker's body froze completely in midair, leaving him suspended there in shock. The assassin quickly broke free from the invisible restraint and swung his sword again. Su Hong reacted just as fast, leaping away to avoid the incoming slash. The assassin immediately realized that his target was a rare spirit master. At the same time, Su Hong gritted his teeth as he recognized the enemy's strength, because the masked attacker was clearly a formidable Tier 4 martial artist. Without hesitation, Su Hong activated his flying swan movement technique and dashed away through the forest. He knew very clearly that if his telekinesis had not stopped that first sneak attack, the Tier 4 assassin would have killed him on the spot. Just as Su Hong thought he had opened some distance, 6 more masked thugs emerged from the woods to support their boss. With one quick glance, Su Hong judged that every one of them was a highly trained Tier 3 fighter. The leader angrily ordered his men to shut up, warning them that their target was a dangerous spirit master. Then, making the situation even worse, 7 more Tier 3 fighters closed in from different directions, completely surrounding Su Hong. Su Hong immediately understood how serious this trap was. His enemies had sent more than a dozen Tier 3 assassins, and even a Tier 4 expert just to kill a single Tier 2 fighter. That level of force was not something an ordinary enemy could mobilize. Even the Star City Lord would have trouble arranging it on short notice, so Su Hong quickly began wondering when he had offended such a powerful faction. As the chase began, the assassins struggled to keep up with Su Hong's speed and were shocked when they recognized his movement skill as an A-rank technique. Their boss barked for them to keep pursuing, confident that Su Hong's Tier 2 stamina would give out before theirs. Su Hong, however, only smirked to himself. He had no intention of playing a long-endurance game on their terms, and his telekinetic power was already gathering around him. Combining the momentum of his movement technique with telekinetic flight, Su Hong suddenly launched himself upward. His body shot into the sky, soaring high above the forest canopy. Down below, the masked assassins froze in disbelief. They stared up at him in humiliation, muttering that their target was only Tier 2. So how could he possibly be capable of actual flight? Dozens of kilometers away, a fatigued Su Hong finally landed back on the forest floor. His spiritual energy had been completely drained by the escape. Since he could no longer rely on spiritual power, Su Hong decided to depend on the physical stamina of his overlord body instead. He needed to keep moving and put even more distance between himself and the assassins. As he pieced the situation together, Su Hong began to suspect that Yi Kei, the uncle of the cultist he had killed, was behind the ambush. Even though Yi Kei himself was only Tier 3, his wealthy family had enough resources to hire such a large group of elite killers. Su Hong quickly weighed every path open to him in battle. Taking down the dozen Tier 3 underlings would not be impossible for him, but the true threat was standing behind them, their Tier 4 leader, whose strength was on a completely different level. If Su Hong rushed at the weaker enemies first, that Tier 4 boss would definitely seize the opening and strike him from the shadows. But if he aimed straight for the boss instead, the surrounding grunts would swarm him from every direction and bury him under sheer numbers. After turning the situation over in his mind, only one method remained. He had to move with overwhelming speed and erase every Tier 3 grunt before they could properly react. As long as those lesser threats were cleared out first, Su Hong would finally have the space to turn all of his attention toward the Tier 4 boss and crush him head-on. Meanwhile, the assassin boss was already boiling with rage. With one furious slash, he split a massive boulder clean in half, cursing the useless intelligence that had somehow failed to report Su Hong's powers as a spirit master. His men, faces tight with panic, quickly warned him that if the boy managed to escape back to Star City, every one of them would be in serious trouble. They understood the situation all too well. Their powerful backer would never dare move against Su Hong inside the city, and if that lord learned they had failed such a simple assassination, their lives would already be forfeit. The boss instantly snapped at them to shut their mouths. His voice turned ice-cold as he declared that if Su Hong fled toward Star City, it would only make the boy's death come faster, and far more painfully. Before the argument could continue, a group of robed elites suddenly arrived. Their leader spoke with unsettling calm, explaining that Su Hong had only exposed his identity as a spirit master the day before, so the information they had received was simply out of date. He then assured them that his organization had people stationed at every anomaly. They would seal off the entire region, but he also warned the assassin boss that if Su Hong survived this time, none of them would live long enough to escape his anger. The assassin boss, grateful for the support, immediately promised to owe him a favor. Then, with fury burning in his eyes, he demanded a complete perimeter lockdown and swore he would personally rip Su Hong apart. The robed leader lowered his gaze to the divination plate spinning in his hand. When the device gave no reaction at all, he made his decision and moved on to search the next sector. By the next day, the hunt still had not slowed down. Su Hong was barely taking a moment to rest on top of a slain beast when another group of assassins spotted him and rushed in, shouting for him to stop running. By the fourth day, the chase had turned into a brutal game of cat and mouse. Su Hong was forced to leap again and again through the battlefield as deadly attacks crashed down around him, blasting apart the terrain wherever he had just stood. By the seventh day of non-stop evasion, even Su Hong was nearly drained dry. His pursuers were still pressing close behind, while scouts on the cliffs kept shouting out his position and tightening the net around him. When one scout opened his mouth to call for reinforcements, Su Hong's patience finally snapped. He launched himself forward and silenced the man instantly with a flying kick straight to the face. Standing over the unconscious scout, Su Hong bent forward and gasped for air. 7 straight days of running had pushed even his legendary overlord body right to its breaking point. With his body exhausted and danger closing in from every side, Su Hong knew he needed a safer place to regroup. His next target became the official Star City supply stronghold. He understood that going there might expose his location, but he also knew the assassins should not dare launch an attack inside heavily protected government territory. But the instant Su Hong stepped through the entrance, the sharp, hostile stares from the guards told him everything he did not want to know. Su Hong clenched his teeth as the truth settled in. The mastermind pushing this relentless manhunt from behind the curtain was indeed Yi Kei. After surviving that exhausting escape, Su Hong finally checked into a hotel inside the temporary supply stronghold, planning to use the brief shelter to recover his strength. Once alone, he pulled up his stats and began calculating his situation. His vitality was currently at 705, still far below the 900 required to break through to high stage Tier 2. and even the martial value he had painfully grinded over the past week would not be enough to close that gap. Since a small boost to vitality would not change much in the current crisis, Su-hong quickly adjusted his plan. Instead of forcing a breakthrough, he decided to pour his points into his rare Overlord body, instantly improving his raw combat strength and endurance. The moment the upgrade activated, a terrifying wave of red aura erupted from him. Power flooded through his muscles like molten force, and the system began registering his stats as they climbed at a rapid speed. Even though his Overlord body progress only rose from 1.1% to 6.5%, the effect was still enormous. That single upgrade increased his overall strength by a massive 20%. Satisfied with the sudden rise in power, Su-hong chose to cultivate his guidance technique while resting. Even then, his guard never fully dropped, and his eyes kept drifting toward the window in case his pursuers appeared. A few hours later, the quiet night outside was suddenly broken by chaos downstairs. The hotel lobby erupted with shouting as guests called for everyone to start recording some local drama unfolding below. When Su-hong went downstairs, his appetite vanished almost instantly. A half-naked man walked right past his dinner table, turning the entire atmosphere strange and unpleasant. Forcing himself to keep eating, Su-hong quietly noted that his stalkers still had not found him. He guessed they probably did not dare cause trouble inside the protected stronghold and were most likely waiting outside for the perfect ambush. His thoughts were cut short when he overheard several nearby hunters complaining bitterly. They had discovered a rare 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo, only to have it stolen from them by a group of Tier 4 martial artists. Su-hong immediately recognized the treasure they were talking about. The dark purple bamboo was a legendary multi-attribute natural treasure, and every star pattern on it allowed the bamboo to contain one additional type of spiritual qi. Since a 3-star bamboo could store 4 different attributes, Su-hong's interest sharpened at once. It was exactly the kind of catalyst he needed to master his coming 4-element fusion. Su-hong casually struck up a conversation with the hunters, pointing out that taking natural treasures was rarely simple because localized magnetic fields often protected them. Impressed that he knew this much, one hunter explained that the bamboo was surrounded by a terrifying gravity field, and the pressure increased according to the tier of whoever stepped inside. The hunter then added, with a bit of gleeful satisfaction, that the greedy Tier 4 martial artists who robbed them had been crushed into meat paste the instant they entered the field. The other patrons listening nearby shuddered in fear at the thought. But instead of feeling afraid, Su-hong saw an opportunity. If the gravity pressure scaled with Tier, then the field might actually favor him, and he began wondering whether his Overlord body was tough enough to withstand it and slip past the Tier 4 experts. Before Su-hong could fully form his next move, a massive red energy slash tore through the stronghold with destructive force. The walls exploded apart, and everyone in the room was caught completely off guard. The attack sliced Su-hong's dining table clean in half. Yet he simply leaned back, still holding his food, and immediately understood that his stalkers had finally made their move. Through the smoking rubble, the masked assassin boss stepped into view with his squad of killers behind him. His voice dripped with mockery as he asked Su-hong why he had finally stopped running. Behind an overturned table, the surviving hunters broke out in cold sweat. They could not understand what kind of disaster a mere Tier 2 kid had caused to make an entire squad of Tier 3 assassins and a Tier 4 leader come after him personally. The assassin boss gave a cold order for everyone else to get lost. In an instant, the remaining patrons screamed and fled from the ruined building, leaving Su-hong completely alone with the killers. As the assassins closed in, they sneered at their target and asked if he had truly believed they would not dare break the peace of the supply stronghold just to kill him. Su-hong remained seated as if none of this had surprised him. With a relaxed smirk, he told them that, in truth, he had been waiting for them to show themselves. The assassin boss immediately burst into laughter, convinced the boy was only pretending to be calm. He mocked Su-hong openly, asking if a single Tier 2 brat really thought he could wipe out their entire squad. Su-hong gave no reply. He simply tightened his grip around his weapon, and in the next moment, a terrifying aura of elemental fire and crackling lightning coiled tightly around his spear. Raising the charged spear, Su-hong pointed its blazing tip straight at his enemies. His voice remained calm as he said the only way to know whether he could defeat them was to try. The assassin boss finally sensed the dreadful energy gathering on the weapon. 3 elements were fusing together on a single spear, and the realization froze him in place before he screamed at his men to retreat. But by then, it was already far too late. Su-hong vanished in an instant and reappeared at the center of the surrounding squad, driving his glowing spear straight into the ground. With anger and raw power surging through him, Su-hong forced the unstable energy to detonate. In that split second, the assassin boss could only stare as if his entire life flashed before his eyes. The explosion that followed was absolutely monstrous. The entire hotel was vaporized in a blazing burst, and a colossal shockwave of fire and light ripped through the night sky. The huge explosion lit up the night, and left the nearby bystanders frozen in horror. As they stared at the blazing shockwave and collapsing ruins, they could not understand why anyone would unleash such absurd destructive force just to kill a single Tier 2 kid. But when the smoke finally began to thin, the people watching were struck speechless. One after another, the elite assassins collapsed lifelessly into the rubble, and only then did the crowd realize with chilling fear that the Tier 2 kid had been the one who triggered that terrifying blast. When the aftermath fully came into view, the hotel was gone, replaced by a massive smoking crater. Across the shattered ground lay the bodies of the entire Tier 3 hit squad, scattered through the ruins like they had been wiped out in an instant. From beneath the broken debris, the assassin boss dragged his battered body out with difficulty. Covered in wounds and barely steady on his feet, he cursed his employer's useless intelligence for never warning him that Su Hong possessed a 3-attribute martial art. He looked across the battlefield at his crippled subordinates, who were either groaning weakly or lying still in the smoke. Then he reassured himself that if even a Tier 4 expert like him had been injured so badly, a mere Tier 2 target standing at the center of the explosion had to be dead. In his mind, the losses were painful, but the contract had still been completed. After all, failure would have meant certain death at the hands of their terrifying master, Lord Nabu, so surviving with heavy casualties was still better than returning empty-handed. But before he could fully settle into that relief, a towering pillar of energy suddenly erupted from the crater directly in front of him. The violent surge blasted upward through the smoke, instantly cutting off his celebration. Before the assassin boss could even react, a shirtless Su Hong descended from above without a single visible injury. With unstoppable force, he brought down his devastating heaven-breaking spear technique straight toward the stunned enemy. The boss barely managed to raise his weapon and deflect the fatal blow in time. His eyes widened in disbelief as he screamed that the kid was still alive, but the moment the words left his mouth, Su Hong vanished from his sight. The boss slashed wildly at empty air, his attack cutting through nothing. In that same instant, every survival instinct in his body screamed at him to turn around. He spun back, just in time to see Su Hong appear behind his remaining dazed grunts, his eyes glowing a fierce red. Panic seized the boss, and he roared at his men to wake up immediately and pin the boy down before it was too late. But the grunt closest to Su Hong was still too stunned to grasp the danger. Half-conscious and confused, he looked toward his boss and sleepily asked what he was shouting about. In the next flash, Su Hong's spear drove forward with brutal precision. The blade pierced straight through the grunt's chest before he could even understand what had happened. Su Hong lifted the lifeless bodies on his weapon like trophies, his expression cold and mocking. Even if a Tier 4 expert was too durable to kill quickly, he made it clear that the Tier 3 lackeys around him were still perfect prey for harvesting plenty of points. At the same time, Su Hong understood just how dangerous that unstable 3-element fusion had been. If he had not formed his earth armor and strengthened his overlord body at the last possible moment, the backlash from the explosion would have left him completely crippled. He casually flung the skewered corpses aside and rushed past the assassin boss. With the Tier 3 grunts now cleared away, Su Hong knew that all he needed was one successful 3-attribute fusion to finish off the remaining Tier 4 expert. Seeing his entire squad slaughtered so effortlessly, the assassin boss completely lost control. His eyes turned bloodshot, his aura flared violently around him, and he swore through gritted teeth that he would chop Su Hong's corpse into 10,000 pieces. Back at the Star City martial artist base, Lin Xinghe was getting ready to leave. The atmosphere there was much calmer, but he was clearly preparing for a trip outside the city. He had originally wanted to invite Su Hong to go with him to Stargazing Lake. Unfortunately, Su Hong had already left a full week earlier, leaving Lin Xinghe with no chance to bring him along. When Wang Tiantua and Xiao Nan joined the conversation, they could not help comparing themselves to Su Hong. They had rested for an entire week, while Su Hong had only taken one day off before throwing himself back into training. So the three of them agreed there was no point measuring themselves against someone that dedicated and headed out, hoping to meet him near the lake. Meanwhile, Ye Kei was inside his office, completely consumed by fury. Teacups shattered one after another as he smashed them to pieces, unable to contain his rage. The assassins he hired had created an enormous problem. Not only had they locked down the lake, they had even dared to openly attack Su Hong inside a secure government supply post. That reckless move had thrown the Yi family's leader into panic. If Su Hong truly died, everyone would immediately suspect the Yi family, and the city lord would have the perfect excuse to wipe out their entire clan in revenge for his prized genius. Far away from Star City, a crushing purple dome known as the mysterious gravity field covered the dark purple bamboo forest. Anyone reckless enough to step inside would be flattened almost instantly by the terrifying pressure. The hunters who had tried reaching the treasure were now sprawled across the ground, groaning in pain. One struggling fighter complained that after only 14 steps, the gravity had multiplied 30 times, making it impossible for him to push any farther. Nearby onlookers quickly calculated what that meant. Under 30 times gravity, an ordinary person would have to withstand more than 2 tons of force, enough pressure to crush internal organs with ease. Just then, the celestial cult envoy arrived with his followers. Looking toward the dome, he explained that the field's gravity increased according to strength, which meant a Tier 4 expert like him would suffer an even more terrifying pull than a Tier 3 martial artist. After realizing that the bamboo could not be reached for the moment, the envoy turned his attention back to tracking a certain divine object. Suddenly, his division compass spun rapidly in his hand before locking onto one direction, and when he followed its signal, his face darkened. The compass was pointing straight at the 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo, meaning the divine object he needed was trapped inside that crushing gravity field. While the envoy was still trying to think of a way through the danger, his gaze suddenly caught movement among the trees. Su Hong was leaping through the forest, moving quickly across the branches. The envoy narrowed his eyes in surprise, wondering how a mere Tier 2 brat could still be alive after being hunted by a Tier 4 assassin and an entire squad of Tier 3 fighters. In the envoy's mind, that failed hit squad was nothing but a group of useless fools. Since they could not finish the job, he decided he would personally handle Su Hong himself. Without hesitation, he rushed straight towards Su Hong. The thought of claiming the massive reward for bringing back the boy's head made his killing intent rise even faster. Su Hong immediately sensed a powerful new threat closing in. His body tensed, his grip steadied, and he braced himself for the sudden ambush. He barely had a moment to react before the envoy lunged at him with a spear. The attack came in fast and sharp, cutting straight toward him without warning. Su Hong knew a simple dodge would not be enough against this strike. He instantly summoned his protective earth armor around his body, then countered with a fierce burst of explosive energy. Dust and broken leaves filled the air from the impact. When the cloud finally cleared, both fighters were still standing their ground, facing each other across the torn-up forest floor. As the last traces of his armor faded away, Su Hong drew in a steady breath. Then he looked at the cultist and calmly praised him for actually surviving that attack. The envoy's response was cold and direct. Su Hong had to die. The moment those words were spoken, Su Hong immediately understood what he was dealing with. This man was a demonic cultist. That realization confirmed Su Hong's worst fear. He was no longer being chased by Yi Ke alone. The demonic cult had also joined the hunt for his life. But Su Hong did not waste time hesitating. He poured elemental energy into his weapon and charged forward, meeting the envoy head-on in a violent clash of blades. Their weapons collided with explosive force, sending a thunderous blast echoing through the forest. The shockwave hurled the envoy backward, smashing him through the trees. The Tier 4 fighter coughed up blood as he struggled to steady himself. His face was filled with disbelief, unable to understand how a Tier 2 opponent could possess such monstrous power. Then the envoy saw Su Hong turn his attention toward his subordinates. Realizing what was about to happen, he immediately ordered his squad to block Su Hong's path. Su Hong was suddenly caught between two threats. The demonic cult grunts stood in front of him, while the recovering Tier 4 expert remained behind him, closing the trap from both sides. The grunts hesitated, debating whether they should transform in order to survive. But they foolishly convinced themselves that Su Hong could not possibly unleash another high-tier attack so soon after the last one. One of the grunts tried to rally the others and organize a defense. Before he could even finish speaking, Su Hong moved, and his head was taken clean off mid-sentence. Before the rest of the squad could react, Su Hong shot forward in a single terrifying dash. His spear punched straight through their defensive line, skewering the entire group in one brutal motion. The surviving cultists were left trembling in fear. They cursed their dead comrade for underestimating Su Hong's remaining energy and dragging them into such a disastrous mistake. Even so, the cultists refused to retreat. Gritting their teeth, they launched a coordinated charge, trying to rely on their numbers to overwhelm Su Hong all at once. Su Hong answered them with his sweeping treading sea technique. His spear carved through the air in a massive arc, and the blazing force of the strike incinerated the attackers in one devastating sweep. Seizing the opening, the celestial cult envoy shot into the air with killing intent surging around him. From above, he brought down a massive strike aimed straight at Su Hong, trying to crush him beneath one overwhelming blow. But Su Hong did not try to meet the attack head-on. Instead, he activated his flying swan technique, sprang away with a sharp burst of speed, and deliberately threw himself into the terrifying gravity field to dodge the strike. The watching hunters were stunned as Su Hong moved more than 10 paces into the field almost effortlessly. Seeing him withstand the crushing pressure so smoothly, they could only marvel at how terrifying his overlord body really was. The envoy's face twisted with fury. Refusing to let the gravity field become Su Hong's shield, he coldly declared that it would not protect him, then stepped into the field to continue the chase. But the instant his foot touched the ground inside, regret hit him like a hammer. Because the pressure scaled with strength, that very first step forced nearly 30 times gravity onto his body, and he immediately understood that going any farther would crush him. With close-range attacks no longer able to reach him, Su Hong seized the advantage. He turned and sprinted deeper into the gravity field, putting more distance between himself and the enemies outside. The frustrated envoy could only grit his teeth and hurl his spear after him. But before the weapon could get anywhere near Su Hong, the scaling gravity dragged it down violently, forcing it to crash into the ground. Stuck at the field's edge, the envoy could do nothing but roar threats and dare Su Hong to come out and face him. Meanwhile, Su Hong remained safely beyond their reach, fully aware that he had finally bought himself a little breathing room. Then Su Hong's eyes locked onto his goal. Right ahead of him, standing within the oppressive field, was the three-star patterned dark purple bamboo he had come for. However, every step forward made the gravity grow heavier. The pressure pressed down on his body without mercy, and Su Hong quickly realized that his injuries were dragging him dangerously close to his limit. Since the cultists outside could not reach him for the moment, Su Hong made a quick decision. He sat down inside the field and activated his wood attribute healing technique to begin treating his wounds. The surrounding hunters were left completely dumbfounded. They could not understand how a kid who had just been using thunder energy also possessed wood attribute healing powers, much less how he could calmly recover so close to the treasure. When the envoy saw Su Hong healing himself, his expression darkened at once. He ordered his scouts to call their elite comrades over to secure the kill, warning that the divine object was probably hidden inside the bamboo, and if Su Hong obtained it, none of them would survive the consequences. Near Stargazing Lake, Wang Tiantua, Xiao Nan, and Lin Xinghe were moving through the area when they suddenly came across the corpse of a demonic cultist lying on the ground. The moment they realized the demonic cult had sealed off the entire region, their faces turned serious. Suspecting that Su Hong was the true target, they decided to return to the martial artist base and report the situation immediately. But as they made their way back, the strange silence from the base felt more and more suspicious. The lack of any response made them wonder if the base itself might already be colluding with the cultists. Not wanting to gamble with Su Hong's life, Wang Tiantua quickly contacted his father, the Star City Lord. In a tense voice, he urged him to send forces right away and take control of both the base and Stargazing Lake. At the City Lord's estate, Wang and I received the alarming news. The moment he heard what had happened, the atmosphere around him changed. Wang and I immediately deduced that the cultists were indeed hunting Su Hong. Without hesitation, he began preparing to personally lead a rescue team towards Stargazing Lake. Meanwhile, at the edge of the crushing gravity field, the celestial cult envoy and his followers were still waiting outside. Then the battered, bruised masked assassin finally arrived, prompting the envoy to demand what had happened to his forces. The assassin explained through gritted teeth that Su Hong's tricks had wiped out almost all of his Tier 3 men. But the envoy refused to accept it, unable to believe that a mere Tier 2 kid could so easily destroy more than a dozen stronger fighters. Furious and humiliated, the assassin insisted that Su Hong had used a devastating three-element fusion technique that had never appeared in their intelligence. Even then, the envoy remained doubtful, claiming that fusing three elements should be impossible in theory. Yet after thinking it over, the envoy was forced to reconsider. Su Hong truly did possess three separate attributes, which meant that a three-element fusion technique might not be impossible after all. It might be a terrifying reality. Knowing that their lives were hanging by a thread, the cultists agreed that Su Hong had to die no matter the cost. Otherwise, their terrifying superior would never spare them, and all they could do was glare at Su Hong, who was still calmly meditating right in front of them. 2 hours later, Su Hong finally ended his meditation. Thanks to his A-rank healing art, both his body and his spiritual energy had recovered completely, returning him to peak condition. When Su Hong opened his eyes, he saw that the cultists were still waiting stubbornly for him to step out. Realizing they would never let the matter end while he was alive, he picked up his spear and rose to his feet. Su Hong then began walking toward the dark purple bamboo. With his very first steps, the crushing gravity inside the field multiplied rapidly, bearing down on him with brutal force. His teeth clenched under the immense weight pressing onto his body. Even so, Su Hong refused to stop, silently vowing to endure the pressure and keep forcing his way forward. Outside the barrier, both the envoy and the assassin boss stared in disbelief as Su Hong continued closing in on the treasure. They cursed his absurd physique, unable to understand how a Tier 2 kid could possess such insane physical durability. The envoy quickly calmed himself and formed a new plan. He realized that the moment Su Hong pulled out the bamboo, the protective gravity field around it would disappear completely. With that in mind, he ordered his men to prepare for an ambush. The instant the barrier vanished, they were to rush in and slaughter Su Hong on the spot. After pushing his body beyond its absolute limit, Su Hong finally reached the bamboo, panting heavily from the pressure. Exhausted but still standing, he planted his spear into the ground to steady himself. But just as he was about to harvest the treasure, Su Hong noticed something strange on the ground nearby. The terrifying gravity had crushed the surrounding stone into powder, yet a small black, triangular fragment lay there completely intact, as if the pressure had done nothing to it. Su-hong's curiosity sharpened at once. If such a tiny object could survive this level of gravity without a scratch, then it was definitely no ordinary item, so he decided to pick it up and inspect it. He turned the mysterious fragment over in his hand, studying its surface carefully. But no matter how he looked at it, he could not identify what kind of material it was made from. To test its toughness, Su-hong used his full physical strength and tried to bend it. Yet the fragment remained completely still, refusing to move even a single millimeter. During the test, the fragment's sharp edge suddenly sliced across his hand. A fresh cut opened in his palm before he could pull away. Before Su-hong even had time to understand what was happening, the black fragment suddenly liquefied. Like living ink, it flowed straight into the wound and absorbed directly into his body. In the next instant, a colossal surge of energy erupted inside him. All 7 of his elemental attributes began skyrocketing at once, and soon the system confirmed his unbelievable luck. He had obtained a legendary 7 Gods Cauldron fragment. Once Su-hong understood what the divine fragment could do, he immediately saw it as the perfect shortcut to supercharge his cultivation. Without wasting a second, he sat down again and began absorbing its energy. From outside the field, the envoy and the assassin boss were completely baffled when they saw their target suddenly start cultivating. Then the envoy's face changed with panic as he realized Su-hong must have found some legendary hidden treasure. When the absorption finally finished, Su-hong was stunned by the result. His 7 attributes had increased tenfold, meaning he would no longer run dry after using only a few A-rank skills and could now unleash them dozens of times in a row. Even more shocking, the 3-attribute fusion that had failed before was now fully stabilized. What had once been dangerous and unstable had been mastered in an instant. Su-hong checked his system stats and saw that both his vitality and spiritual power had reached their peak. The system also showed that he now possessed one of the 107 Gods Cauldron fragments. Thinking about it, Su-hong quickly understood the scale of the opportunity. If a single fragment could grant him this kind of ridiculous power boost, then collecting all 100 fragments would make him practically godlike. With his 3-element fusion now stabilized and his spiritual energy expanded into a massive reservoir, Su-hong realized there was no longer any reason for him to keep running. Seeing Su-hong prepare to act, the envoy immediately shouted for his men to get ready. Beside him, the bloodthirsty assassin boss stared at the field and swore he would personally tear the kid to pieces the moment the barrier dropped. Su-hong reached for the dark purple bamboo, tightened his grip around it, and violently pulled the treasure out of the ground. The moment the bamboo was harvested, the terrifying gravity field lost its source. In an instant, the crushing pressure dissolved completely into thin air. The instant the protective barrier vanished, the waiting cultists surged forward together, launching a full-scale charge straight at Su-hong with weapons raised. But Su-hong only let out a cold scoff, tightening his grip around his spear as if he had already accepted the bloodbath coming toward him. After his power had risen so dramatically, Su-hong wanted to see exactly how far his new strength could go. And since these cultists were rushing in on their own, he decided they would make the perfect test subjects for his newly perfected 3-element fusion. The charging cultists suddenly stopped dead in their tracks, their faces twisting with absolute terror. Above their heads, a blinding storm of fire, thunder, and metal energy ignited at once, swelling into a massive force that made the air itself tremble. Su-hong released that terrifying power without hesitation. The fused energy erupted outward in a colossal swirling blast, carrying fire, lightning, and metal force through the forest like an unstoppable storm of elemental fury. The cultists screamed as the wave slammed into them head-on. Their defenses were vaporized almost instantly, and the devastating force tore through their ranks, as if their bodies and weapons were nothing more than paper. The explosion's power was so outrageous that it did not simply wipe out the attackers, it carved into the land itself. Trees shattered, earth split apart, and a massive scar of destruction was left stretching across the forest. When the smoke and dust finally began to settle, the battlefield had become a horrifying ruin. All that remained of the cultist squad were charred bones, severed limbs, and scattered remains lying across the scorched ground. The masked assassin boss coughed up blood as he barely dragged his heavily injured body out of the rubble, muttering in disbelief that this level of power was completely ridiculous. Nearby, the wounded envoy finally understood the truth. Su-hong must have absorbed the legendary fragment, and that was why his strength had become so monstrous. But before either of them could even think about escaping, Su-hong suddenly descended right in front of them. His aura pressed down like a storm, terrifying enough to make both wounded leaders freeze where they stood. Su-hong looked at the 2 battered leaders with a faint smirk, his tone dripping with mockery. He asked whether they had enjoyed hunting him all this time, then calmly declared that from this moment on, it was his turn to slaughter them. Su-hong did not waste time with empty threats. Standing over the two defeated bosses, he demanded a clear answer from them. Reveal the demonic cult's secret stronghold inside Star City, or die right there. After seeing how quickly they had gathered a small army with Yi Kei's help, Su Hong had already pieced together the situation. The cult had not appeared overnight. They had been hiding in Star City shadows for a very long time. Even with death staring him in the face, the assassin boss refused to open his mouth. His eyes burned with hatred, and he was determined to drag Su Hong down with him if he could. Seeing that the situation was collapsing, the envoy suddenly made his move. He threw a flashbang high into the air, using the blinding distraction to urge the assassin boss into a quick retreat. The flash exploded at just the right moment, swallowing the area in a burst of blinding light. Under that cover, the two wounded leaders managed to slip away and escape from Su Hong's reach. Only after the danger had disappeared did Su Hong's strength finally give out. His body sank to the ground, and the exhaustion he had been suppressing crashed over him all at once. He knew the truth better than anyone. That enormous three-element attack had drained his spiritual energy almost completely, and if those two Tier 4 fighters had chosen to keep fighting instead of running, he would have been in serious trouble. With almost nothing left in reserve, Su Hong immediately activated his healing technique to patch up his battered body. He needed to recover quickly, because once he returned, he still had one more traitor to deal with, Yi Kei. Farther away in the woods, the two injured bosses continued fleeing through the trees. Their steps were uneven, their breathing was heavy, and neither of them looked like victorious hunters anymore. The assassin boss finally realized what had just happened. Su Hong's last move had been a bluff meant to buy time. But the panicked envoy immediately warned him not to take that monster lightly, no matter how exhausted he seemed. The assassin boss tried to save face, insisting that they were still Tier 4 experts while Su Hong was only Tier 2. But the traumatized envoy snapped at him to shut up, reminding him that their elite squads had been destroyed in mere seconds. The humiliating truth settled over both of them. Two powerful Tier 4 commanders had been forced to run for their lives by a Tier 2 teenager, and if word of this spread, they would become the laughingstock of the entire martial arts world. Back at the Star City martial artist base, Yi Kei paced back and forth inside his office, anxiety written all over his face. Every step showed just how badly his nerves were beginning to unravel. What terrified him most was the possibility that the city lord would discover his illegal blockade before he received proof of Su Hong's death. If that happened, there would be no way to explain himself. Then, without warning, a message flashed across his communication crystal. The moment Yi Kei looked down at it, the news that appeared was the worst possible outcome. The expensive assassination plot he had arranged against Su Hong had completely failed. After all that money, planning, and risk, Su Hong was still alive. Panic struck Yi Kei instantly. If Su Hong survived and returned, it was only a matter of time before his secret alliance with the demonic cult was exposed to the entire city. Knowing that staying meant certain ruin, Yi Kei made his decision at once. He hurriedly packed what he could, planning to flee Star City before the city lord's people came for him. As he rushed toward his SUV, Yi Kei cursed Su Hong under his breath with bitter rage. In his mind, that young genius had destroyed his comfortable life and forced him into becoming a fugitive. But before Yi Kei could even climb into the vehicle, a blazing cage of fire suddenly erupted around him. Flames rose from the ground like iron bars, trapping him in place. From the shadows nearby, Su Hong stepped out calmly. Looking at Yi Kei inside the fiery cage, he mocked him with a cold question, asking where exactly he thought he was going. With escape cut off, Yi Kei's desperation exploded. He released his peak Tier 3 energy at full force, trying to push back against the pressure closing in on him. Then Yi Kei charged straight forward, launching a powerful palm strike with all his strength. As he attacked, he screamed that a mere Tier 2 brat had no right to look down on him. Su Hong avoided the strike with almost effortless speed, slipping past it before Yi Kei could even adjust. His voice stayed calm as he told Yi Kei that ranks no longer mattered between them. In the next instant, Su Hong countered with a sharp, decisive thrust. His spear drove straight through Yi Kei's chest, ending the fight before the official could mount another attack. As the dying Yi Kei crashed backward into his own vehicle, the truth finally hit him. The opponent standing in front of him was not just a talented Tier 2 warrior, he was a true monster. A moment later, the vehicle erupted into a roaring fireball behind him. Su Hong simply turned and walked away from the explosion, leaving the flames to swallow the wreckage. Nearby, a crowd of martial artists stood in stunned silence. None of them could believe they had just watched a Tier 2 teenager defeat a peak Tier 3 official in broad daylight. Not long after, a fleet of official luxury cars rolled into the street. The doors opened, and City Lord Wang and I stepped out in front of the crowd. The onlookers began whispering nervously the moment they saw him. Since Su Hong had just killed an official, they quickly decided they would testify for him and frame the incident as self-defense against the corrupt Yi Kei. But what happened next left the crowd completely stunned. Wang and I did not even glance at the burning car at first. Instead, he rushed straight over to Su Hong like an overprotective parent, anxiously checking whether his favorite prodigy was safe. After confirming Su Hong was unharmed, Wang and I finally let out a relieved sigh. Then he noticed the rare 3-star purple bamboo in Su Hong's hand and could not help being amazed by the boy's incredible luck, while Su Hong stood there feeling deeply awkward under all that sudden affection. Only then did Wang and I turn his attention toward the burning wreck nearby. His expression grew serious, and he demanded a full explanation of everything that had happened. Soon after, Su Hong sat inside Wang Mi's private limousine and finished recounting the chaos of the past week. From the hunt to the ambushes to the treasure, he laid out the whole unbelievable sequence. Wang and I sat there in stunned silence, struggling to process what he had just heard. A Tier 2 kid had survived 8 straight days of being hunted by elite Tier 3 and Tier 4 enemies, and the story sounded almost impossible. He counted through the ridiculous feats one by one. Su Hong had defeated the Tier 3 fighters, injured both Tier 4 bosses, and even walked away with a rare treasure. Su Hong merely shrugged and confirmed that every word was true. Wang and I became even more excited to have such an unbelievable genius on his side. He grabbed Su Hong by the shoulders and, with a completely serious face, asked whether Su Hong wanted to marry his 40 daughters and help raise a new generation of powerful warriors. Su Hong immediately flushed with embarrassment and begged the old man to stop joking around. Trying to escape that awkward topic, he quickly redirected the conversation back to the real danger, the demonic mastermind who was probably still hiding somewhere in the city. Wang and I agreed, his tone turning grave as he warned that the cult would not make the same mistake twice. Next time, they might send Tier 6 or even Tier 7 Grandmasters, and Star City was now too small to truly protect Su Hong. Wang and I then told him the best path forward was the upcoming college entrance exam. If Su Hong could enter a top academy like Imperial Capital University, even Grandmasters would not dare lay a hand on him, and Su Hong firmly vowed that he would succeed. To keep Su Hong safe until the exam arrived, Wang and I made a firm promise. He would dispatch 2 elite squads of martial artists to guard Su Hong's villa day and night, giving him the freedom to shut out every distraction and focus completely on training. When Su Hong finally arrived at his new home, his aunt and uncle immediately panicked at the sight of his blood-stained clothes. Seeing their worried faces, Su Hong quickly laughed it off and reassured them that it was only beast blood, insisting that he himself was perfectly fine. Later that night, once he was alone in his room and the outside noise had finally faded, Su Hong opened his system stats to take a proper look at his current condition. Thanks to the brutal survival streak he had endured in the forest, his martial value had piled up into a huge reserve. By now, he was sitting on more than 3,100 points. As Su Hong considered how to spend them, he quickly realized one problem. If he poured everything into vitality, he could force his way into Tier 3, but his newly awakened spiritual power would still remain weak at Tier 2. And because he now had to stay safely inside the city to avoid another assassination attempt, he knew he would not be able to freely hunt outside and grind high-value points for quite some time. After weighing the risks, Su Hong decided that balance was the smartest path for survival. Instead of chasing one extreme, he split his martial value between strengthening his physical body and upgrading his spiritual power. To test his improved telekinesis, Su Hong focused on a glass of water nearby. With barely any effort, he lifted the liquid into the air and guided it smoothly around the room, controlling every movement with perfect precision. By the next morning, rumors about Su Hong's unbelievable battle had already swept through Star City No. 1 High School, spreading from class to class at ridiculous speed. Inside the classrooms, excited students whispered and shouted over each other, claiming that Su Hong had destroyed 100 cultists with a single swing of his spear. At the same time, Chun Shan and Li Tu had fully taken on the role of Su Hong's biggest supporters. They went from classroom to classroom bragging about his legendary feats, only to get called out when they barged into a class that was not even scheduled for them. One irritated student stood up and confronted them, complaining that his class had waited an entire week to hear the story. Only then did everyone realize that Chun Shan and Li Tu had mixed up their schedule and walked into the wrong classroom. The classroom commotion ended almost instantly when one student looked outside, spotted Su Hong entering through the school gates, and shouted the news at the top of his lungs. Hearing the sudden uproar from every direction, Su Hong paused and looked around in complete confusion, clearly having no idea why the whole school had suddenly exploded with noise. Before Su Hong could even take another step forward, a huge wave of excited students came rushing straight toward him, moving like a wild mob that had just found its target. A cold sweat immediately broke across Su Hong's face. As he watched the crowd charge closer, he could not help wondering what he had possibly done to make the entire school chase after him. In no time, the students surrounded Su Hong from every side, their faces bright with excitement. One after another, they begged him to tell them about his legendary exploits in person. Nearby, Li Tu and Chun Shan laughed as they bragged about how even Teacher Li had been shocked when he heard the news. Su Hong quickly coughed in panic, desperately trying to signal them to shut their mouths. But the two boys completely missed the warning. They kept laughing and even teased Su Hong, asking if he had caught a cold, completely unaware that Teacher Li was already standing right behind them. Teacher Li suddenly reached out and grabbed Chen Shan by the head. With a dangerous smile, he mockingly asked why Chen Shan was no longer calling him Old Li now. After catching the trash talkers red-handed, Teacher Li turned to Su Hong and told him the principal wanted to see him. Behind him, Chen Shan immediately started begging Su Hong for help in pure desperation. When Su Hong knocked on the office door, Principal Li practically rushed out to greet him. With open arms and a face full of excitement, he welcomed Star City's favorite prodigy like an honored guest. Once they sat down, Principal Li tried to secretly slide several valuable Tier 2 cultivation pills to Su Hong under the table. He lowered his voice and insisted that Su Hong accept them as a private gift. Su Hong politely refused the offer, then casually revealed the reason. Those pills would not help him anymore, because he had already reached the high stage of Tier 2. That simple statement completely stunned Principal Li. His eyes widened as he struggled to understand how Su Hong could have broken through so quickly in such a short amount of time. Su Hong then calmly explained that the recent assassination attempt by elite cultists had actually helped him. The constant danger had given him the perfect chance to grind battles and harvest a huge amount of martial value. Hearing how much Su Hong had grown, Principal Li became so excited that he immediately took off his jacket. He demanded that they head to the gym at once so he could personally test the kid's current strength. Su Hong awkwardly reminded him that the principal's rank was still higher than his own. But Principal Li waved off the concern with complete confidence, promising that he would hold back during the spar. As they walked into the gymnasium, the students nearby spotted Su Hong almost immediately. Whispers spread through the crowd as they repeated the rumor that he had defeated an entire army of cultists all by himself. Principal Li seized the moment with obvious pride. He announced that he was about to spar with the school's star prodigy and ordered the staff to gather every free student in the building to watch. Feeling more and more awkward, Su Hong suggested that they find a private place for the match. But Principal Li misunderstood completely, laughing as he repeated that he would hold back so Su Hong would not lose too badly in front of everyone. In truth, Su Hong was not worried about embarrassing himself at all. He was worried about protecting his teacher's dignity, because defeating the principal in public would destroy the man's reputation overnight. But with the entire gym watching, there was no way to back out now. Principal Li stepped forward, ignited his fiery aura in front of the crowd, and confidently ordered Su Hong to make the first move. The students immediately erupted with excitement. For them, seeing the raw power of a Tier 3 martial artist up close was already thrilling, and they loudly cheered for Su Hong to give it everything he had. To avoid seriously hurting the principal, Su Hong chose a weaker but flashy technique that would still look impressive. He decided to test the waters with his B-rank Cloud Hiding-Gale fist while quietly hiding the fact that he was holding back. Su Hong charged across the court with blue energy swirling around his fists. The opening attack immediately startled Principal Li, who had not expected the boy to begin the spar with a B-rank technique. In the next instant, Principal Li realized that this supposedly weaker opener already carried power close to a Tier 3 expert. His casual attitude disappeared, and he quickly summoned a massive stone glove to counter with his giant rock fist. The two elemental attacks crashed together in the middle of the court. A violent shockwave burst outward from the collision, nearly knocking the watching students off their feet. From there, the two went blow for blow, rapidly exchanging a fierce flurry of punches. The force kept building until one final impact sent both fighters sliding backward to opposite ends of the court. Principal Li looked down in shock as the protective stone armor around his hand cracked apart and crumbled. Only then did he realize that Su Hong had shattered a Tier 3 defense without even using his full strength. The students gasped in disbelief, unable to accept that a Tier 2 fighter had actually forced back a Tier 3 expert. To preserve the school's pride, some quickly insisted that the principal must be holding back, because losing to a student seemed impossible. Behind his composed expression, Principal Li was already panicking in silence. He had used 80% of his power in that exchange, and he knew his reputation would be finished if he actually lost in front of everyone. Sensing his mentor's panic, Su Hong instantly understood the problem. He suddenly dropped to one knee with an exaggerated gasp, loudly admitted defeat, and gave the principal a subtle wink to show he was throwing the match. The crowd bought the act without question. Cheers filled the gym as the students shouted that there was no shame in losing to the principal. Once Principal Li recovered from his confusion, he finally understood what Su Hong had done. The boy had just saved his career and reputation, and gratitude immediately filled his heart. Playing along perfectly, Principal Li stepped forward and slapped Su Hong on the back with pride. He told the crowd that Su Hong was a rare genius, and even admitted that he had needed to go all out just to avoid losing. The entire gym erupted into cheers. The students celebrated Su Hong's shocking strength, now convinced that Star City had finally produced a genius capable of entering the legendary Magic Martial University. While helping Su-hong back to his feet, Principal Lee quietly thanked him for saving face. Su-hong used that moment to bring up the upcoming college entrance exam, saying he needed a strong sparring partner if he wanted to break through to Tier 3. When Su-hong grinned and asked whether the principal would help train him, Principal Lee immediately broke into a cold sweat. He suddenly realized that becoming this monster's personal punching bag was a terrible idea. Even so, their agreement was set. From that day on, Su-hong established a brutal daily routine, spending his days training hard and sparring with Principal Lee to push his limits higher and higher. Even after night fell, Su-hong still refused to give himself a proper break. The moment he returned to his room, he sat down again and threw himself back into cultivation, tirelessly circulating his techniques while drawing in elemental energy without wasting a single breath. It did not take long before Su-hong's frightening endurance completely drained the principal dry. The old man was so exhausted that his body was practically trembling, and in the end, he had no choice but to call over his friend Shin Tian, asking him to take Su-hong off his hands for just one day so he could finally catch his breath. But after only a few short weeks, even the combined efforts of the principal and Chun Tian had been pushed to the limit. Both men looked as if they could barely remain standing, and with no other option left, they hurriedly handed Su-hong over to President Wu of the Martial Tao Association, practically begging her to deal with him instead. As a powerful Tier 5 martial artist, President Wu had no intention of going easy on him. From the moment she took over, her training was brutally strict, pushing Su-hong again and again without showing the slightest mercy, and she refused to give him even a second to relax. With only 5 days remaining before the major exam, Su-hong finally stood there covered in bruises, his body battered from the endless training. After forcing himself to catch his breath, he looked toward President Wu and told her that he was ready at last, ready to attempt his breakthrough. At first, President Wu clearly suspected that he was only using this as an excuse to slack off. She reached out and grabbed him by the head without hesitation, but the moment she felt the blazing aura surging out from Su-hong's body, it became impossible to deny that he was telling the truth. The realization hit her hard. In less than a single month under her relentless training, Su-hong's vitality had surged from 900 all the way to the peak threshold of 1,000, a speed so outrageous that even President Wu could not hide her shock. Once she understood just how quickly he had progressed, President Wu immediately made the decision. She ordered an urgent delivery of Tier 3 advancement pills, then left Su-hong alone inside the training room, so he could gather his focus and prepare for the breakthrough without interruption. Inside the quiet training room, Su-hong sat cross-legged as his glowing aura slowly wrapped around his injured body, helping his wounds recover little by little. Then he activated his energy, steadied himself completely, and prepared to shatter his current limits and step into Tier 3.